Welcome back, wannabes and creators, to the final day of Wannacon. And this is when I get on a little bit early just to make sure that everything is working fine. And we are live on Twitch. We are live on YouTube. Let's see. Are we live in... I know this is not the most exciting part of the show, but you're getting kind of a behind-the-scenes look at everything, how everything works, and to make sure that we are live in the appropriate places. We are live in my creator page. We are live in my Facebook group. Where's the last place? Oh, yes, my personal profile. Did you guys enjoy the last 2 days? I sure hope so. It's been super fun for me to be here. Awesome. So it looks like we are live everywhere that we need to be live. And now I am going to... Good morning, Stefan. Now I'm going to send my email telling everyone that we're live. Save. Make sure this is going out to everybody. It is going out to everybody. Now. Boop. Send now. And that is done. And make sure I have all the comments pulled up. I know this is just so much fun, right? Watching me make sure. I wish I could do this behind the scenes, but I guess there's no way to test if you're live behind the scenes, is there? Make sure that I have... Awesome. So that those comments are up. I really appreciated that you guys asked so many good questions yesterday. I'd love for you to do it again. And I hope that you guys do. Let's talk about the schedule today. So first up, we have Comfort Love and Adam Withers. And I have to tell you, they'd make one of my favorite books of all time, Rainbow in the Dark. And their process is so awesome and so unique that I just am so excited to talk with them. I talk about their comic all the time, and they have a new one on Webtoon called The Uniques, which is like Teen Titans meets HBO. And it's so beautiful. It's like it's so amazing, and I can't wait to talk to both of them. And they work on the book together, and I can't wait for you to hear about their process. And after that, we're going to have David Pepos and Jonathan Howard. David is the writer and creator of Spencer and Locke, Going to the Chapel. And then Jonathan Howard is one of my creators from the Cthulhu is Hard to Spell anthology, as well as an amazing artist. We'll probably talk about retail stores and making crazy books. And I have a question about a very specific panel on one of his books. Then at 2, we'll bring on Travis Gibb and Eric Lervold. Eric's an old friend and collaborator of mine, and Travis Gibb is a friend as well. They are both in the Cthulhu is Hard to Spell anthology. Then David Lucarelli and Melissa Massey will join us at 3 o'clock. Again, 2 creators from the Cthulhu is Hard to Spell anthology. And finally, I have a bonus hour for you. My friend Henri Compin had to reschedule from being the first guest on this podcast, this live stream. And he's going to be the very last guest with my new friend, Christian Gossett, who has a story in the New Cthulhu anthology, which is so creepy and good and bright, and I freak out just thinking about it. So I cannot wait to talk to all of them. I have to stand up for a second. So you're going to see me stand up and walk off, but I will be right back. I'm actually going to go offline for a second. I'll be right back. I promise. Told you I'd be right back. See? So I wanted to get a couple of books because I have a couple of questions about these specific books that I want to ask Comfort and Adam. And then I need to bookmark this one panel in here because I don't quite understand it. And if we get to it, I definitely want to ask about it. Of course, respectfully. There we go. And I am all set up for today now. And I hope you guys are set up for today. And I hope you guys are very excited to hear what we are going to be talking about today. Again, I'm really doing this for you guys and for the creators involved in the that have been displaced and in the anthology. I have a podcast called The Complete Creative that I can ask people questions all the times, all day. I can just go and talk to these creators and ask them all the questions. So I want to have there we go. I want you guys to be able to ask questions to them. I certainly have questions. I certainly have questions that I can prepare, but I want this to be really actionable for you. And good evening, Mikey. Goro187, hello. Stefan, hello again. Gora's asking where the toilet paper is. Well, we stock up everything. We're kind of hoarders in that way. So we have plenty of all of the things. In fact, Karen looked at me yesterday and said, do people not just keep like a stock of 6 months of everything? Like, what is wrong with people? And I just had to look at her and just shake my head because like that's the kind of course she is very much in the preparation. Make sure you have plenty of things. Make sure there's 5 things behind for you to take when one thing is done. For instance, I finished our dish spray. And she's like, don't worry, I have 6 more. It's like 6 more. I think is maybe a little excessive, but maybe it's not. I don't know. Clearly, if we can't go out of our house for 2 months, it's not going to seem excessive. Tahoe says, who wants a convention? We Wannacon. And that is exactly what I was hoping people would get out of it, or just I Wannacon. So that's great that you got that you guys are in on the joke. And man, Gora187 is really taking this to the next level. They're into this digital convention. Oh, hey, Jason, what's going on? That makes sense. Tahoe, Jay Bennett. Well, Stefan, we can do that. I'll absolutely be able to talk with you about that. We should have copies of both books. So here's where we stand on the Kickstarter now. We've got 500 backers. It's about halfway. That's about halfway to where we were last time when we ended. Last time we had $39,000 when we finished. If we can end up roughly in that range, then I will be able to reprint volume 1. If, however, we end up barely funding, or we reach we don't hit at least like $35,000, something like that, it's going to be really hard for me to reprint volume 1. So it might go out of stock this year. So we're hoping that we hit, we hit a good number, and if we hit a good number, which we're about $1,000 behind pace from last time, but there's no reason to think that, except for like the world ending, that we won't hit at least close to where we were last time. And if we can do that, then I'll be able to reprint the books, and we'll have plenty of stock to go around for the next couple of years. I was not expecting to have so much stock, have so much stock not vanish, but to go through so much stock in 1 year. I was not prepared, so I only got enough. I got as many copies as I got for the first Monster Anthology, which took us 3 years to go through, but we went through it in less than a year. So I've only got a couple of hundred copies, and if we don't hit a big number, we'll still have enough to fulfill this campaign. I held enough back, so I was sure that we could fulfill this campaign. But if we don't hit a big number, I don't know if we're going to be able to reprint the first volume, is basically what I'm saying. So while we are, I don't want to say guaranteed, because nothing's guaranteed in this world, but while we have a good chance of hitting a big goal to print volume 2, volume 1 is still nebulously up in the air until we pass at least like $31,000. And at that point, then I think I'll have enough room to reprint volume 1 as well. But we have to wait and see, because there's also that pesky thing of people dropping out and not finishing their pledge. And their credit card's not working, and then them not following through. So we do need about $31,000 for this campaign. To reprint volume 1 as well. And that is inclusive of backed out, which is why I think probably 34 or 35 is a safe number to aim for, to make sure we can reprint volume 1. But I'm also working with creators to see if they want to print, if they want to like buy copies, because I do sell creator copies, and see if maybe I can offset that cost and bring it down a little bit so that we can reprint volume 1. Volume 1 was, it has a long and sundry publishing history that I won't go into now, but yeah, I'm pretty confident right now. I mean, I'm supremely confident we're going to get to 25. 26 or whatever we need to print to like the minimal amount that we need. But when I was originally doing this budget, I had the pledge at basically 31,000, and 31,000 would have allowed us to basically reprint volume 1, as long as we didn't lose a bunch in back pledges. But I kind of chickened out when we started this, the campaign, and I went for whatever the absolute minimum we needed was, and that was 25,600 to just get this book out the door. And it is by far, maybe not by far, but it is my most expensive book, because it's 73 creators. It's a huge push. It's a huge launch, and we just takes a lot to get this ball moving. Basically, any book that we put out costs about $25,000. That's a graphic novel. So I'm really just rambling at this point, waiting for Comfort and Adam to join us. They should be joining us every minute, in just a couple of minutes. So I met Comfort and Adam back at Emerald City a few years ago, and they had this book, which is one of my top 3 books of all time, comics of all time. And it's just so beautiful. And just check it. So it's color and black and white. And as characters move from black and white to color, the artist changes. And I mean, it's literally one of my favorite books. I recommend it all of the time. I haven't talked to Adam. I don't know at all, so I'm excited. Comfort, I've talked to a little bit, but I'm very, very, very excited to be able to sit down with them and talk about their process, because as they explained it to me, the characters that are in black and white, when the black and white characters are drawn by one of them, and the black and white backgrounds are drawn by the other one. And then when it's color, it flips. So you get this like melding of styles, and it's just like, it was mind blowing to watch. So I'm super excited, and I see them gathering themselves as they're on. So I'm going to just and comments. So TARDIS 59, we are streaming to 5 platforms right now. We're streaming to YouTube, Twitch, and 3 different Facebook accounts. So there are considerably more than just the people watching on Twitch. And then I believe, if my information is correct, that Comfort and Adam are also streaming on their Twitch channels. So there's usually roughly like 20 to 30 people that are streaming, and they come in and out throughout the week. The day. Sorry, this is my 3rd day of this, so I have a feeling there's going to be more slips than there were yesterday. But I am just super excited with how this has gone, and it's because of you guys that it's been going so well. So the name of the book so they have a webcomic right now called The Uniques, but this is the book that I know them from, which is Rainbow in the Dark. Which is drawn and written by both of them, and it's just some of the most amazing work that I've ever seen in comics. Both the writing is amazing, and the art is so great. So we've got about 5 minutes. I can see them just sort of getting their screens prepared and getting their themselves situated. So I want to make sure that they have time to present at their best. Let's see if there's any other comments. Don't see any other comments, so I'm going to be looking for comments quite heavily today, and I really would love to hear what you have to say, or you have to ask these people. As I mentioned before, I have a podcast called The Complete Creative, where I can just bring these people on and ask them every question that I have. So this is really as much for me as it is for you guys. Awesome. So Adam and Comfort are on and ready to rock and roll. So I am going to bring them on. Hello, Adam. How are you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
It is going very well. I'm very excited. I've been telling everyone how excited I am because I still talk about Rainbow in the Dark, like on a weekly basis, at least.
It's funny, so do we.
Yeah, it's weird. It's still one of my. I don't think for uniqueness anything has ever topped it as far as a unique way that like it was made.
Yeah, well, we've got a way of doing things over here. It works for us. I know it sounds strange to a lot of people when we talk to them about it. Other creators are always a little flabbergasted at how we do things, but it works for us. So
yeah, man, it's great. The end results speak for themselves. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So let me go and get on Comfort now. Or is this your screen?
That's my screen.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm working on while we're talking.
Awesome.
I'm here as well.
Comfy is also here.
Getting my screen ready so that I'm ready to stream on Twitch.
Wonderful. I've read a little bit of the uniques, but I'm mostly obsessed with Rainbow in the Dark. So I'm wondering if you use the same process for the uniques of like some people like basically molding the drawing together, where you do some of it, Comfort does some of it, and like you kind of like integrate together. Is that still your guys' process?
Absolutely. That's how we do everything. We write everything together, we draw everything together, we color everything together, we do all of our lettering together. It is 100% symbiotic process. When we're doing uniques, Rainbow, because of the nature of it being a black and white world and a color world coming together, it was a little more strictly regimented in terms of which of us is doing which part of which process. Comfort drew the gray characters, I drew the color characters, and she did the lead color on the color characters, and I did more of the gray characters. So that was easier to split. With uniques, it's a little bit more loosey-goosey, what we feel like at the time, page by page, character by character. It's a lot harder to pick apart what is her and what is me.
Yeah, I can imagine that is. I mean, it kind of feels like I know people do like jam pieces, so it's just like doing a jam piece, but like for a whole book.
Very much so, yeah. Our life is a jam piece.
That's great.
And it was something that started. We got together when we were 19 years old, so we barely knew anything about anything. We were just kids. So in a lot of ways, we like to say that we figured out how to be ourselves by being together. And early on, when we started getting more freelance gigs, we found out that it's a lot easier to meet your deadlines when there's two people working on it instead of just one.
Right.
And our styles were already very similar. When we were growing up, we liked a lot of the same artists. We were into a lot of the same comics. When we brought our comic collections together and merged our combined properties, I guess, we had a huge party where we just gave away all the duplicates because we realized we had stacks and stacks of duplicate books because we read all the same things. So it worked out really well for our friends.
Yeah, absolutely. That happened with me and my wife too. When we finally moved in together and we combined everything, I was like, we probably don't need 4 copies of Catch 22.
Right. I mean, it's nice to have a backup or 2, but that's a lot. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, sure. So it was easy for us, being that we were 2 people already pointed very much in the same direction, already working very much in parallel, to come in and work on each other's projects, hey, I need to work on this thing. Could you touch up that section real quick and get it ready for me, and things like that. And over time, it just kept growing and growing until we were doing full finished work on the same page together. It felt very natural. I think it's a good thing that we didn't know that nobody did it that way when we were working, because ignorance led us down a path that has defined our entire career, and we might not have been willing to start it if somebody told us that we were crazy.
That's some of the best art is made that way.
True. Yeah.
So Comfort, can you hear me too?
I can hear you. I actually have a question for Adam really fast.
Yeah.
Adam, how do I see the exact color you're using for the shadows?
Oh, you just have to undo the clipping mask.
Okay.
So just like hold the Alt and click on it. You'll see a little icon change underneath, and that'll turn off the clipping for a second. We're working on the same thing right now.
So this page is being done by both of you right now.
Right now, we are both working on color for this.
Get merged in together. I can't get that to work, so I'm just going to pick a color and we'll switch it.
However you want to do it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to, by the way, start my stream right now.
Okay. We are simulcasting all over the internet. We are everywhere today.
Awesome. This is great. I honestly didn't know how this would work when I started it, because it's just basically thrown together at the last minute, because Emerald City canceled on Friday, as you guys like 2 Fridays ago. And I bought the domain like almost immediately, like Wannacon. It's like, maybe it's something I've been thinking about, but maybe it's something I can do. And then I was supposed to be on my friend's podcast that Sunday. So a couple of days later to talk about our Kickstarter. And she sent me the list of like topics, and one of them was virtual conventions happening in replace of Emerald City. And I was like, well, now I kind of have to do one, right? Like I can't not do like I'm literally going to be on a show talking about virtual conventions, and I just bought a domain for it. So I spent the next like 2 days building out the website, and then announced it, spent a day figuring it out, and then started promoting it. And so I'm very proud of how it came out, but I don't think I've had a chance to step back and know if that little amount of time helped or hurt the creation process.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's only gotten more valuable, I think, as people have become increasingly quarantined. We are even more desperately in need of something to do at home today.
Absolutely. So do you guys... When you guys start this piece, does like one of you have an idea, and then the other one like they started and then the other one just jumps in, or how does that work?
Let me bring up the line art on it, because we draw in a different program than we color, because I hate drawing in Photoshop. It's effing terrible. It's gotten a little bit better since we first started doing digital art, but it's still, we use Clip Studio Paint for all of our drawing. And there's a lot of reasons for that. It's just an excellent drawing program, and increasingly we're using it for flats too. But we have 20 years invested in figuring out Photoshop and a lot of custom brushes and action things, and it's hard to port all that over. So we're still locked in that Adobe ecosystem for our color for the time being.
Right. And I want to say too, to anybody who is starting to watch on Twitch, because I just started a hot minute ago, we are here as a thing to make up for us not being a part of Emerald City, because Emerald City right now has been postponed until August. And so we're here as part of Wannacon, and Adam is casting over there with Russell on Wannacon.com, and I am over here on our Twitch stream. So you feel free to ask questions and do everything like we usually do. So no worries, guys. So even if you hear us talking, chime in whenever you want to, and I'll be repeating that as we go.
So this is what the rough sketch looks like. And this piece is unusual in that we immediately had a very clear idea of what we wanted to do. In this case, and in all of our drawings, and including doing comic pages, one person does the layout. It's too complicated to have both of us sort of crowding into one thumbnail.
Right.
Now we might both take swings at it. Like she'll try some thumbnails, I'll try some thumbnails, and we pick which one we think is working best.
Right. Or we sort of do an amalgamation of...
Yeah, like there's one that she does that's really good, but not quite perfect. And I take some pieces from one of mine and pieces from one of hers, and we put it together. And over top of this, we then start tightening it down and doing a little bit more detail here and there. Not everything needs it, but sometimes you want to make sure that things are working. Like this group, the off colors there in the thumbnail, super rough.
Right.
Be like there-ish. So that definitely need to be tightened and get a little more detail in. And sometimes you just want to make sure that something's going to work. This pearl pose was pretty close to what was in there, but I wanted to make sure that it was actually going to come together. We did a previous Steven Universe print quite a number of years ago, like when the show was first coming out, and Comfort got to do Pearl that time. So I wanted to do Pearl this time. And it was important to me that she get done right, that she comes out good. So I took some more time with the pose before I went to final. But some things, the fluorite in the back didn't really need any more. It just went right to the final on that one.
I should also say that we are, if you don't want to leave Twitch, we are also on twitch.com/wannabepress to see the other half. If you're watching Comfort Stream and you just want to watch the other one on Twitch, you can just do that without going to wannacon.com.
Yeah, so then it's just a matter of dividing the characters. Who wants what characters? And she'll do drawing on her side and I'll do drawing on mine. And then we cut and paste the file together when it's time.
Did you split it just right down the middle this time? Or
No, we usually divide by character. Splitting down the middle can get complicated for various reasons. It's almost never an even split. And you want to we tend to get better results when we're drawing the things we're most excited to be drawing.
Right.
So choosing by character allows you to hone in on the parts of the piece that are the most interesting to you. Of course, sometimes that leads to some negotiation if we both want some of the same characters. Like,
right. Like Pearl.
I'll give you this one. Yeah, exactly. And there are certain characters that we have more or less permanent locks on. Like, I'm going to do Amethyst every time I'm allowed a chance to do Amethyst. She's my girl. I love Amethyst. But there's other characters, like I think every Harley Quinn we've ever done has been Comfort. So there are certain characters that we have a certain sense of ownership over.
Or to other characters that the other one
just doesn't want to have to do. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. She gets Harley because she loves Harley. She gets Deadpool because I don't want to draw Deadpool.
When somebody is talking about collaboration, or like someone asks you about collaboration, maybe not to this level of detail, but just like how to have a good working relationship with the other people who are going to be manipulating the same work as you, what sort of stuff do you tell them to like amicably get along with each other or love the work? Or
I'm going to quick say hello on our side to Wendy Oaks,
hey.
Here. I think there's a lot of people who don't know quite what to do with the stream because you're a disembodied voice talking to another person over there. So
that disembodied voice, it belongs to a very fine gentleman.
Hello again, Russell. And Wendy, feel free to ask any questions or participate in things. So don't worry, bring up your comments as well. All right, Adam.
When it comes to collaboration, the single most important thing is communication. Honest, open communication. Mistakes are going to be made and misunderstandings are going to happen, especially if you're somebody who, for whatever reason, your team has to collaborate purely through text, emails, Facebook, something like that. If you can only speak in text, you're going to have a lot of miscommunication. It's just going to happen. It's natural. It's hard to read text and understand inflection perfectly. And we don't always speak our mind as clearly as we would like to. So it's a combination of being open, being honest, and being understanding. It's absolutely essential. Trusting your team and trusting that they have everybody's best interest at heart, and cutting each other slack when things get sideways.
I love that, especially the part about cutting people slack and understanding that you're both on the same team. But like, I think it's even more important when you're working with most of my artists are like not in the same city or the same country or the same continent as me. I remember when I was doing my first books, I was working with an artist named Juan Frigeri who draws for Spider-Man now, but he was doing his first book for me from Argentina, and it wasn't until we were maybe 10 pages in that I realized that like he didn't speak English. Like the English wasn't his first language. So he was taking my text, translating it in Google Translate, and then trying to figure out what I was saying and then doing it a second time. So there was like 4 layers of barrier between what we were doing.
Oh man, there is a version of Star Wars out there where they took the entire script and they ran it through Google Translate into another language, and then ran it through Google Translate back into English and run that as subtitles over the entire film. And I think that's valuable reading for anybody who's had to deal with a language barrier before, because you learn quickly just how poor instant translate tools can be for actually getting meaning across.
And I want to say hello to Ice Truck here, who's also on the stream. As I was saying before, feel free to ask questions, guys, even though we are chatting over here with Russell. Anything you want, fair game. Okay.
And if you would like to also open just twitch.com/wannabepress, you could see the other half of the stream.
That's right. Please do.
And I should also say that I'm pretty sure that Clip Studio Paint is running their annual sale this week, or it may be just ended, or it might still be. Every year they do a $29 sale for Clip Studio Paint, and I'm pretty sure I saw this week at some point that it was going on right now.
It is still running until the 17th, so you've got until Tuesday. That program is always on sale. I mean, already I find it to be just a better program than Photoshop in a lot of ways, and in every way that really matters to especially the kind of art that we do. But in addition to just being a better program, when you buy it, you own it. Remember that. Remember those halcyon days when you could own a program and you pay for it one time and then it's just yours. And every time it gets a major update, you get it for free because you already own it.
Right. Yes, I still own Photoshop 6, and I'm like, man, it would sure be nice to get some of those extra upgrades that like they come with a new one, but I just refuse to do it. I just refuse to not own the program. It's so hard for. I mean, I saw what happened in Venezuela when like they just cut usage of Photoshop to the whole country.
Yeah. You don't own anything anymore. And if they have their way, that's going to spread to more and more products.
Yeah, well, let's hope that it doesn't. I would like to talk about the uniques.
Okay.
Because I know you guys are issue-wise something like 11 issues in, right? But that's not how it's broken up in on Webtoon. So are you drawing it as a webcomic, or are you drawing it as a comic book?
We draw it as a comic. And this is something we recommend to people. We talk to a lot of people about, webcomics and Webtoon specifically. And we always recommend, it is important that when you're creating something like this, create with the final product, the end product in mind. That's what you're building. Because Webtoon right now is a fantastic service. It's a fantastic platform. But 10 years from now, is there even going to be a Webtoon? Who knows? But the trade paperbacks will still be around, and they'll still be at our table at conventions, and they'll still be on Amazon or whatever site. The final product, that's what lasts.
Not just that, Webtoon itself, let's say it is around 10 years from now, but phones change.
True.
And so you
format
need
changes.
to change the format. So if you're creating only for Webtoon and it's 800 pixels wide, then you're pretty much saying, I can never use this again anywhere else, period.
Yeah. So we design everything and produce everything as a printed comic, and specifically as a trade paperback, which we would subdivide for single issues for Comixology, and then subdivide even further for weekly installments on Webtoon.
Could you show a page of how that happens, the transition?
Sure.
Or
Yeah, totally. Let me just hit this highlight real quick.
So I don't know if Walter Osley is still here, but we talked about that when he was making Hacksaw, about how he was making a webtoon original, so whether they're featured ones, and I was like, I don't know, man. I think you really need to think about how you're going to put this in a trade, and at some point in the future, if you ever want to print it, should think about that.
Right. Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. Because it's hard to go the other way. It can be tricky. We have sometimes a complicated time trying to figure out how we're going to break things down from an issue into Webtoon. But it would be way harder getting used to a Webtoon format and trying to translate that to issues. And by harder, what I mean is we occasionally have to make subpar choices when converting the issue into the Webtoon format. Occasionally it doesn't line up perfectly, especially when we're talking about
wide pages,
wide shots, wide frames, which look excellent in a printed comic,
right?
Not as great in Webtoon. Let me find a good example.
Well, Walter responded and said he doesn't want to print it, and the joke's on you, Walter, because you took two of your two of your print comics and translated them into Webtoons. So, like, suck that egg, buddy.
Well, and also not wanting to print is just cutting off a gigantic revenue stream.
Yeah.
By far, the majority of the money we make in comics is selling the books. So here is a 2-page spread, textless, from the 10th issue of Uniques, which works out to, let me find it on Webtoon here.
And by the way, while Adam's looking at that, XQ, I will answer your question about Comixology in just a minute. We're going to let Adam finish answering this, and then we will go into Comixology. Sound good, Adam?
Yep. This was the 67th chapter of the Webtoon, but only the 10th issue of the comic. And so we open with this big, nice wide shot, which on a 2-page splash in your hand looks fantastic.
Right.
And all the detail comes through and reads very nicely. And then you can sort of pan across as you go. But if this is crunched down to your phone, it doesn't look nearly as good. So what we have found ourselves having to do is, this is the actual Webtoon as it appears. Obviously, it's a lot bigger and this is something frustrating, is that Webtoon doesn't adapt as you reduce your window size. So there's no way for us to see it in the mobile format.
By the way, if anybody wants to see what Adam is talking about, he is talking about this. You can also see this on the Wannacon on Twitch, correct?
Yep.
Wannabe Press, twitch.com/wannabe press.
Yeah. So we would first open with the shot and then start taking slices of it for these moments as we're moving through the room.
Gotcha.
So we're kind of directing you across the page this way.
That makes sense.
Text stays big and readable, and everything that we want you to see gets seen. Sometimes it gets even more complicated. And there's also the other big problem of Webtoon, because of the phone-only format, is that you can't fit a lot of text in a space, or else it starts getting way too dense and it drives people away. So there are a lot of times where we'll have to take a panel with its text and then repeat that panel, a second time, like here. So we start here with their text, and then we do a close-up to finish the dialogue, because it's just too much.
Do you find yourself doing it? It feels like on Webtoon, the text size, the text size is also bigger.
Yeah, that is.
For some people, it's bigger, but one of the things that we've found is trying to find a happy medium, because usually that bigger text means that they can do maybe 2 to 3 words in a sentence.
Yes,
right.
And we have
not very good for storytelling.
We have a lot of dialogue in our books.
Yes.
There's a lot of talking. The conversation is what makes the character. So to find a way of doing that without cutting anything out, we've had to get clever. There is something that we're planning on doing over time as we're prepping the next season of stories for Webtoon release, which is we're going to be doing headshots of the characters with like various emotional states, so that when we have to stretch something out, instead of duplicating an existing panel, we can just plug in a headshot and add some dialogue to that.
Oh, that's smart.
And then slowly building a catalog over time, so we have a lot of ranges of emotional expressions for all the different characters.
It's something that honestly all webtoons should do, but they don't, because I think so many people are just coming in and flying by the seat of their pants and trying to figure out the medium. And
especially since so many webtoons that you see wind up just being headshot dialogue, dialogue, headshot dialogue. It's the simplest way to produce, and it does work easily in that phone format. And so I think that people will almost always default to the path of least resistance, you know? So we are trying to, in some ways, we try to always remind ourselves as we're producing for Webtoon, like, we will be a lot of people's first comic. The viewership there skews very young. And they have maybe, if not probably, never read a comic book before. They know the characters, they know superheroes, everybody knows Avengers now, but they've never read a comic book before. So we can't just assume that they're going to know how to do this. One thing we started doing for Webtoon, let me bring this back up again.
By the way, I will need to answer this comic question in a minute.
One thing that we've started doing was previously ons to open all of our Webtoons, because our book is very interwoven together. It has a lot of callbacks. It's building a very deep story. A lot of things that happen early will matter a lot down the road. But more than that, frequently one issue will become 6 or 7 chapters on Webtoon, or more, depending on the size of the issue. And our issues tend to be 30 to 40 pages long, which is, you know, almost frequently double the size of an average Marvel or DC book. So that means that issue 10 of the Uniques might take 8 or 9 weeks to get read online at Webtoon. So we can't assume that people are going to know what happens or remember clearly something that we talked about at the start of one issue to the end of the same issue. So not only are we doing previously ons to make sure they remember all the most important stuff, and then give chapter numbers in there so that they see, like, oh, if I need to read more and remember what was happening, I can go read 63 or whatever. We also do, let me go back to the main collection here. We'll also do postscripts on a lot of the chapters, so that when big moments happen that are calling back to earlier moments, this is also from issue 10 and is 4 weeks earlier. So we end this big fight sequence between 2 of these characters with this sequence of panels here, which doesn't mean much of anything to you, and to most of the readers, like, oh, it looks cool. But they're not going to catch that this, in issue form, the issue opened with a flashback sequence. And in the flashback sequence, we were showing these characters when they were younger, and how the male character, Kun, had trained the female character, and he taught her how to fight. And so during a flashback sequence, we see them playfully that she's going to do at the end of the issue to defeat him. Great in the issue, but on Webtoon, when these chapters are 7 weeks apart from each other, who's going to remember these little details? So some people we've talked to get really frustrated with the readership on Webtoon. They're frustrated that they don't get it, they can't follow it, especially people who've been doing comics for a long time, like serious comic pros. They're like, oh, these kids don't know how to da-da-da. We see that as a fun challenge, as show them how to do something, to show these young can do, to teach them to pay closer attention. And we get they love it when we put this chapter up, and because nobody else is challenging them in this way, or at least very few people are challenging.
Uh-oh.
So you can
This may be the first experience of actual like bad lag of this whole weekend. So we are, I think we may have lost Adam.
Well,
No, not really. I know, Stefan. We're working on it. This is the beauty of live streaming, is sometimes you just don't know what's going to happen. Maybe if you... Oh, there we go. And let's try it again. Yeah, you look better now.
Hey.
Hey, no more lag.
Yay.
Awesome. So that was a wonderful. I was translating my own comic, Ichabod Jones, for a while, and I was having a lot of these same issues that you're talking about. So it's nice to see some potential workarounds. That even though I could potentially, because the main characters are the same, I could potentially just have my artist draw some of the same, some like standard expressions. And then I could put them in whenever I need a reaction shot or something.
Yeah, it's very useful. And you know, just to recap what I was saying for people who couldn't follow through the technical difficulties, it's we always say, Comfort and I, that it is a bad idea to put blame on your audience for not being able to follow what you're doing. If they can't follow what you're doing, you're not doing a good enough job of helping them along. And if you want to have a certain kind of audience, a certain quality of audience, you can train them, you can teach them, you can bring them along. You just have to be willing to do that work. You know, you have to be willing to see the audience's reaction and response to your material as part of your job. And
absolutely,
there's a lot of just take it for granted.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's so true. I know Comfort had a question from one of her people, so I want to give her a chance to answer that.
What do we got, Comfy?
So the question is, how do you use Comixology? And I'm guessing, how do you put your own comics on Comixology XQ? Is that the question? Because using Comixology is pretty easy.
Yeah.
You can sign up for it, and you should be able to either download the comics or read them directly online, if that's how you enjoy reading your comics. You can also, I think, get PDFs as well from Drive-Thru Comics for our books, and that's just for reading online for our comics. But if you're looking to get your comics up on Comixology, then what you're going to be doing is you're going to need to request to be a part of their indie imprint. And I can't remember exactly what that is. In my mind's eye, I can think of the Too Much Coffee Man. But,
if you go to it's submit.comixology.com, that's how you apply.
So you want to apply there. You want to give really good descriptions of your book, images of your book, you know, have a very quality PDF that you're submitting, because when you put your work up there, you want it to be worth it for people.
Yes.
And they just won't accept a low quality work. I've had it kicked back a couple of times.
Yeah, so many people, they're big enough now that they don't just have to say yes. They have plenty of options for material. Also, when you are a content provider of that sort, it just isn't worth it for you to put things out there. People are trusting you to be a curator for this site. And if you're not going to provide them with, you know, high quality, reliably high quality material, they'll just stop coming to your site.
The best thing that they started doing was Comixology now has, because they were bought by Amazon, you can merge your Comixology trades with your Amazon trades. And Amazon, the trades have to be quite a bit lower quality in order to not pay like a $10 delivery fee. So you can set it up on Amazon, set it up on Comixology, and then email Comixology, and they will merge your the high quality Comixology version with the Amazon version, and you will and that's what they will be able to download.
Nice.
It's so nice that they do that, because Amazon charges a delivery fee by megabyte. So if you have 100 megabyte file, you're paying a huge amount of money. Especially color comics, or a single issue could be 40 or 50 megabytes, and you're getting killed if you're doing that for a comic. But if it's a Comixology is 50%, so they charge 50%, and they want you to have a higher quality comic. So I would happily pay the 50% to Amazon for comics, but Comixology kind of provided a workaround that was not available until recently.
Well, that is terribly convenient.
It is convenient.
It's good that you were on here, because I did not know much of that, because we still read our paper comics.
Yeah, paper.
Yeah, I read my paper too, but I found that, and I also found a way to get, if you work on an anthology, you can email Amazon, and you could have all of the creators listed and tagged, which was a thing I didn't know you could do. It used to be you could only tag the editors, or like 10 people. But because I work in books too, they told me that if you just email the Amazon customer service, they'll actually add every creator to the list. And
Right.
Same thing if you're doing it for Comixology. If you just email their support staff, they will add everybody, even if you can't fit them all in their little screen.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I like that.
That was just is there any other questions that came in, Comfort?
Answers it over here.
Let's see if I have any that came in. I don't, but I have a very nice comment from there is a question. But I have a very nice comment from MJ, who says, I think it's really cool how they both write and draw together. She has the first 3 volumes of the Uniques and loved it. And She can't wait to get Rainbow in the Dark. I can't wait for you to get Rainbow in the Dark either. And then her question is, has posting on Webtoons helped grow your audience and translate into sales?
Oh, unquestionably. Yeah. They are extremely excited.
The fans on Webtoon.
The fans, yeah, the readers on Webtoon. If you have to be willing to invest time into the platform in order to get the responses, in order to get the results. And this is something that we see over and over again, is there are a lot of creators who are sort of conditioned by years of being really good at traditional comics, that they don't see it as being their responsibility to convince people to buy their work. I do the work and it gets sold, and the rest of it isn't, like, that's not my job. And so they come onto a platform like Webtoon, and when there isn't the immediate response, they're like, well, what's the deal with these people? I'm doing the same thing I've always done.
Yeah. View my stuff and say it is awesome.
And then they wind up with that, these kids don't know what they're doing mindset. And it's just, you have to be willing to do the work. And you have to be
willing to really understand the platform.
Yeah.
That's the work.
We respond to basically every comment that we get.
Comment we respond to. We have to sometimes circle back around to respond to newer comments on older episodes.
But basically every time, if somebody's talking to us, we want them to know that we appreciate it. And that encourages more people to become more engaged. We create little, like, fan contest things that we can do, where we'll run polls about, what would be a fun thing to see us do with these characters. And, like, they had us doing evil alternate versions for a while. So we created this whole dark mirror universe for Uniques, and all of the characters as bad guys and some of the villain characters as good guys. And it was all voted on by the readers in Webtoon.
Well, you guys are great about that. Every month you guys do the Patreon voting, and you guys are really amazing at working with your audience.
Well, we appreciate our audience a lot, and we try not to ever take them for granted. You know, that we are only able to do what we're doing because of their support. And we want to make sure that they know that we know how valuable they are.
That they are loved and appreciated. It's the kind of treatment that we would want. And so it is imperative on us to give that same treatment that we would want.
Yeah.
That same love and respect.
Well, I remember what a difference the old letters pages in classic comics, how great that was, even as somebody who wouldn't write letters, to read the letter pages and see the back and forth between other fans and the creators or the editors or whomever. It made this sense of community. Like, I'm not just reading a book, I'm kind of part of something now.
Mm-hmm.
And so every time that we're talking with people online or interacting with fans or whatever, we're always very much aware that it's not just this person we're talking to. It's everybody else who is thinking about the book but isn't writing, isn't typing, isn't commenting, but is reading along because they're interested, and we can keep them engaged.
It also encourages them to make comments because you know that I'm not just screaming into the void.
Right.
Right, absolutely. I love the part that you were talking about all the people who aren't commenting. So I think it's really hard to imagine that, especially when you're starting out and you don't have an audience at all. I think it starts to become apparent when you start having some success. But I'd love for you to expound a little bit on that and how. And how, like, one person who's commenting might be 100 or 1,000 people who are just reading it and enjoying it casually.
Well, even think of this: only maybe 2 to 5% of anybody who comes and reads the comic even likes it.
Yeah, like clicks the like button. If you're getting 10% of the people who come to look clicking the like button, you're doing extremely good. And it's something we started becoming aware of it when we were getting into making a website. And it's the idea that every time you've got to click a button, you're losing 10% of the audience. So you want to get directly to the point as fast as you can. You don't want to create more walls. And we started extrapolating on that. Like, how often is every little choice you make accidentally driving somebody away? But by converse, how many of those little choices can you make that are drawing more people in just by doing this one little thing? How many people out there do you not even realize are there that you could convert into a fan, or convert from a fan into a real, like, devoted supporter, like somebody who really cares about what you're doing? We have long understood as self-publishers that our most important product is ourselves. You know, we are not selling comics. We're selling us. We're selling who we are and what we're doing and what our story is. And if people care about us and like us and want to support us, then they will do it by buying the comics. But if there's no connection in this day and age, if they don't feel like there's a connection between me and the person making the thing, like, capitalism on its own isn't exciting anybody, isn't interesting anybody. Because I can get big capitalist corporate comics real easy, and I already know all the characters, and I already know what all the stories are going to be, and I'm already really sure that it's going to give me that, like, comfortable little nostalgia hit that I want so bad. So why am I going to take time out to read your thing? You've got to be providing something extra, and the extra thing you can provide is, it's just us. You know, it's just a little husband and wife team sitting at home making comics all day. You know, what you have is yourself. And if you can be a good, and hopefully it's not hard for you to be a good person in public, but if you can, then you can show people something that maybe they're not getting to see elsewhere.
Yeah, I find it never more apparent. We're running a Kickstarter now for a book, and I never find more apparent how many people just, I don't like the word lurk because that, like, gives it a negative connotation, sure, but I'm going to use it because it's been 3 days now and I don't have a better, my brain is mush.
Yep.
But you see how many people lurk and how many people, like, you get maybe, for me, I do a lot of email, a lot of stuff online as well, but like you still don't get that much interaction comparatively to when you like go to a convention or you launch a thing. You're like, oh my God, like there are people that really, really, really care about this thing. They just are doing it without that that level of like online enthusiasm.
Yeah, well, in video games they call them casual fans.
Right.
And a lot of people started using casual as a derogatory term, which to me was profoundly insulting. I've always been very like proletariat, rah rah. And anytime I get a whiff of, a superiority complex going around, like, oh, we're a better class of people than those, like, no. But the idea of casuals and casual fans is something we need to embrace, because that's most people.
Right.
Most people are casual. Most people, they don't have the time to engage all day long. They don't have the time to go out and like try to convince all their friends that this is a thing you should be reading. We are extremely thankful for and highly value our super fans. They're very important to what we do, but we don't want to forget the people who just like pop in and hang out for a bit, and you maybe never know they're there, but they're the ones keeping the ship afloat,
Absolutely. I mean, we would not be having this conversation if you did not care about like the casual fan, being as I am a person who doesn't respond and do your Twitch feed, but I've been following the like Comforts feed for a long time, and I love the book, and it just like, you don't know those things until you don't know how many people are out there doing that until like they somehow magically come forward.
Yeah. And people will come up a lot. Most of the time, the people we meet at conventions who are fans of ours on Webtoon, we always ask like, oh, hey, what's your screen name? And do we know? And almost never are they people who comment on books. They just read it and love it and are super excited to meet us in person. So you never know. You just never know. You can't take anything or anyone for granted.
Yes. So speaking of conventions, a couple of new things have popped up.
Okay.
TARDIS59 says, I'll be getting Rainbow in the Dark. Hopefully you'll make it to rescheduled ECCC in August. Are you guys going to be there?
We are, as of right now, we're planning on it.
Yeah.
Awesome. And I am planning on it as well. So I'll be there, hopefully at the same table. But they did say that they might move tables around depending on what happens. Jess Ister says, I have really enjoyed this interview. Super helpful. I'm also a new fan of both Uniques and Rainbow in the Dark. I just checked them out and loved the premises and first episodes of each.
Great.
And then Stefan asks, how do you develop characters, or do they just suddenly appear?
Oh, everything takes development. It is definitely a process. But for us, character creation is the most fun part of all of this. So that is where we really, I think it's where we shine. I think our strongest point in our stories has always been the characters, and we write very character-driven stories. Like with Rainbow in the Dark, the phrase that kicked it off, Rainbow in the Dark, came from a challenge that a friend of ours gave us. Our friend and mentor, Brian Glass, way back, writer of Nice Templar and several fine comics, wonderful man. Quite some time ago, we were working on our books. We were like slightly bemoaning, like, oh, when are we going to have our break? When are we going to push through? And he said, well, let's see what you can do. You've got to branch out. You've got to do more things. Do you want to just write this one thing, or do you want to have a broader career in comics? Let's find out if you have any other stories. And so we were at a convention that weekend. By quirk of fate, we were going to be at a convention again the next weekend. And he said, okay, between now and then, I want you to come up with 3 pitches. And next weekend we'll hang out. You'll give me 3 ideas, and I'll tell you if any of them are worth doing. And they need to be short, quick, punchy, easily digestible, something that you can accomplish more easily. Because we were already talking about Uniques, and it's this huge. Uniques is a big story. 100 issues. We're taking the characters from being around 16, 17 into their 50s. It's a big epic story. And And he was like, that's too big. That's too epic. Let's strip it back and see if you've got something smaller. And we were talking and we put our 3 ideas together and we knew that none of them were any good. So we were like, well, what else do we have? What else can we do? And one of us said, and neither of us can remember who said it, what if we did something that's like Rainbow Bright, but with Mad Max? And that immediately got ideas turning, because that immediately for us starts putting characters in your head, because you start thinking, okay, Rainbow Bright, the first thing I picture is Rainbow Bright, but with Mad Max. And then my brain is like, okay, let's tatter this up a bit and change some of these pieces. And we started coming up with the character of Raina immediately, who she is, what she's like, the whole attitude that she has.
And the world itself was sort of like Pleasantville by way of the Matrix. Having those 4 elements allowed us to say what kind of a space, what kind of a world, what kind of characters, and think about what the conflict and stuff could be. Also, knowing our inspirations allowed us to then say, here's what needs to be changed in the story, and here's how we need to make sure it's original and different unto itself.
Sure, yeah. The more you know what your influences are, the easier it is to avoid overusing them, to hide those influences so that you're not just a duplicate.
That's so interesting. I was talking yesterday with one of the guests about how I develop new ideas, and I was like, I basically just take 10 ideas, like my best 10 ideas, and figure out how to smash them all together. So I think I figure if you get like 10 ideas and you smash them together, it's probably going to be somewhat unique, because nothing is like those things.
Yeah, you take a bunch of ideas and you grind them down to a powder, and you spray some glue on the wall and just blow the powder and see what it looks like when it all sticks together. Character work can be immediate and it can be simple, but it's also a long-term process. There's things we're doing with characters in the uniques that we hadn't necessarily initially intended to, but things happen in the story and you start feeling like, well, we have to respond to that. These characters they're dealing with heavy things. The character Michael has a hell of a time. Anybody who reads the book will probably know what I'm referencing, but I don't want to spoil anything. He has a hell of a time. And it became clear to us on writing it and after, as we kept talking about it more and more, that we needed to deal with that. He's going to have long-term ramifications from this. One of the things that frustrate us the most in superhero storytelling is that there is generally a lack of consequences because everything is cyclical. The characters can't really change. Batman will always be Bruce Wayne, and everything's kind of stuck in a perpetual second act. Every time Spider-Man starts getting a little too old, we send him back to college somehow.
Or if the premise starts changing.
Or if the premise changes too much, we have throw some wrench in the works so that we can wrap it all back again.
Stories are stuck in amber because they're not stories, they're properties.
Right.
There's a difference between those two things. And so for us, in making the uniques, our biggest, most important thing was that we wanted to make a story that grew and changed. And we also wanted to use the concept of history. So that's why the story starts in the 1990s and it will end in 2030.
Awesome. And how much development did you put into that before you started?
It's a hard question to answer because the Uniques was a story that Comfort started coming up with when she was 13. And it is not at all anything like that story that she had first been thinking of. Because obviously your story ideas at 13 are not great.
I just want to say too that when we're done with this section, I have a few more questions here. Okay.
Let's get. We're actually running towards the end of our time together, so let's get those questions out.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So first of all, hello to Shadow. Let's see here. This is some what's going on. We're doing an interview here, Shadow. This crazy madness that's what's going on. And XQ is asking again or saying again that my problem is I have too many ideas.
We got to pick one.
Yeah.
Or smash them together.
Or smash them together. Exactly. If there are enough, you never know. You can get some really interesting ideas from taking things that don't feel like they have anything in common and trying to push pieces of them together. Those kind of genre smashes can get really fun.
Well, I remember I was reading Game of Thrones. I don't recommend it, but if you want to, it's great. But the thing I got from it really was it's like 6 different books. It's like 6 different things that are going on. Like Sansa's having a political intrigue story, while Jon Snow is having an epic fantasy story, while Arya is having a coming of age story, and they're all happening in the same book, allowing different people to glom onto different things.
Yeah.
So once I that was sort of the model that I realized that I was like, oh, you could just like, if you have a big enough world, like you can smash any idea in there, and like it can glom on and actually make the piece stronger.
There's 2 different types of stories. Sometimes you have shorter stories that are about, a particular character or set of characters in whatever circumstance, and it's very like insular and it's very focused. There are other stories that are stories about a world or a concept. Game of Thrones is very much about a world. The Wire is very much about the war on drugs. And, for the Uniques is a story about society as told through the lens of superheroes. And so that's why the story is big and long and it's sweeping, because it's not so much just about these characters, it's about society itself.
It's also why we named it the Uniques instead of naming it after the group of characters we're watching, because it's about more than them. They're just they are the point of view through which we are watching the transition of this world, because we intentionally, to get away from that perpetual second act issue, we started Uniques at the beginning of the 3rd act of the story of this world.
And Buff Love asks, how do you make plot twists surprising to the reader while making them not feel like they came out of nowhere? Well, that is all about clever seeding of the concept in the setup.
Yeah.
Because you do want a surprise, but you don't want it to be like, and now the writer just did this thing, and so therefore is canon because I said so. It has to be something that you as a writer have been building towards rather than, I guess. So with your story, that's why you need to think of it long-term rather than short-term. That is one of the weaknesses, I think, of a lot of webtoons, is because many of the writers either weren't trained ahead of time, and this is more so for Canvas than it is for, say, originals. Because many of the writers weren't trained ahead of time, they're just sort of flying by the seat of their pants every single week, trying their best to get this gargantuan task done to write these comics, and it's just too much. And so they never can plan. And so when they do have surprises or twists, they do come out of nowhere because it had no planning. So what you have to do is you have to think about the length of your story. You have to think about what the major arcs are, what's going to happen to the characters, and have the big, broad strokes worked out beforehand, so you're not just trying to play catch up every week and you're always huffing and puffing and hoping that you make it to the finish.
Yeah, we're big proponents of advanced planning here.
Yeah, I really love, I think it was Alan Moore. It may not have been Alan Moore, but somebody, I remember seeing an image of the storylines for some DC book. I forget what it is. But basically, he was saying that he seeds 4 stories at once. So he's got an A story, a B story, a C story, a D story, but he's got all the way to Z or ZZ, and the A story gets resolved and the B story becomes the A story, the C story becomes the B story, and like that's how he plots seating in the books before it, because he knows what's coming at least 4 arcs in advance.
I can show you on our wall over there. There's Comfort. Hi, Comfy.
Hey.
Hi.
On the wall over there, that cork board.
Let me get that on the
that is our story layout for season 3. That starts with issue 21. So
awesome.
We are like the vertical slices, the columns are the different issues. The rows are different storylines and character plots. So we're already starting to put that together now. That's how far in advance. Like we're drawing season 2. We're already plotting everything for season 3 at the same time.
All of those plots, the major strokes have already been worked out. So it's not starting from like we have no idea what happens in season 3. We know exactly what happens from season 1 through the end
through season 10. And we have a lot of the general strokes worked out. It's just once whatever season we're in, we're taking the next season of stories and we're starting to break it down. We're starting to take the ideas and overarching plans and put them into an order and make sure that everything we think is going to work is actually going to work. Because a lot of times you grossly overestimate how much space you have in a comic.
For sure.
Well, that can happen too.
You don't know, and that's why you plan.
But speaking for us, we're usually trying to cram too much into too little space.
Yeah, I like to also remember that the first draft of something isn't like you can always go back and seed it if you've planned it far enough in advance and you're writing enough in advance.
Oh yeah.
You don't have to have all of those things seeded. Sometimes fun things come up as you're planning. And what did Neil Gaiman say? The second draft is just taking the first draft and making it seem like it was intentional the whole time.
Yes, exactly. It's also, I mean, the reason we like planning so far in advance is if you come up with a really good idea for something, for a twist or a turn way down the road, you can start that now. And that is partly an answer to the question of like, how do you plan for these long things? Well, the further ahead you can think, the sooner you can start planting those seeds. You know, we just have to, one thing we're always reminding ourselves is, think about how long it's going to be before it pays off. Because if you plant too big of a seed too early on, people will start getting restless if it takes too long to go anywhere. Or they'll forget. Yeah. And by the time you get to the payoff, they don't remember how it all connects. So,
well, that is a wonderful place to end it. Unfortunately, we're out of time.
Okay.
But this has been an amazing conversation, and I would love for you guys to let everyone know where they can find you. I do have comfortandadam.com as the website, but anywhere else you want to plug or that website?
Go read our comics on Webtoon.
Yep.
Go search for the Uniques.
Rainbow in the Dark and the Uniques on Webtoon. You can also find us on Twitter and Instagram at Comfort and Adam. In fact, we are Comfort and Adam everywhere you want to go. So if you're on something and you want to see if we're there, look for Comfort and Adam.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. It's been wonderful, and you have a great day.
You too.
I'll see you in August.
Absolutely.
See you in August.
And I need about 30 seconds to get myself together and presentable, and then we will start again with Jonathan and David, who are already here. Welcome back, humans of Humanberg. And I am just very quickly getting set, and then we're going to bring on David and Jonathan. All right, let's start with David. Hi,
Hey,
David.
how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Doing great on this wonderful Sunday quarantine. Happy to be
know.
here.
And part of me is like, this is so much nicer than being in like a sweaty convention hall for like 4 days.
Yeah, being in
But I
our
do
natural
miss humans.
habitats.
I do miss the humans who
That
are.
is that is true. That is true. I feel like I've been preparing for social distancing my entire life.
Me too. All right, let's bring on Jonathan. Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, people.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. I'm going to
Can
bring
you hear
on
me?
your. I can. I'm going to bring on your feed now. Oh, look at us. This is like Inception. Uh-oh. It's definitely like Inception. I'll let you get your feed set, and then we'll bring it back up again.
Here we go.
So, guys, how's it going? How about both of you guys introduce yourself, and then we'll get started.
Yeah, I'm David Pepos. I'm the writer of the Spencer and Locke trilogy at Action Lab Entertainment, as well as the recently released Going to the Chapel and upcoming books, including Grand Theft Astro over at Top Cow. Happy to be here.
Oh. Which is that secret code name?
That is Project Toaster.
Gotcha.
And yes, that is hopefully soon with date TBD.
Awesome.
But the book is written. So.
How about you, Jonathan?
I'm Jonathan, and just actually getting started out. I've been a fine artist for a long time, but now I'm switching over into illustration with comic book stuff. I've been part of both Cthulhu is Hard to Spell anthologies, and Dylan Fields and I just got signed by IB Comics for Handiwork, which is going to be 12 issues.
Awesome. Wonderful. All right. My first question is for David.
Yeah.
Because you resisted, let's put it resisted having a mailing list for a long time. And you just got named one of the best newsletters in comics. So I want to say, like, how much do you regret waiting for years to start a mailing list?
I do. I really do regret it. I was very resistant to the idea. I think because I've been very resistant to every step of my career. I write everything like I'm convinced it's going to be the last thing I ever write. And so I didn't want to start a newsletter if I was afraid I was going to flame out. But no, it's actually one of the best tools I have for keeping me accountable as a writer, because I know that there are times where you run out of fuel, or real life gets in the way, and then you're like, oh no, like I have to write the newsletter in a couple of weeks, and I have to. If I don't do any work, there's nothing to write in the newsletter, and then everyone will know I'm a fraud. So it's been a great tool just for keeping me on the straight and narrow. But it's also been, I think, a really fun tool in terms of explaining the process a little bit of being a comics professional. I've been really fortunate. We've gotten some really cool questions every time I do a newsletter, and it's a nice way to kind of remind myself of why I do this and remind myself of my own process.
Yeah, you don't have. This is not to convince me, right? I just convince everyone else, especially if Walter Ostley's listening. I'm specifically calling him out for not starting a newsletter. I'm just calling him out in every thing today, I guess, because I did it earlier. Jonathan, I do want to let you know that the screen you're sharing is your link to the live stream, not your art. So I don't know if you want to share the art you're working on.
I thought that was shared, but
no, it's the screen of this thing. So I just wanted to let you know because I see your head down.
Okay.
So Jonathan, you said you were doing fine art, and now you're doing illustrations and comics. And what have you learned? Is different between the fine art world and the comic and illustration world that someone who might be trying to do that transition could you glean from you?
Well, one of the things I've learned is, because I've also been a graphic designer for 18 years, is the comic books illustration works like graphic design. It's just, a lot of it's just about being super creative, meeting deadlines and getting stuff done. And where the fine art world, sometimes, like if you want to show in New York or LA or San Francisco, they don't even have an open door submission policy. It's, we'll find you, you don't find us. So there's this thing where you can spend 25 years in the fine arts and never really break into New York or LA unless you actually live there. So, but comic books, it's a lot more open, and it's more like graphic design if you just show up and get things done.
You think that's right? You've worked with two very different artists in the very different writers in the anthology. So I'm wondering what you gleaned from working with two different writers each time you're trying to put like a story together, and what you've learned about how you like writers to work with you.
Well, Michael Martin and Dylan, they actually were kind of similar in personality in a lot of ways. They kind of both just really were into letting me go and being creative. I know that Dylan and I have a lot more, a little more back and forth collaboration with us. I think because we took classes together. Because I went back to school to actually take illustration courses in comic book and sequential art, and we had classes together, so that's how we met up. And I think from that, there's a little more of a collaboration between us, a tighter collaboration.
Awesome. I do. Before I ask you a question, David, I do want to answer a question that we got last hour, which I wasn't from Brandon Perlow, which is how long is Comixology turnaround now? And I'm going to be honest, it can literally be anywhere from a month to 3 months, and then there's another. But I will say that once they actually get back to you, it's almost always 4 weeks until your book goes live. So I still haven't figured out how to contact somebody at Comixology to like understand the process of, but luckily I mostly only put up things that I've already released. I don't know what would happen if I was on like a monthly release schedule for Comixology. But I did find out that if you want to see your sales, you can actually do that now. You just have to sign into your Amazon dashboard and not your Comixology dashboard. Okay, David. Second book just ran through the a diamond, right? The going to a chapel.
Yeah.
What? I know you were nervous. Obviously, everyone is nervous when the second book comes out, and you're like, God, that's. And then you got some amazing feedback. So, what did you learn about having multiple books out now and marketing multiple things at the same time?
Well, I kind of gave myself a bit of a handicap because going to the chapel was my second property, but I was able to stagger it a little. I put out a sequel to my first book, Spencer and Locke, that came out right before chapel, so it was kind of a back-to-back thing, and so we were able to kind of let that popularity of the return of Spencer and Locke kind of piggyback. Going to the chapel's release, we had ads in all those books, and we were already sort of part of that conversation going on. But for me, the thing that I wasn't as nervous about is this going to be as big as Spencer and Locke, because we were really lucky with that book. Like, we took some really risky moves with that book, and we kind of hit the market in just the right spot. For me, it was always about, can I flex different muscle groups as a creator? So things like not having narrative captions was kind of a big deal for me. Having a much bigger cast was a bigger deal for me. Trying a brand new genre. I mean, it's still crime, but it's crime romance. And so I felt good about how we had accomplished all those things. So for me, I was kind of like, all right, let's see how or if it catches on. And I set my expectations fairly low, just because one book is kind of direct market catnip. and the other book is kind of direct market counter programming. And I think that's actually been really good. I think for me as a creator, it certainly has. I think it's shown people that I'm not a one-trick pony. That there's a lot more to me than just Spencer and Locke, which I love that book. That book's my baby. But I think a lot of people were saying, wait, this is the same guy that did this book. And I think it's really opened up a much wider degree of readership and of press. And like you were saying, some of it's also, we just got really lucky in that book too. Golden Apple Comics, which is a local store here in Los Angeles that I know you're familiar with. They gave Patton Oswalt a copy of the first issue of Going to the Chapel, and he really enjoyed it. And that really kind of popped us up in a big way just from issue 1 on. And so that's the craziest thing about comics I've found, is so much of it, you can put all the skill and talent and love and marketing you want into the book, and so much of it is based on luck and stuff that you just can't control. And, I've been really fortunate, but there's going to be books that, lightning doesn't strike. And, it's just, but I think if you put yourself out there as much as humanly possible, you're at least a little bit more likely to sort of catch that lightning in a bottle.
Well, I appreciate that you're saying that, but we both know that you pound the pavement for these books. Like, you've called 800 shops or something like that for Spencer and Locke, right?
Yeah. I called 1,200 shops for that for that book.
And how many did you call for Going to the Chapel?
For Chapel, well, what's funny is because we went back to back. Literally, the month after Spencer and Locke 2 ended, we went straight into Chapel. So I continued my conversations based on that. So when I was every month, I would send an email, after I had my initial phone call saying, okay, here's the first issue of Spencer and Locke, and here's the second issue, and so on and so forth. And once we got to, I think, the third or fourth issue, I said, by the way, I have another series that's coming out starting this month, Going to the Chapel. I'm giving you a way early sneak peek of the first issue, so you know what you're getting yourself into. You know what to order. And so instead of it becoming like a 4-month campaign, it was really more like a 10-month campaign. Mm-hmm. And I think that really helped. I think, by sort of the Mary Poppins principle, a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. I think if I had gone with Going to the Chapel cold, I think it might not have gotten much traction. But because people had got a reminder of what I could put out there with Spencer and Locke 2, and I said, guys, this is a different flavor of book, but there's still certain commonalities. There's the emphasis on action and humor and having, sympathetic but funny characters. I think that really kind of greased the wheels a lot and let shops take a chance on books that they might not necessarily have done so.
Well, it also helped that must have helped that they had a hit with Spencer and Locke, so they were more likely to at least, they were literally going through and being like, well, this book's doing quite well literally right now for me, so maybe I'll try this other thing. Whereas had you had a 4-month hiatus between the two books, or if you didn't have Spencer and Locke at the beginning, you might not have gotten the same level of even Golden Apple Going to the Chapter to Patton Oswalt or pushing it as hard.
Exactly. I mean, so much of it is there are certain elements you can't control, but I'm a little bit of a control freak just as a personality. So anything that I can kind of put out there, I'd like to. And so, a book like Going to the Chapel, it's kind of counterintuitive. And so I wanted to make it as close to a safe bet as I could for retailers and for myself. And that's certainly, happened on the campaign, or not the campaign, the convention trail as well. While we're obviously in a convention blackout, I mean, I had the Going to the Chapel trade at C2E2, and because people were so excited about Spencer and Locke, they were willing to give a rom-com a chance because it had my name on it. And that's kind of a weird feeling. I wasn't really banking on it, but I'm glad that one book's success has rubbed off on the other and is sort of turning it into a more self-sustaining enterprise.
And now your next project is not, I assume it doesn't sound like it's going to be crime. Is it going to be crime thriller also?
So Grand Theft Astro, there's some element of crime in it, but it's sci-fi crime. I can talk a little bit about this one. We announced it at San Diego Comic-Con, not last year, the year before, at Top Cow Productions, and the book is already written. So we're just sort of getting our ducks in a row with the art team and with Top Cow and getting the scheduling together. But Grand Theft Astro, I figured, whether it's cars or horses or chariots, if you can drive it, humanity has always tried to race it. And I felt like that would be the case with spaceships as well. So Grand Theft Astro is kind of like the Fast and the Furious meets Back to the Future in space. It's about Hakeem Henriksen, who's the fastest star chaser in the galaxy. And in the middle of a race, he decides to test out an experimental quantum supercharger. And it accidentally tears open a hole in space and throws him 7 years into the future. So it's how Hakeem has to go on a heist with his formerly younger brother, who is now his older brother. And they have to go on this sort of crazy, high-speed, high-stakes heist to steal a piece of technology that might bring him home. So there's a little bit of Flight of the Navigator in there as well, a little bit of Guardians of the Galaxy, a little bit of Star Wars. But yeah, it's taking that crime foundation that I've felt really confident and comfortable in, and taking that sort of sci-fi spectacle route that is a little bit less second nature to me. That's sort of my goal for the next stage of my career. Is I love street level crime. I'm working on Spencer and Lock 3 right now, but I kind of want to I want to blow up the sense of the world a little bit.
You want cosmic crime too. You just want all the crime on every
cosmic
scale.
Crime. I want some fantasy. I'm working on a fantasy book right now that has not been announced yet. I'm working on something post-apocalyptic that hasn't been announced yet. And so, yeah, you've seen what I can do with the world outside your window. Now I want to start kind of flexing those world building muscles a little bit more.
Well, what I like is that you are you're still, at least for now, taking the element that people know. It's like it's still crime, but now it's sci-fi. And then if you do sci-fi well, then maybe you can do sci-fi without the crime, or sci-fi bigger story, or something like that.
Exactly. I always feel like if you can have some sort of connection to your previous work, that you can sort of branch out a little bit more organically, without spoiling too much about some upcoming projects. Like I have a project in the works that I would say is very much a spiritual successor to Spencer and Locke. And so while it's not necessarily a crime book, it's going to have enough of that flavor that you'll know, oh, that's a David Pepos book, which is not something that I ever, even as far as a year ago, would have thought about my work. And so, yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head. Is just finding some sort of connective tissue between all your different books and being able to build sort of a wider and more robust catalog based on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a problem with that when I first got started in comics as well, because I had two books that Ichabod Jones and Katrina Hates the Dead, which felt very similar. They were both post-apocalyptic. They were both dark fantasy. They both played in the same world. And then the next book was a prose novel that was set in contemporary times. That was a mystery novel, and it was told all in blog posts. And people were not down for that. People were not down for it. And then I released a book, and then I published a book. I didn't even write it. I published a book about farting. And people were not in for that either, even less so than and then I did a contemporary sci-fi book, and people were definitely not in for that. But then when I went back to my roots with were like monsters and dark fantasy and horror, with monsters and other scary shit and pixie dust, people gobbled those books up, and because they knew. I had built an audience that had an expectation, and my job then became pushing them a little bit about what the expectation is. So here's a Katrina book, but it's a novel, and here's a this kind of thing, but it's not quite what you expect.
So here's I'm curious because I totally understand sort of hitting that wall in terms of content. And sort of what customers are willing to accept based on your brand and your bibliography. But you also do something really interesting, and it's something that I want to eventually start to do once I've got a catalog as big as yours. because you do the freebies. You do a lot of things where you're like, here's a book just to sort of get your beak wet, just to sort of get a taste of what I'm up to. And I'm curious, have you found any success for some of these outlier books in terms of bundles? So, for example, if you're saying, here's Cthulhu is hard to spell, and I throw in this prose book, for example.
Oh, they're amazing for Kickstarter. So
Yeah.
I have the digital novel bundle for $35, which is all my digital novels together and all of my graphic novels together. And then I do a digital bundle with everything together at once. And people will, some of them will buy it just for the sheer amount of books that there are. But some people will buy it because they really want a couple of the books, and then they'll take all of the rest of them too. But yeah, as a bundle, it's amazing to get a lot of the stuff that were not great sellers, because they're great books. They're just not great seller books.
Sure.
It's not like I would not give them to people or sell them if I didn't believe in them.
Right.
It's just so absolutely. We have if you go to the Cthulhu is Hard to Spell, one of the $35 tier, I believe, is all of my digital novels. So it's all of the Katrina God's Verse books, which are actually popular. And then all of my other books, which have varying degrees of popularity. And then there's a bundle at, I think, $50 or something, which is all of my graphic novels. And then there's one and anthologies. And then there's one that's all of it together. Mm-hmm. And I don't usually do it for print, because all of my books that I have a lot of stock on are very good sellers, so I don't have to bundle Pixie Dust with Katrina, because both of them sell really well.
Right.
But some of the digitally with the not as well selling books, absolutely. Right. And I also get a lot of traction from just I have my book Sorry for Existing, which is my worst selling book for sales.
Sure.
I made free for everyone, and so it actually is the one that is downloaded the most, because it is free, even though it is my worst selling book. It's the one with the most reviews on it and everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for having building your own ramp, so to speak, where maybe they wouldn't have paid for it, but if you give it for free and they get a taste of who you are and they start talking about it, that sort of becomes your loss leader for more sales down the road. I mean,
yeah. Well, also I have pins, and that same thing happens with the pins, where there's really only 3 pins that sell. I have 9 pins now, and only really 3 of them sell at any level that I could say hey, that even moves the needle. But I'll do a 5-pin bundle or a 9-pin bundle, or the bundles. And if I do a bundle for all of the pins, and I give a little bit of a discount, people are still getting the pin that is the worst selling pin. Mm-hmm. But yeah, bundles are a great way to take poor selling products and still allow you to get value from them, even if they're not moving very well on your table or online.
I will say for cons, and we touched upon this a little bit earlier, with C2E2 is the first show I've ever done that I've had 3 trades. And so each of the trades go for 15, at face value. But I said, if you buy all 3, I'll take $5 off. And I'm buying each of these trades at half price. I'm buying, and I'm not dealing with shipping. I'm not dealing with diamond fees. And those 3 trade sales were really hopping off the table. There were a lot of people who said, "Oh, okay, 3 books for $40. That's not bad." And while I lost a couple of dollars, I still it didn't equal the amount of money that I was making just by selling 3 books at once. And yeah, I mean, I feel like everybody likes to feel like they're getting a value. Everybody feels like they want to get a bundle, and I think going back to what you were saying earlier, especially the wider that I can sort of cast that net, if I can say, "Oh, you want Spencer and Locke? Oh, you want Going to the Chapel? Oh, you want Grand Theft Astro when that comes out?" Suddenly you've got a very wide repertoire in people's hands And I think the wider that repertoire, the more people start getting really, really excited about who you are as a creator, because they start thinking, what is he going to write next?
Yeah, so I have found that if you can get someone to read between 2 and 3 different properties of yours, not just a property in like 3 trades of the same thing,
Sure.
but 2 to 3 different things,
Yeah.
it really sort of solidifies them as a fan if they like it. Because look, let's be fair, like anybody can like luck into having one really great book. Like it's, especially if it's art, like especially if the art carries it. Like there are books that I read that you just know that like the reason that they're good is because like the artist took the book, the words that the art writer wrote, and like made it not good, but like they had a much stronger hand in it, yes, to elevate it. And so if it's much harder to do that to 4 books, or like a book and a novel and a comic and and a thing, which is something that I learned. I should have just stayed on one track, like one Katrina book for like 10 years, and I probably would have like been way further along now. But one thing that I did learn that's helpful for that is having a bunch of different disparate properties. It doesn't get you like the massive amount of fans in any one, but it does help. It does help create these like super fans who like everything,
and it builds like, I think, a wider coalition. Because, you know, I love Spencer and Locke, but it's not a book for everybody. There are going to be a lot of people, you know, for those who don't know what the book is, it's what if Calvin and Hobbes grew up in Sin City? And, you know, that's a bleak high concept. And I think we do justice by it. But there's a lot of people who either just, you know, hearing that premise, they say it's not for me. They say I don't like hard crime. They say I don't like psychological thrillers. And that's totally legit. Or, you know, there's a small percentage who say, I don't like that book specifically, whether it's the writing or the art, you know, however misguided they might be. But then I can say, oh, well, I've got this other book that's sort of like a more Ocean's 11 meets Wedding Crashers kind of book. And people who would have been really turned off by the premise of Spencer and Locke are suddenly like, oh, yeah, let me check that out. And they're like, oh, this is a really good time. And I've found there are actually people who they really like that book, and they're like, okay, I'm going to give that Spencer and Locke a shot.
Here's the thing with writers, and I want to bring Jonathan back in here. He was having some technical problems, so I was like waiting until like he like seemed like stable on online. But it seems like you're back. You're back now.
And for some reason, it's not allowing me to do the screen capture at the same time.
Oh. Yeah, it's if you go to
tricky.
It's okay. We can just chit chat. It's all right. We don't need to do the drawing too. But what I have learned is I really love fantasy. Like if really well done fantasy is my favorite, like easily my favorite, not even close to like a second and third tier. But there's so much bad fantasy that like I don't like fantasy. I'll follow a writer to almost whatever they do, because I know they can capture me. There's a writer, Sean David Hutchison, who's one of my favorites, and he happens to also write like these like dark fantasy, horror-y, like funny, the exact thing that I like. But there's a lot of writers who write exactly the thing. I think of like David Wong. David Wong should be he writes like the literal exact thing. He did John Dies in the End. He writes the exact thing that I love, like post-apocalyptic, like monsters comedy. Like it should be but then when I read it, I was like, why don't I love this thing? Like why? And it's just, I did not respond to it. So I do find if someone finds you and like you resonate with them, they're much more likely to follow you different places because, especially if they like 2 things, because they know that you're going to lead them on an interesting chase. What's interesting though is taking those people who really love your work in one medium and transitioning them into novels or into movies or into board games or some other thing, because people like to put you in one bucket. Like you're a comics guy. Usually one bucket, like you're a comics guy who does like Katrina, not now you're a Katrina guy who does novels and stuff, and like people don't have the brain energy to put you in multiple buckets. They just want to put you in your bucket and then stay there. So Jonathan, different topic for you. Because one thing I really love about collaborating with you on these anthologies is how giving you are to doing these. You do prints for us each time, and you're very good about like getting your work in early and having it be top notch, and then going above and beyond. And was that something you developed as a fine artist? Was that like, is that just where did that sort of?
I think it came from being a graphic designer. You know, really, as a graphic designer, you always have to be. It's really deadline driven. So you know, like a good example is Thursday evening. You know, Local First goes, we need something quick for the coronavirus, for all our businesses to be able to put up. Can you get us something by tomorrow morning? And it's like, okay. And then, you know, you're up to 1 a.m., you know, putting this together. You get up at 6, you know, and you finish it off, and then you send it, and then you have a few revisions, you know, in the afternoon, and it's done. And I think that comes from being a graphic designer, because you just have to produce. And it has to be super creative, and it has to be right.
Well, what I love about working, collaborating with you, and just like as the editor, is I don't have to worry that it's not going to come in. Like, it might come in at deadline, but it's going to come in. It usually comes in before deadline, but it might come in at deadline. But you know, as an editor, I'm writing in like what percentage I can expect things to come in at. And it's really nice to have a group of people, including yourself, who I can reliably say, this is going to come in 100% of the time, which means that like the next time you submit to an anthology, you're much more likely to get in, definitely going to get in, because like I know that I can count on whatever that page number is. And as an editor, that's the most, especially an editor on an anthology, like that's the most important thing. Like I have to hit that deadline and have enough pages to like make it a book.
Thank you.
So I would like to talk about your story in the anthology, since we're chit-chatting about Cthulhu. What you have this kind of dark, I don't want to say darkness about you, but the stories that you tell, or that you seem to gravitate towards, have a very strong sense of darkness in them. Even though you're the artist, like the writers are writing very dark material. And I wanted to know, like, is that thematic in a lot of your other work, or is it like a release to write this, like to draw this super dark stuff for the Cthulhu book?
You know, it's kind of funny. As a fine artist, I remember Phoenix New Times coined me, I think it was in 2005. They coined me as the Prince of Darkness.
Yeah.
You know, as a fine artist. And I don't know why, really. I think what it is it's so far an illustration, even though I'm a sci-fi nut. I'm absolutely into Star Trek, Star Wars, Blade Runner. You know, I'm totally into sci-fi. But so far, I've kind of have ended up being in horror. Yeah. Which is kind of funny, you know, because I didn't expect it. You know, it was one of those things where it's like, I like horror as much as the next guy, but I didn't know that's where I would just naturally fall into place. So yeah, there is that aspect. And I think when Dylan and I started brainstorming for the Cthulhu anthology, for us, it was one of my ideas is I love the movie Seven. I absolutely adore that movie. And
Same.
I thought it would be really interesting to do something that had, you know, agents, you know, finding, you know, like a psycho killer that happened to be involved with the Cthulhu anthology. And then Dylan, brilliantly, he thought of, well, what if we have someone that's part of one Cthulhu cult going around and killing members of the other Cthulhu cults to make sure that their god gets in and wins the power struggle. And I was like, perfect, let's do it. And then Dylan did a whole lot of research, and I think he gave me like 12 different gods to look, what would I want to draw. And the second I saw the elk goddess, because I love Black Monday murders, I absolutely love, everything about that series. Immediately I went, yes, let's do the elk goddess. That would be cool.
What's great is like so that is so much explanation for. I think you had a 4-page story in the anthology, and I love the layers of depth that you get in Dylan in your story, where you can tell there's a lot more going on. A lot of people who write a short story or write a short piece for the anthology, you can tell they haven't thought of the depth. They just wanted the joke. So I do appreciate when somebody writes something that has so many layers of meaning, even though you're only going to see a very short bit of it.
Yeah, I mean that was one of the things too. Is I know that you asked for anybody who had been to the first anthology to limit themselves to 4 pages, and I just went to Dylan. I'm like, hey, let's go ahead. We only have 4 pages, but let's do a lot of panels, and let's get 8 pages of story in.
I think you guys did a good job of that. It's actually one thing that I like about David's work too, is he crams a whole bunch of stuff into a very he seems to cram 2 issues of book in each issue.
Thank you. My thing is I hate decompressed storytelling. It's not to say that I think it should be verboten. I mean, it can be done effectively, but I think that 1% of however many people use it do it effectively. And I feel like, especially if you're working on a month-to-month basis for books, you can't try to give people filler. You can't just say, oh, well, this will read better in a trade. You want to make sure that every issue kind of stands on its own 2 feet. And I looked at books did you ever read, Brendan Fletcher and Cameron Stewart and Babs Tarr's run on Batgirl? Really,
a good chance if there's a DC or Marvel behind it, I'm going to say no, unless it was Burnside, the Batgirl and Burnside one. That's the one exception I've made in the past couple of years.
That's it. Batgirl, Burnside, and so it was super dense. All the issues kind of built up into one big meta story, but every issue kind of had its own thing. It stood in its own 2 feet. And so, I try to think of my issues like episodes of Friends. They're the one where, Ross and Rachel kiss, or the one where, Ross says the wrong name at his wedding, or, the one where everybody gets food poisoning, or, I don't know. But having every issue, at least in my own head, being okay, this is the one with the car chase. This is the hallucination issue. This is the one where all the wedding guests lead a revolt using registry gifts. That sort of helps me structure things a little bit better. I try to cram in as much as humanly possible. It's funny because I was listening to you, Jonathan, where you're saying, oh, I want to put 8 pages worth of story into a 4-page thing.
Mm-hmm.
And recently I submitted my very first anthology story. It was a 2-pager, and the same thing that you were talking about, I was really going through my head. I was like, oh man, that is very little real estate. How do I make this thing work? And I feel a little bad for the artist I'm working with, because I wound up settling on 2 9-panel grids. Just went full Tom King, Alan Moore with it. But I think there's something to be said for structure and pacing of it all. I think that's kind of it's a forgotten art, I think, for a lot of creators. And so trying to be all right, having a satisfying chunk with every single issue. That's something that I always try to keep in mind as a creator.
Yeah, your stuff is super bombastic in that way.
Yeah,
Especially your issue 4s in any volume. Like,
yes.
it's if you so you should all go out and read Spencer and Locke. Especially, I've not read Going to the Chapel, but like I know Spencer and Locke.
We'll get you on that.
And it sort of like starts out and like it's like a car that like is going down a road, and then it's going down a highway, and then it turns on like at the end of issue 3 to issue 4 in both volumes, it like turns onto a NASCAR super speedway, and like suddenly you're going like 400 miles an hour.
Subtleties for cowards. I feel like I'm kind of like, you know what? Might as well just leave it all out on the table at the end. Just make it as big and nasty and wild as possible. I always have a lot of fun with last issues. I feel like that's where you don't, for me anyway, I don't leave anything on the table for those. I'm kind of like, what's the worst possible thing I can put these people through? Because that's the last issue. Always. For someone that's doing an independent comic, and probably for someone that's doing a DC Marvel comic, they don't know if it's going to get picked up or they're going to get fired. Like, you never know if you're going to get another issue. Like, you never know. I come from movies and TV back when I first started doing this. And, people would always talk about the season finale. And it's like, make the season finale as if, like, you're never going to get a second season. Yep.
And it's... I don't know. That's also kind of what I deal with the anthologies. Is like you don't never know if you're going to get another into the next one.
Yeah.
So just do whatever. Like make it as bombastic, or like make sure you're telling a story that like will resonate, because you might not get into the next volume. If there's probably not going to be a next volume.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm a big believer. I mean, I think I churn through ideas pretty quickly. I wouldn't say, the thing I always am trying to work on as a creator is my bandwidth. I see a lot of people saying that they're working on like 10 projects at once, and that just like fills me with dread. So for me, is like a self-preservation technique. I'm always I come up with ideas, I talk with my friends about them, but I don't usually start them right away. I usually give myself a couple of weeks, and I'm sort of like, okay, if I'm still thinking about this in a few weeks, maybe this has legs. Versus, is this an Upright Citizens Brigade sketch kind of an idea? And I think the ideas that I really fall in love with that kind of go that distance, those are the ones that I say, okay, like you were saying, Russell, every issue's got to be justified, and you can't leave any fat on this bone, because there are so many other books that people are going to be they're your competition on the stands, and you don't want
the competition for you. Because like, so I write book series and stuff, and like sometimes the book series like just like fizzles out and doesn't launch, and you're like, this book better be like, I might not have the bandwidth. Like, I'm very selfish. Like, if a book sells well, like, I will keep making it. If it doesn't sell, I don't care. Like, I'm not going back to a well that doesn't. So like, even if you're self-publishing, it's very hard to justify going back to something that's not selling. So I try to make everything self-contained. I am interested in Jonathan as a graphic designer, someone who probably is working at 100 things at a time and has a good bandwidth. Do you have any advice for David about how to increase your bandwidth so you can work on multiple things at the same time?
I don't know. Sometimes I think it can kind of be a deterrent, because like Dylan and I, we have so much stuff in progress, and then it kind of slows us down in getting things finished.
Right.
So I think that it kind of, if you're finding that it's hard to work on tons of things, then maybe just cut it back. And I think what I've been kind of focusing on right now is like kind of drawing out a schedule and going, okay, we have a Cup of Tea anthology that's 10 pages, black and white. All right, everything's sketched out for it. Everything's rough penciled. So let me get that done. And as soon as that's done, I'll jump back on handiwork and get get the rest of, because I have half of that rough penciled. So I'll jump back to it, get it rough penciled, and then get that to the editor. And then kind of, I guess what I use as a strategy as a graphic designer is when people are getting back to me, I kind of hope they take their time. That way I get stuff done while they're looking at it. Kind of like the Andy Warhol. While they're trying to figure out whether it's good or not, do something else.
Right. That's okay. That actually makes me feel a little bit better, because that's exactly how I try to triage my stuff. Where I'm working on. Well, I finished writing Grand Theft Astro, but I'm sure I'm going to be looking at art sooner rather than later. So I've got 4 different books in various stages of production, and I had a 5th book that I based on some sort of personal stuff that happened. I was like, okay, I need to sort of put a pin on this one for now, because like I'm a little too close to it right now. And it's sort of keeping all those balls in the air where I'm like, okay, I know that for Project Saffron, for example, the fantasy book that I was talking about, I have an artist working on the 2nd issue of that right now. So I know I've got a few weeks to get ahead of him for issue 3. So I have to dialogue issue 3, but the panels are already written down. Whereas I have another book, Project Tagalong, that I just got the 1st issue approved from editorial. So I know that I've got about 6 weeks, because I was ahead of issue 1. I've got about 6 weeks to get issue 2 in. That said, I'm going to try to get that in a little sooner, so I can sort of stay ahead of the curve. But yeah, it's sort of keeping all the balls in the air and saying, okay, what is absolutely needing of attention immediately. I actually have a color-coded planning doc that is sort of like, okay, if it is purple or a hot pink, it needs to be done now. Whereas green is sort of, all right, get this done sooner rather than later. Light blue is get to it when you can get to it. It's not a rush.
I have the exact opposite thing that I do. When something comes in, it gets done. Like if I do an anthology pitch, like I write the script literally immediately, get the art team literally immediately, and and I'm like, here's my submission and the script. It's done. Here's the artist. Now it's done. Now you're over. Now it's on them. I've done the whole thing. So I guess I pre-triage, or I don't it's very because once I get the writing done, then like it's mostly project management for this kind of stuff.
Sure.
So I just, when something comes, it's harder for you. I understand it's harder for Jonathan, like for Jonathan to like, because it just takes a lot longer to do art than it does to write a script.
It takes longer, and I find the other thing too is sometimes I hate that it's this way as an artist, but it is. There's some weeks where I can just sit down and I can rough out panels and pages, and I can, jump from story to story, and I can probably, rough out 12 pages. But, and then there's other weeks where I'm not going to be in a roughing out mood. I want to do finished inks. So I find that you have those natural rhythms. So you're trying to kind of schedule yourself, but then you also have those natural rhythms to where you can rough out, but some days your brain doesn't want to do composition. It wants to do the finer work.
I will say for me, and listening to you talk about it, Jonathan, it really makes sense. Once I started seeing how various artists I work with approach their pages, I started tackling my scripts that way, or as close to it as I could. So yeah, exactly. Like you're talking about, doing thumbnails and breakdowns and panel layouts, and usually the way that I've been approaching my scripts lately, and it's sort of definitely reduced a lot of stress on my part. I think my problem as a writer was sort of the reason why I never became an artist, is I felt like, it has to all sort of come out fully formed. And I was like, I don't know how to do that. So it clearly doesn't work that way for me. And now I sort of treat it, I think, the way that I see artists approach their pages, where I'm like, okay, I've written out an outline. I sort of got the vague trajectory of where everything's going to go. And now I'm going to do page to page breakdowns saying, okay, page 1, we've got some sort of setup. And then page 2, we got a big, the spaceships are racing ahead. And then I start breaking it down panel to panel. And then after that, I start breaking it down in narration and dialogue, where a lot of themes sort of start showing themselves to me. And I think it's demystified the process for me. I think that's the biggest thing for me is I feel like creation, whether I'm sure it's on the writing side, I'm sure it's the same way on the art side. Everybody thinks you got to be at a master level immediately in order to be there. And no, it's all about building. You can either see it as an architect where you got the blueprint and you're building it up, or I like to view it as sort of as a sculptor, you're kind of chiseling, you're the story out. It feels so incremental to me. And maybe that's part of why I think my bandwidth isn't quite as fast as more experienced writers, is because I'm still figuring out my own process with that and trusting my own voice. But yeah, it's figuring, I feel like if I can chisel all the panel descriptions out in a day or two, I feel pretty good about that. And then if if it takes me another 2 or 3 days to get all of the dialogue out, that's okay, because we've already sort of established the visual side of the storytelling. I don't know. Do you guys do anything like that?
I used to do it. Actually, when I used to write scripts, I would start a book. I would do page 1 to page 20 or whatever I knew, like the pages, whatever I had the budget to pay the artist. Sure. Usually 20 pages per issue was what and then I would actually work backwards of just do the panels. I would start like page 1, page 20, page 2, page 19. And I'd be like, this is where it has to end. And this is where it's starting. And somehow they have to get together in the middle. And I would just write very bare descriptions. So panel 1, panel 2, panel 3, and then I would, and this is actually how I write scripts and comics and novels now, where the first pass is like very sparse. Sure. And then the second pass, I'm beefing up. I'm making sure there's no huge continuity errors that I haven't screwed up. And I'm layering in most of the descriptions, so I'm beefing up like descriptions. I'm making sure the characters at the end feel like the characters at the beginning, and like smoothing everything out. Then the third time I go through it, I'm laying in dialogue, a lot of the dialogue, and like beefing up the dialogue and changing. And making sure that like the dialogue is set. And then the final time, I'm just reading it kind of like how I as a reader, to make sure that it just reads right. And so you end up, for me, like I might add 20,000 words or 10,000 words into a book in the first draft. In the second, because I go 0 draft 1, 2, 3, but for the sake of this, I'll say it's 4 drafts. Right. Between draft 1 and 2, I might add 10,000 words. Then in draft 2 to 3, I might add 5,000 words. Then in draft 3 to 4, I'm adding like 2,000 or 1,000 words over like a 60,000 word document. So it's sort of bare bones. It's kind of like how they design like a robot in Westworld, where like they have the bones and then they lay on like the muscles, and they lay on like the skin, and each thing is layered on to make it function and work.
Yeah, exactly.
So this has been so much fun. Go ahead.
Dylan and I usually work is a little bit different. A lot of times he'll kind of do Marvel script, and then we just meet at the coffee house and we just hammer out pages. I'll just be drawing them, and then we'll be back and forth. It works. And sometimes we're actually deletive. We're subtractive instead of additive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I find seems like a lot of artists are. I can usually reliably expect that like 10 to 20% of my panels will be cut by the artist throughout the course of how they're laying stuff out. Because like they figured out ways to smash it together, add panels here, subtract panel here, So I find that too. I don't know, David, do you find that too? No, maybe not 10 to 20%, but like additive versus deletive if things are going, or are people pretty didactic with your scripts?
Yeah, there have been certain cases where we'll have to sort of smash together a panel, or much more rarely they'll add a panel. I think my scripts are dense enough that nobody wants to add any more panels to them. But sometimes, yeah. I mean, I usually have a lot of back and forth with my artists in the layout and thumbnail stages, and so we're able to kind of really hammer that out early on. But yeah, I mean, there have definitely been times, George Santiago Jr. in particular over in Spencer and Locke, where he's added or subtracted some panels, and it's made the whole thing breathe a lot easier.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that seems to be where we're going to have to end it, because we're ending our hour together. I would love it if you hang on. Let me get the right Chiron up here so that I have where we could find each of your work and give one piece of advice quickly about making comics or making art. I have linked tr.ee/pepost for you, David, and jonathanhowardart.com for you, Jonathan. But if you have anywhere else, let them know that as well. And we'll start with you, David, and then go to give Jonathan the last word, since you've been talking a lot more than he has.
Sure. Well, you can follow the Linktree address as well as my newsletter Pep Talks at bit.ly/pepnews. And I think if I have any advice for anyone writing or creating comics, it's start small. The best way that you are going to learn how to do it is by reps. And so a short beginning, middle, end script, you do one of those a day for 90 days, I guarantee you're going to be better than 90% of the people out there.
Maybe submit to some anthologies.
Maybe.
All right, Jonathan, how about you? Last words.
Well, my website, and I'm on Facebook, but Instagram is probably like the best for me, and it's J Howard Paintings. And I have like years and years of stuff, and I pretty much try to post every day. And I guess for advice, it's just do it.
Yeah.
Really, it's just jump in, start doing things, and just be laid back.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys both for stopping by. It's been super fun, and you guys have a great day. Meanwhile, Wannabes and Creators, I will be right back after I go get more water. Welcome back, Wannabes and Creators. Well, we are about to bring on Eric Lervold and Travis Gibb, who are both creators in the Cthulhu is Hard to Spell, the Terrible Twos anthology. And I'm super excited to have them on. I've worked with Eric for a very, very, very long time on many anthology projects. and our own book that we're working on as well. And Travis Gibb has been a staple in the independent community for a long time. And I talk with him quite often. And I'm excited to have them both on. Just quickly, you can go to CthulhuIsHardToSpell.com and check out our Kickstarter, currently at 5,000. God, I wish. 503 backers and $22,524, which means we're just about $3,000 away from funding. We need roughly like 35,000 in order to reprint the first volume, but we are super close to funding, and as we get closer to funding, and past funding, these creators get 10% of all proceeds that we receive are sent right back to these creators. And let us talk to them now. We'll start with Eric. Hi, Eric.
Hello. Hey, how you doing, sir?
Eric, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Wonderful. Well, Eric, I'm going to bring on Travis, and then we'll get started.
Perfect.
Awesome. Hi, Travis.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I am fantastic. I got a beer and I'm ready to go.
Wonderful. All right. So before we get started, I just want to remind everybody that this is for really you to ask questions to all of these creators. So please do not hesitate, whether it's about the things we're talking about or not the things we're talking about. We are here to answer your questions. And that is the advantage of live stream video, as opposed to me because I could just do this with them without being live and then broadcast it. But I'm doing this so that you guys have a chance to answer questions and ask questions. So with that being said, let's start with Travis and then head over to Eric and just introduce yourself to everybody.
Hi, I'm Travis Gibb. I'm with Orange Cone Productions. We do Broke Down 4 Dead Bodies, which is a comic book about two guys break down the side of the road, lots of guns, lots of violence, lots of F words. So that's my main book. But we do a couple other things too. We have an anthology in the works that Russ and I can talk about later. I don't mind if we talk about it, as well as some other little projects here and there. So that's what I do.
Awesome. How about you, Eric?
Hey, I'm not hearing Travis, so I have him on my iPad right now running. So
Gotcha.
Let me know. But yeah, I'm playing this by ear. Actually, blindly. I'm a painter. I am really not prepared to answer that question. I'm just an artist. Basically, I just do a lot of random stuff. I work a lot of in advertising. I have like 20-something books published. Right now, I'm doing something with Brit Garner called Science Comics, and stuff with you.
We are doing stuff together. In fact, if you've read any of the anthologies that I've put out, every single story that I've done in the Cthulhu or Monster anthologies is drawn by Eric.
Yes.
So, I'm trying to keep to my brain is kind of going. It's now been the 12th hour or something of this. But what I think I'd like to talk about is Cthulhu and Lovecraft. Yes. Because you and me, Eric, work on it, and also me and Travis have an anthology that I'm a contributor to about Cthulhu. So what is it about Lovecraft that you think has sustained for 100 years?
Travis, you want to go first? Because I'm not going to hear you.
Well, I want to make sure you can hear me. Let me see if I take out the mic here, if you can hear me. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Eric, can you hear him?
Nope, still not. I hear him on YouTube. I have YouTube running right now, but it's weird. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I'll translate what Travis says. How about that?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'll go first then. Yeah. I think Cthulhu, part of it is just the monsters, right? We love monsters. We love the universal monsters. We love these big epic things. I think that's part of it. I think the RPG community has really kept Lovecraft in the modern setting and continued it going. But the other thing is just the paranoia. What I love about Cthulhu is there's never a happy ending. It's always leading to something crazy, and you're going more and more psychotic. I think people resonate with that. And people can understand, especially people who've been through trauma, can really understand the feeling that you're never going to get out of this trauma. So I think that's really cool. Oh, I also want to show this too before we get too far into this. I added my Cthulhu's Hard to Spell to my banner, my new banner for
Nice.
2020.
Look at that. That's wonderful. I've been telling a story that may or may not be about you, about how you actually came to be about it into the anthology, but I've not actually said your name. But I would love to talk about it for a second, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
So, for you guys who've listened to the first 2 days, I was talking about one of the creators who wrote a story in the anthology that got rejected. And then when I saw the final art, I was so blown away that I had to have it. I had to have it afterwards. And that story was Travis. And I'm going to tell you why I didn't accept it the first time, and
Sure.
and because I think it's instructive, and I'd love for you to comment on it. The reason is, in the blurb, it felt like it didn't have a hook. It didn't have like the strength of the hook that me and Chris were looking for from some of the other stories. But when I saw it, one of the problems with an anthology is that you can't have all hook stories. The stories can't all be hooks. There has to be some calming down. There has to be some normalcy. There has to be some normalcy in the stories that you have. And when I saw the piece, it was such a perfect representation of like a Lovecraftian story done and updated in a new modern way. But those kind of things do not come across when you're looking at that pitch, right? All you get is that one paragraph or two paragraphs to like talk about it. And you're now doing your own anthology. And I'm wondering if you found that as well, or I'm wondering if you could comment on the process from the other side now that you're accepting pitches, as opposed to the person who is doing the pitching.
Well, let's back up a little bit, because I'd love to talk about that story, because I fell in love with the Cthulhu story and I didn't care whether or not Russell stuff. And I really want to encourage that to anybody who gets it rejected from an anthology. If you believe in your story, just do it. It's 6 pages or 4 pages or whatever you decided it was. Like, it's really, really important to just do these things. But now that I've read the whole anthology, I totally get what you're saying. You know, everything in there was kind of it, though it had the same vibe as every story in there. It definitely had its a finished story, where everybody else is kind of like leave you guessing. You know, like the end of a Tales from the Crypt episode, you know what I'm saying? The hook that you're talking about. So I definitely can see that, but I that's what I liked about mine. Though it kind of had its finality, you know, it was finished. We came to the end of the story.
Yeah, I have to agree with because I remember when Travis got rejected, and they're heartbreaking. Like, there's a level of ones that are not heartbreaking to like cut. I'll be honest, but for like when you get to the end and you're like, well, what am I going to have? A 400-page book, 600 page? Like I got to make a 300-page book. I've got to make some cuts, and like some of them are just like kind of heartbreaking, and some of them are heartbreaking in the other way, where like your friend is like submitted and like their pitch is god awful,
right?
And you're like, oh my god, like, what are you doing to me? Like, what are you doing to me? Or like, anyway, but there are some that are like really heartbreaking, and like Travis's was one of them. And then the first thing that he said was like, I got rejected from this anthology. I don't care. I'm going to make it anyway. And then like 2 months later or 3 months later, no, it was probably like 2 months later, he's like, and remember that thing that got rejected? Here it is. And I was like, oh shit, he like did it. He went and did it. that's amazing. I just like, you don't see that. That's not a thing that happens.
Right.
And then when I saw it, it brought another level to what the story was. And I have to say that when I was submitting to anthologies, when I first started doing it, before I knew a lot of editors, I would actually finish the story before I even submitted it. I'd be like, here's this, or at least the script or something. I'd be like, look, I know I'm not great at this one sentence pitch, but like, here's the script and here's the artist. And like, maybe that's a little bit easier for you to know.
Yeah, I totally get that. And, you know, I've had that. I've had a pitch where I've pitched the whole story to it because I felt it like really fit. It was a one about dying. Do you guys remember that one, like last year? It was a one all about death and like what happens with death. So I pitched the Reaper story that you read recently, and I pitched that to them. And I was like, how can you not want this? It's completely done. Like, don't you want this? And I was shocked. But hey, it is what it is. And these things are good. But going back to your question about me doing it, the difference between me and what you did is I handpicked everybody. And I handpicked people for various reasons. One, because I know that they'll get things done. They're people who I don't have to worry about getting the projects done. Obviously, there's delays and things like that, but I do believe that they'll get the project done. But yeah, when you're reading the scripts and you're telling them, hey, man, like, I'm not saying this is bad, but other people's stories are of a higher quality. Are you sure this is the best you can do? You know, that's a tough thing to say to somebody.
It's incredibly tough. I just cut them.
Right.
Because, what happened was the first time I just let them in. I had a policy that was like, if you finish your story, I'm going to let it in. And what happened when I got the book back was I would open it sometimes and I would be at a story I hated, that I shouldn't have gotten it. And I realized very early that I was like, oh man, this thing's going to live forever. Like, this thing's just going to live forever. And like forever, like, these stories are going to be in the book. And like, there are so many of the stories are great that like, I'm doing a disservice to those stories by including these stories. So like by letting these stories in, I'm doing a disservice to the other stories.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'm doing a favor to anybody by letting their subpar story into something that's going to live forever. And like, that's not good for them. It's not good for me. It's not good for the other creators. Like, it's not good for anybody because they're going to get better as a creator in 2 years or 5 years. But people are good. That is going to be people's first experience with them. Some people will experience them and make a decision on them at that moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I want to come over to you, Eric, because we have a special relationship in this anthology because we've worked together a half dozen times, like, probably.
We have been working together for like about 5-6 years, more or less.
Yes, because I originally, many people don't know that Wannabe Press originally started as webcomics, and some of your favorite artists like Nick Torres and Eric Lervold were part of that initial crop of webcomic artists. He was making a book called Red Calaveras, which I was going to syndicate and then publish afterwards until we closed the webcomic, and most of the publishing branch of Wannabe Press closed down, except for the anthologies and like the self-publishing stuff. But from that nascent area, we started doing anthology projects together, and then we did our own comic together that we're still working on. And what's it like to work with somebody for like that length of time? Like, what is required for somebody to like keep the interest of an artist or another human for like half a decade?
I think that we have a very weird symbiotic what's the name I'm looking for, relationship. Usually, like, most of our stories is that I used to come to you with like a stupid idea that I would have, like something ridiculous, like with Sophia, and I would just run at you, and like I had like these things that I wanted to draw, and then you would come in with something like, oh, and then we can add this and this and this, and this is the all the dialogue and all that stuff. And that's basically it. I just wanted to paint a girl running around doing magic, and you came up with all the other stuff.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that makes our relationship work, and honestly, my relationship with a lot of artists, is that we kind of resonate on the same frequency of weird. I think about Renzo and my relationship a lot because it goes back over a decade to the literal pretty much the second thing I ever made, and then 5 years where we didn't work together, and to be able to have that relationship where we could like go in and out of working together. I think it really takes like a lot of trust, and B, just a lot of time together of like being around each other and knowing that you kind of can trust each other.
Oh yeah. Another thing that I love about working with you is that you let me work more for my strengths. A lot of writers, when I work with them, they give me like 16 panels in one page, and 10 of those are exposition panels. I'm like, dude, you're killing me, man. So you know your pacing really well, and you let me play to my own strengths, which is great.
I think that's so important for me, at least, and like building a long-term relationship with an artist or another writer or somebody is, I'm always hiring or looking for people that are that have a strength, and then I twist how I work to fit them, and if I and then let them go. I remember we were doing probably the first Cthulhu book, and I had like 5 panels of exposition, and you emailed me and was like, "Can I just like make this one panel?" And I was like, "I don't care, just whatever makes good art. Like that's what I want, the best art." And I think that for me, what makes a good long-term relationship is knowing that we're both trying to get good art at the end of it, and we're on the same frequency of getting the best piece of it out.
Well, the way I see like Strange Enough, the way I see any relationship in art is like a relationship in a band. Like to me, you are the singer and I am the guitar player, and maybe the drummer. To me, like you are Axl Rose and I'm Slash. Not. I mean, do have a lot of hair, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, for sure. Travis, I'd love to get you back in here to talk about because you work with a lot of artists and a lot of other writers and creators. What do you think makes a strong relationship?
It's definitely knowing what they're good at. I agree. This particular project for Cthulhu's Hard to Spell, I talked about that in one of my recent Facebook updates. Is I've been working with that guy for 10 years, over 10 years, 11 years. We've worked on various anthology projects. He's my anthology guy, so much like yours. So it was really cool, but this is the first time we've worked together in the modern era. We haven't worked together since 2007. But I find that when you're working with an artist, you've got to figure out how to speak to them and what battles you want to choose, right? Because certain battles are worth fighting for and certain ones aren't. And if you don't have respect and you don't have people who both feel the vision for the project, you definitely feel it midway through. You don't feel it in the beginning. It's a little further down where you're not getting the proper response. You're not getting the pages the way you want them, and that becomes a hassle as you're drugging through the last 10 pages. So it's really building that relationship first, getting them excited. And I can kind of wage that by the sketches they give us and the things that they give us early on.
Yeah, I think the part that you talked about like knowing what battles to wage is really important because both me and Eric, for instance, are quite strong-willed humans. We both I think have a vision for what we want in a book. But we both are very respectful of the fact that like we only get like 1 or 2 chances per issue to like really put our foot down. And I think there was a part in the first issue of Sophia where like there was like a summoning circle, and he asked something about like, does this really have to be? And I was like, yes, no, that has to be in the thing. Like it's really, really important that is there. But like you can lose 3 panels to like make it work or whatever you need to make it work. And Eric had a thing where he wanted the main character to be Puerto Rican, and he said that the name had her Sophia October is her witch name, but like her name I think was like Sophia Garcia, and he said
Gomez.
no, but originally it was like Sophia Garcia. It wasn't a
Yes.
Puerto Rican last name, and so he came and he said we really need to change this name because like it's important to me that this character is Puerto Rican and this is not a last name that she would have in Puerto Rico. So can we need to change it to something else? And we don't. If someone feels very strongly about that, I believe that they should just get their way. But like if someone is definitely like we need this to happen and you like push back on it and they're still like we need this to happen, you have to know that you're only going to get a couple of those per issue.
Definitely.
Yeah, especially when you're dealing with stuff that's complicated. Because I'm a crime writer, it's very important to me with the case that we have in Broke Down. Like there was a number in it, and I didn't want to reveal that it was a numbered case until issue 2. So I had to go back and make sure the angles were right and make sure that you never see the top of the case. So the things like that are really interesting. It's really hard especially when you're working with a foreign artist and they don't understand the language all the time of why the importance of that. So I think you're being extra particular, and I'm not. I'm just trying to get this one angle because it's really important to not show this for the big reveal later and understanding those things.
Yeah, I find that it's easier to, when I need something, to just literally put it in the dialogue, in the description of the panel. I don't like everything about writing comics. Like, I can't give a comic to my wife in the script form and have her read it and understand it. But I do like that in a panel, because no one else is seeing it, I can say, you must show this in this panel because it will be relevant 2 panels later. And at least you get that sort of ability in comics.
Yeah, I think that's really important. And as I'm sure you've noticed when you miss it, right? When you miss it and then you go back and you're at the proofing stage, you're like, no, this is super important. I need to go back at it. We just had to go back for Broke Down 3 because he took off his jacket and like it never gets acknowledged. So we had to go back and add jackets. Things like that are really important if you don't label them properly. I labeled them right in the script, but when I looked at the art, I didn't compare the script to the art, which you do sometimes because you're rushing. And we had to go back and do some stuff.
Yeah, I almost had an issue like that in the new issue of Ichabod, where an amulet is thrown, and then the next page the amulet is back, and I was like, "Oh crap! I did put that the amulet was going to be back," and so we had to like change it. But if you catch it early, then it becomes less of an issue. So I always try to do that early and not in the proofing stage where I'm going to have to pay an artist to go back and redo it probably.
Yes.
So I wanted to say hi to Jester Lou and Walter. Walter is still here. Thank you, Walter, for staying and hanging out. And I want to remind you guys that we are here to answer your questions. So if you guys have questions about making comics or art, Eric has worked for NASA and Scholastic and just about every big company out there. And I'm not shabby at all with my accomplishments either, and neither is Travis. Nope. I know one thing that Travis does is, she doesn't talk about it a lot, is he does a lot of marketing and SEO and such as his other company, right?
Yeah, that's my primary day job.
Yeah. So what do you? I love talking about marketing. So maybe we can turn there. And if you don't want to hear about marketing, you can ask a question, and we'll stop talking about marketing.
Right. We'll talk about comics.
Yeah, but like, what is it that creators miss about marketing? Like, what is it that they miss that they can't get their books to the next level in the marketing stage?
So there's a few things. So one, when they're building a website, people tend to think that if they just build a website, people are going to come, and they don't realize how many. Like you go to a comic store every Wednesday. There's 40 to 60 books every week out. That's not counting the 60 or so that's on Kickstarter, or the ones on their shelf. We're just talking per week. So optimizing your website is really not going to help you. Like people come to me all the time. Hey, can you optimize my website? Sure, I can optimize your website, but only for your name and only for your name of your book. I can't put you number one in comics under Marvel and DC and Image. But when you're doing stuff, you've got to brand your whole series or figure out what you're about. You know, IDW, Boom, Marvel, all these people, Vaults, Mad Cave, even Scout, they all have a brand kind of identity, like a books that are really them. Figure out what that is for you and your brand and stick to it.
I will say about Vault is like, I remember back when they were Creative Mind Energy. This is, God, a decade ago, maybe
Right.
close to a decade ago. And like they had a very specific vision for the books that they made all the way back when they only had a couple of books. And they weren't even named Vault, but back then.
Yeah, all of them do it, and people tend to think that, oh, I'm going to submit my book to that. I was like, does that book fit any of their other things in the market? They're not going to buy it. I'm not trying to be negative to you. Like, people tend to not figure out, they just think their stuff is so great that it fits everywhere, and that's just not the case. Figure out the climate of that industry or that brand and figure out if that goes for you. No different than the Cthulhu anthology. Figure out what exactly the Cthulhu. If I would have read Cthulhu's Hard to Spell 1, I probably would have done better on my pitch for Cthulhu's Hard to Spell 2, right? You know, these things are really easy to do. But when you're marketing stuff, try to do that. The other thing is I just talked to a creator right before, literally 2 seconds before we're here. When you're doing a Kickstarter, make sure you market it for your whole line, not just the latest issue. You know, they're talking about issue 5. He normally only rings in like $300, and he's only got like 12 to 20 backers. And it's because he's continued to go issue 1, issue 2, issue 3, instead of building it as new reader friendly. He's targeting only the people he's got before, unless someone really got behind him and got to know him to really be hungry for the rest of the stuff. He didn't brand it or target any of that new readership, which is your bread and butter.
Yeah, I will say about that is that we are doing the Cthulhu is Hard to Spell book now, obviously, like at the CthulhuIsHardToSpell.com. But we had 1,000 backers that first time. And there are still dozens of people who have picked up both Volume 1 and Volume 2 from this campaign. So if you've got like 100 or 20 or whatever, 300 backers, like there's still tons of ability for you to get more backers by doing 1 to 3. And you can see in our branding, we did 2 Lovecraft anthologies, not 1 or not number 2. We were very specific to say that you can get both 1 and 2, even though the campaign page is very much directed at the second one and people who've backed the first one already. But you also brought up a point, and I don't actually think you brought up the worst point, the worst possibility of it. It's not that you pitch it to somebody and they say no. It's that you pitch a book to somebody and they say yes, and it doesn't fit the rest of their line. It happened to a friend of mine a couple of years ago. He had a all ages book, and he was being printed by someone who usually prints like Golden Age, Silver Age comic reprints.
Right.
And his book did not do well because it was not part of the main line. It wasn't that they didn't publish it or they didn't pick it up. They did. And I'm assuming they put it in stores or made it available. But what they didn't do was have an audience that could actually buy the book that they were making. Like the audience that they had built over years was not the one for his book. So they might as well have not publish it, and he just do it himself, because it was like building a brand new audience from scratch. And that is the real danger of pitching to the wrong publisher. Not that they won't pick you up. That's doing you that's doing you a favor. It's a mercy killing. The worst part is that you do get picked up and the audience is not the right one to buy your book.
We had a problem like that when I was working with Tokyo Pop. It's kind of weird in the other way around, because Tokyo Pop was signing everyone. Like they signed like maybe 50 people, and the problem was that the people would be like, yeah, I have a book with Tokyo Pop, and then 2 months into it, they go like, holy crap, I have a book with Tokyo Pop. Like I have to make 100 and something pages in like no time whatsoever, in like 3 months. And then they discovered that making comics is really hard, like not even funny hard.
Right. Yeah, it's there's all sorts of things that are worse than your book not being picked up, and most of them involve your book being picked up, marketed badly, marketed to the wrong people. You given an insane timeline, or you have no idea how bad it will get if you pitch to the wrong publisher in so many ways. They'll make you sign a bad contract because you're not going to look at it because you're so excited, and suddenly they own your work. And there's so many things that are worse than somebody saying no to your book.
Yeah,
we had a joke when one of my first books that I published. We tried publishing, me and my writer before you. We tried publishing with Hound Comics, and the book, I think you have seen it, was Ghost Trends, and the book it had a lot of swear words like everywhere, and the publisher comes to me and says, "Hey, you have a lot of swear words. You cannot say all these things." And they had sent me a comic that they had published before, and in the very first page they have a decapitation, like a graphic decapitation. And I was like, "Wait, like this word angers you, but this visual decapitation that it's like a 2-page spread of a head rolling in, it's okay." And we will have that problem like basically all the time with him.
For sure. Travis, do you have something you wanted to add? Looked like you wanted to jump in.
Yeah. So one of the things that I find with indie creators that's the biggest problem is we're all trying to push that diamond. Like diamond is our goal, is to just get into diamond. And it costs you. A lot of times I'll sign, like you said, really bad contracts. And some of these contracts, I read a contract recently, I'm not going to say the publisher, but no, I get my rights back in 5 years, but they can write spin-offs and do everything they want. They can't touch the original work, but they can write spin-offs and hire all sorts of other people to do other things associated with my work indefinitely, even though I own the rights. Those things are scary, and you got to be careful. And just to get into diamond, it's really not worth it. You are better off to be like a Charlie Snickney, get to your point where you have this big monster of every Kickstarter is these really high numbers, and allow the publishers to come to you where you really have, do I really need you, and really let them sell you. That's going to be a better idea for you than this pursuit of getting into diamond so you can lose your shirt.
Absolutely. Okay, so MJ has a question.
Okay.
MJ asks, could we get some Kickstarter tips from Travis's recent campaign? I was following it through the Comics Launch group.
No. Yeah, of course. Sure. I made some mistakes and I did some good things. So one of my mistakes that I made is in my previous campaigns, I had shipping. I added shipping and then I cut it out from my third game, thinking that would increase my backers. It didn't. And that's something I think even Russell's talked about on some of his podcasts I've heard, where people, if they like you, they'll pay what it costs. And I kind of needed to learn that. The other thing that I didn't, I actually asked Russell, you're going to get mad at me because you may not know that I went against one of the things you said.
Many people do.
I normally have a premium $50 tier. That is my 3 covers with a special artist edition. That artist edition is Walter. Walter, honestly, an artist. He's following us right now. And I'm saying his last name wrong. It's Otley, right? Walter Otley. What's his last name? Walter Otley?
I say Osley. I don't know. Otllie.
Anyways, so he was my artist edition. So my artist editions are fold out and they're black and white. I don't have one right here, but they fold out black and white. They're really, really cool. They're really, really high demand. People really love them. One of my best tactics that I could give you on Kickstarter is don't just make another alternate cover. Make an alternate cover that's branded for you. So make it about you and about your brand. That's really going to help get you that level. So anyways, so I created a $50 level, but I thought Walter was going to be a huge draw. So I had a $35 level so people could get in at a cheaper rate for Walter. all it did was take all my normal $50 backers and go to the 35. So it ended up costing me money.
What advice did I give you that was not? That was
You advised me to why would I reduce your advice was why
Oh.
would I absolutely reduce something why would I reduce my work that I see value in? You said that.
What's nice is that you went against it, and then, well, I don't want to say it's nice. What's nice though is that you went against it, and like it blew up in your face. So like I still get the win from that, right?
Yeah.
So Walter says it's Ostly. I'll make sure to say it with 20 E's like you did, Walter, forever. MJ had to switch to YouTube. We just answered your question. And then he says you're probably thinking of Ryan Otley.
Oh, that's probably why I'm saying it wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. So you went through the failures, but what about the big successes?
So the big successes, I got 180 backers, which is my biggest backer count to date. I ended up with more money than I got from my second campaign. Not as much as my first, but again, my first had a lot of premium backers, like a lot of friends and family did it. But the biggest win is I sold 4 $250 cameos. All of them were no one who are people who I've grown through the campaign. So through issue 1 to issue 4, those are the people who backed it. It wasn't my friends anymore. It's people who have fell in love with this project and want to see it succeed. They want to be part of it. They want to be encapsulated into this universe, and that's so cool, right? That you're. It's cool when your friends do it, but it's even cooler when you've built and cultivated this fan over the last couple of years, and they want to be part of this universe now.
Absolutely. And MJ says, "Love that little Cthulhu, Eric. Looking good." Seems like my personal page is the place to go because like they are all the questions are coming from there. All right. Chuck asks, when setting up a miniseries like Broke Down, how important is these initial planning when you're headed towards the final book?
Specifically for Broke Down, it's extremely important. You know, when you're doing crime, you have to have a murder mystery. There has to be a twist. You have to do the 3-act structure. And you have to do it well. You have to end on cliffhangers. There's a lot of things that go into crime that you can kind of get away with in a superhero book that you can't in crime. Crime really wants a big reveal at the end. Especially when I write crime like a Guy Ritchie film. You know, that thing that you saw in scene 1, panel 1, comes back to play in issue 4. You know, it comes full circle and ties it all together. You know, so we're working on that right now with issue 4, and it's been fun. You know, I just revealed the cover to people, and that's really cool. In fact, actually, Walter, if I message you, you can show that, right? I know you can't like share.
So while he's doing that, I'm going to talk about the little girl, the woman who he's drawing, because she's very near and dear to my heart, though very much in a less Rainbow Bright kind of way, because that is Sophia October. I can tell because of the headband.
Yes.
And that is the main character from our book, mine and Eric's book that we've been working on for feel like 3 years now.
Something like that.
Something like that.
What I'm gonna do is that since now it's a really good time to do it, I'm gonna just tackle it this month and just go crazy on it.
I love it. I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna show everyone that's watching the preview real quick, if you don't mind, Eric.
Go ahead.
All right, so this is Sophia October, the preview for our book. It is currently 7 pages, but it's going to be 20 or so pages. 26 pages, I think, is the first page. I don't know how many. Whenever I work with Eric or Angela or a creator on like a creator-owned book that we're both like basically just doing for love of it, I basically just give them a script, and then I'm like, here's what I think. It's like 26 pages, but like if it comes into 30 pages or 24 pages, it's like not a big. It's whatever the artist wants, because I want them to have freedom. But this is about a girl named Sophia October who's got alopecia and becomes a witch because it's her way to kind of transform and like have control over her body and like what's going on with her. And she becomes this paranormal investigator witch who helps ghosts but also scams people into paying her to like get rid of ghosts, and also works with and also fights against monsters and works with monsters, and it's just like kind of like an aged up version of Emily the Strange. And Eric came to me a couple of years ago with this idea. She came to me with, I think, like 4 ideas. And I smashed a couple together. And I was like, that's the one. Like, if you want me to help you with this one, the Sophia October Goth for Hire, which I think was the name you already had, is the character. And there you can see she's got, this is her with alopecia. And then she transfers into herself, and so she's also a first-generation immigrant from Puerto Rico. I actually don't know. Is it immigrant from Puerto Rico since she's American and we're American? I was trying to figure out how to pitch this because technically not an immigrant, but like her parents lived in Puerto Rico and then moved to America, and now like she is being raised in America as the first person in her family to be raised in America.
Yes. Well, when you're a Puerto Rican, you are basically like someone from Wisconsin. You know, like imagine like someone from Wisconsin moved to California, and the child is the first Californian born. The only thing is that imagine that Wisconsin has a completely different culture, a completely different language, and a completely different identity. So we're Americans, like we Puerto Ricans are Americans. It's just that we are our own people. Like we're like American plus.
Right. So that's the story of Sophia October. And she gets caught up, as many of my characters do, in an apocalypse. Eventually in the first volume. And hopefully we can show that around a lot more soon, because I would love to get like the first issue. I've got 6 arcs already written of it, and me and Eric have gone back and forth. And so like we have the treatment for what amounts to be, I think, 6 trades, and also bringing in the gods from a couple of the Cthulhu anthologies, the first Cthulhu anthology. So I see Travis has a screen share, as bringing this back in. That's what I was waiting
before
for.
we go to that, I think what would be really cool is if you do like it's got a graveyard book. You ever read Graveyard Book?
Yeah, the Neil Gaiman one.
Yeah, it's got a kind of a vibe of that. I think doing a homage cover to that would be really cool with the little grave.
Yeah, you know me. I don't like variant covers. Not a variant cover guy.
You gotta learn.
I know, like I did a single issue comic Kickstarter once, and I did not like it. I was not a fan. And as I was doing it, I was like, I am not doing this again. I like having the book done and finished, and then like, here's the book. Buy the book. In fact, by the end of that campaign, I was offering like issue 6 and like previews of 7 and 8 to people that they could buy, because I was just like, no, we've got the book's done. Like the book, we got to get the book done.
Right.
But it is a cool idea. And so this is the artist variant cover for issue 3, you said?
No. This is the cover for issue 4. So in the back of my books, I always put the issue for cover 4. And what I love about this, and I wanted to share it because we just got it in and just approved it. It's really interesting. We're gonna kind of going in a different direction. You know, that doesn't look like a broke down cover. And that's kind of going back to that conversation about crime, you know. It's a very different feel. It's like, what is this? How does it fit in with everything? And really bringing that shock to the end. And that's kind of what that is kind of bringing that together. That girl is not in issue 1, 2, and 3 for those who've read it. Who is she? Why is she so important? And you're going to find that out in the issue. But I really dig that cover. And since I hadn't had a chance to reveal it and I'm on your show, let's reveal it.
Awesome. It kind of looks like Jonathan Howard was just on, and his story in the anthology was about the elk god, and so this is what it reminds me of: the elk. A woman wears an elk, the mask of the elk god. So
yeah,
but I know it's not going to be fantasy or horror. It's going to be crime, which is also good. But
you know what? That's what I want people to have. The first few people who I showed this as a test, they're like, "Did we get into a supernatural realm? Like, why are they wearing a demon mask?"
Yeah, I dig it. But like, you pretty much put like anything creepy on the cover of anything or anywhere in a book, and I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm like, ooh, I'm suddenly interested in this story. Which I think it brings something up that I think would be important to talk about, because one of the things that I know you were trying to do a lot this last campaign, Travis, was find other like-minded creators to like sort of share the book that were also doing crime.
Yeah.
And how did that go?
So it went pretty poorly. It's so I found out after I did some research. I got challenged by Tyler to do some research. I'm at the high end of my game, really. When you come to single issues, the highest crime book was $7,000, like for single issues. The highest crime book, like total, is 20. Like it's really, really. I'm at the higher end of my game at the 4,000 mark, which is crazy to think. But it's good to know that information. So there is some people who do crime, but most of the people, they have low target numbers because they're just doing a black and white and really keeping it noir and really short issue run. So not a lot of people are doing it on my level where they're trying to make it mainstream.
Yeah, I was wondering about that because I know that it's also not the most popular genre on Kickstarter either. Is crime. The monster things do quite a bit better on the Lady Death and such do quite a bit better. Like they're high, their cap number of like, if I was going to look for a comp title would be, I don't know, like Lady Death maybe, and
right?
Like $300,000. Like it's like, oh, a single issue for $300,000. There's nothing but room in this genre. But what's interesting is the things that sell well on Kickstarter are generally not the things that sell well on the open market outside of like conventions. So like conventions and Kickstarter give you an abnormally high idea of how fantasy and science fiction sell,
Right.
because it's the third or fourth highest genre in all. It's below romance, it's below crime and thriller. Depending on if you break crime and thriller up or combine it, it's 3 or 4. And then fantasy and science fiction are like 4 and 5 or 3 and 4. Or you combine them together, they end up being 3. And then horror is below that. But if you look at any like Kickstarter day, it's the opposite. It looks like fantasy, sci-fi, or at any convention, it feels like sci-fi, fantasy, and horror are like the most popular things in the world. And it's been something that I've learned this year. It's been a very brutal truth that I've learned in the past years. Like the genre that I thought was dominant is just because I was in a market that had it dominant. But on the open market out in the world, like it's actually a very, very small part. And crime is a very, very big part of the overall market, even though it's not a very big part of the Kickstarter market.
Yeah, if you look at any major comic publisher, they have a crime title, 1 or 2, because it does fit, where horror comes and goes, right? Even Swamp Thing, comes and goes. It'll go for a while. John Constantine, they'll come for a little bit and then they'll go away for a year or so, then they'll come back up. Where crime is consistent, there's always going to be a criminal or a stray bullets or a crime title. For right now, it's what is it called? It's Finger Guns is the new one that just came out for Vault, which is doing really well. But yeah, crime is an interesting thing. Everyone wants one. Versus horror, where I think everyone tries to do horror, but horror, once you get past 3 or 4 issues, tends to drop, where crime stays. I think that's the difference.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you, and I think it's important that one of the problems I think a lot of comics book people make, and myself included, this is an inclusive thing this time, is especially because most of the comics money for independent creators is made at comic shows and on Kickstarter. It conflates or it makes certain things look more popular. And so when you're doing your market analysis, if you focus on just those things, it will destroy any like viability for literally anything that's not sci-fi fantasy, or check please.
Right.
Those or like a webcomic that gets transitioned. But like when you look at the most popular webtoons, they're all romance and crime, and a little bit of sci-fi fantasy in there. But especially when it has monster girls. but like most of it is a heavy romance contingent. And if it doesn't have a heavy romance contingent, it's got a heavy thriller contingent. And like one of those two things, without a doubt, is going to be the thing that like it will be 1-2 on the chart of the independent chart of Webtoon or of Amazon. It's only in this kind of bubble that is Kickstarter, where sci-fi and fantasy it does really well. And it makes sense because Kickstarter is all the things that like don't do well in the open market, right? Like people couldn't find these things on the open market, so they created a thing to make weird projects. Like that's why Cthulhu and Lovecraft destroys on the open market, destroys on Kickstarter. But like you look at it on Amazon, or you look at it in the comic shop or anywhere else, and it doesn't feel like it you might as well not exist. And you're like, how can this possibly be? Everywhere I look in my comic life is Lovecraft everywhere, or science fiction everywhere, and fantasy everywhere. And it is not the case when you get out of your bubble that the things that you are that you think are popular inside the bubble are actually the most popular things.
Mhm.
So we are reaching the end of our hour together.
Aw.
And I'm so sad. I know. I'm going to make sure there's no last questions for you. Let us do. So Christian Douglas, who was in the first two anthologies, says, "Yay, hi, Russell and Eric." And then he says, "Pretty cool watercolors, bro." I assume he has to be talking to Eric because none of us others are doing watercolors. Otherwise,
Imagine if I was, I flip over my thing and I have watercolors everywhere.
that would be amazing. So I think how we're going to end this is how I end every episode of my show, which is I'll ask you the best advice you can give to young creators, or yourself when you were younger, or somebody who's just breaking in, or however you want to frame it, and where we can find you. And then we'll say goodbye. Travis, I have broke down in 4deadbodies.com for you on the screen. And Eric, I have ericlervold.com for you. But I'm gonna let Travis go first, and then Eric have the last word, because Travis had more words to say in the last hour. So I'll give Eric the last word.
But Eric is clearly more talented. Look at that art.
Well, as an artist,
Yeah, he's killing it.
I know. I love how he draws backgrounds too.
I'm jealous. I saw those panels and I was like, so what kind of work can I have Eric working on? We're gonna have to get him in Cthulhu. We're gonna have to get him to do a pinup in our little anthology.
Oh yeah, you can pitch that if you want to quickly. I really love this anthology because it's Cthulhu versus something.
Yeah, we're keeping it. We're keeping it kind of underground, but yeah, it's Cthulhu versus Wizard of Oz. Cthulhu invades Wizard of Oz. So what it is I've taken some of the best creators that I am friends with, put them all together, and said, "Hey, let's take one cohesive. It's one story that all works together in one anthology, and it's basically Cthulhu invading Wizard of Oz and destroying it, and see what happens. And everybody's telling stories. They're taking a character and writing a story. But what's cool about it is it's all happening at the same time." So it's one anthology, but it's all one cohesive story all the way through. So it actually goes and no story contradicts another story, which is really cool. I like it. I'm really excited to put it out. We're getting some of the art. Go ahead, Russell.
I'm really excited for it too, because it features another one of my anthology contributor buddies, probably the person I've contributed anthologies the most, Nick Torres. And of course, I mean, if you could literally just take any person in Wizard of Oz and like guess who I would be the person who I would gravitate towards, I think it's no.
Eric. Does Eric know?
Eric knows that I contribute with the contribute.
No, what I'm saying is, does he know who it would be?
Oh, yeah. Eric? So Eric, if you could pick one person in Wizard of Oz you think I would write a story about, main character, who do you think it would be?
Me? The lion.
Who? The lion?
Yeah.
No, that's a good guess. It is a monster. I'm doing Wicked.
You?
Yeah, for me.
Oh, Dorothy.
Dorothy.
Or the witch.
Yes, there you go. The witch. There you go. The witch. The Wicked Witch is the story that I'm doing, which I think is gonna close out the anthology, or we're thinking about maybe it will.
Yeah, no, it's not. There's an epilogue, but yeah, you're kind of closing it out. Russell, it's really interesting because I didn't ask Russell because he has this Cthulhu, and I really wanted to get my own audience for it. But Russell and I were just talking because we do that, and that's my advice when we get to that. Find a creator that you like and ask them a question. Message them on Facebook. Become their friend. I find that it's so easy to be friends with these creators. They want to talk about their art. We want to talk about our art. Just be friends with somebody who you think is above you to get to that next level. I am always friends who I think are above me to get to that next level, and I'm just friendly with them, and I try to encourage them. They try to encourage me. That's my advice for you guys. If you guys want to get up there, make friends with people who you want to be in their shoes or you want to be at that next level because they'll help you. People generally are nice, I feel.
Yeah,
Anyway,
especially in the comics community. Where can we find you if not
Yeah,
at Before It Broke Down? And
well, one more thing. So Russell wasn't in it. I told Russell about it. Russell gave me a script to prove that he was in it, much like I did for his anthology. Showed him the art to get in it. So it's just full circle.
yeah, well, that is how I work. I work like when someone says I want to do this thing, I'm in the anthology. Like you can be in and you can have this thing. I want to make sure that like I'm actually in. Like I don't want to make them wait for the script in like in 2 months. So I wrote the script in like a day or two, and I was like, here, is this good? Like now you can actually know if it's good or not. Like you don't have to worry because I hate worrying when it's my anthologies, and I'm like, oh god, I know this is going to be good, but in what way is it going to be good? Where is it going to fit in the timeline, and like how are we going to put it in there? All right, so where can we find you?
Well, first you can find me on the anthology for Call of Cthulhu 2. Buy that. Cthulhu's hard to spell too. Get that. But brokedown4deadbodies.com. That's where you'll find me for you if you want some broke down stuff, you want to see my crime stuff. But the thing I'm pushing right now is Cthulhu's hard to spell #2. You know, I have a great story in there and I really want to share it with you guys. I'm so excited for you guys to see it.
Awesome.
Very different from anything else in there.
Yeah, thank you so much for contributing, and I really want everyone to see it as well. We are currently at $22,554, which means we're just slightly more than $3,000 from hitting our goal. But of course, if we want to reprint Volume 1, our goal is more like $35,000. But regardless, I am very excited for it, and I can't wait for everyone to see it. Eric, we will end with you.
A good something I do. I hang out with people that are not artists. Like right now, I'm hanging out with a lot of the other people. I'm hanging out with a lot of punk rockers, and I'm hanging out with a lot of WWE wrestlers. And none of them know any art, and all of them need art. And basically, that's how I get work. Just hanging out with a bunch of people that don't know anything about art, and I know a lot of it. So that's
awesome. Yeah, I also just like my wife is not a writer or an artist, so it is nice to have the break from like thinking about it and talking about it. It's nice to have your creators, but it's also nice to have other people. Eric, you want to show that place with your Twitter and Instagram quickly?
Ka-ching.
All right, so ericlervold.com and then those Twitter and Insta at Eric_Lervold. I'll put this on the screen one more time for a couple seconds, just in case. Make sure to go to both of these sites. Support the creators. Go to CthulhuIsHardToSpell.com because we are 10% of all proceeds do go back to the artists and creators who are on this book. And if we can reach certain numbers, they're going to get bonuses and such. So with that, I'm going to say goodbye to both Eric and Travis. Thank you so much for stopping by. I see David and MJ are on ready to rock and roll. So I'm going to say goodbye for a second, go black, and then I'll be right back. Welcome back, wannabes and creators. This is the second to last hour of the show, and I have now David Lucarelli and MJ Massey, and I'm going to bring on David first and then MJ. Hi, David.
Hey.
How you doing?
Hey, Russell. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks,
Can you hear?
Thanks for being here.
Oh, thank you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, wonderful. All right, now MJ. Hi, MJ.
Hello.
Awesome. So we're all here, and maybe this hour will not have technical difficulties. That would be amazing.
Yeah, we'll see.
Can you, David? Can you hear MJ?
I can.
MJ,
wonderful.
can you hear David?
I can. Hello, David.
Hello,
Sweet.
MJ.
So both MJ and David are creators in the Cthulhu is Hard to Spell anthology series. MJ was in volume 1. David is in volume 2. David was also in the Monsters and Other Scary Shit anthology, which I believe, besides Eric and me, you're the only person who's been on this week who's been in that anthology.
Okay.
So I would love for both of you to introduce yourself, tell you a little bit about yourself, and then we can start jamming out. How about we start with David and then go to MJ?
Sure. I'm a comic book writer. I've been doing it for about 6 years now. The first comic that I did was called Children's Vampire Hunting Brigade. We did 3 graphic novels. It's kind of a coming-of-age punk rock Buffy set in Scotland. The next comic that I did, Tinseltown, is a period crime drama about one of the first female police officers in Hollywood that comes out through Alterna, and we're just about ready to launch the second miniseries with that.
Awesome. How about you, MJ?
Hi, I'm Melissa J. Massey. I'm a comics creator of fine fantasy and tragic shenanigans. I currently have my ongoing series Black Ball, which is a 1920s magical murder mystery. And I'm also working on bringing back my pilot issue of The Alchemist of Aurelia back to Kickstarter, and that is Wizards in the Ottoman Empire.
Awesome. And I've only officially ever taken on 2 mentees in my whole career. And MJ is one of them. Or was one of them. I took on a couple of mentees, I don't know, maybe like 3 years ago. And you and Steffi, I still follow to make sure like you're still doing comics and art stuff. So it's very nice to see you're still doing your thing.
Yeah, actually, with this illustration and some of my other cover illustrations I've been doing, it's kind of based on your advice of, showing the story more in these pinup illustrations. And when you told me about that, I kind of went back to things in my childhood I'd really enjoyed. Like I read a lot of Nancy Drew books and Babysitter's Club. And one of the cool things about those books, it's that old style where there was a scene from the book and that was the cover. So like for this, I'm trying to capture elements from this chunk of the story and putting them in the cover to get people intrigued. Like, oh, what does that mean? What's going on? So
yeah, I dig it. And you have a very unique coloring style. Do you have anything that's over there that can show like a final piece, just so we can see what we're doing? And maybe you can talk about the coloring, your coloring process.
Absolutely. Well, right on hand, I actually have my old comic Vatican Assassins on hand, and this is where I really started developing my coloring technique. The first thing I do, and you can kind of see here, is I lay in some shadows, and I'll be laying in the ambient light. So, like, for example, here, this is going to be a greenish, bluish color that's reflecting onto the character. So I lay those in first, and then I go over with the actual colors, like the skin tones and other such things, bringing in the shadows, starting really dark and kind of lightening things up, which I think really helps make the colors more dynamic. I think the problem, especially when you're starting out, is you're afraid to go too dark. So going dark first really kind of helps me break out of that being too afraid to put in some darker shadows to really make things pop.
Awesome.
So yeah, so see here, I was able to make this glowing effect, and this is all markers, and people never believe me. They're like, this is marker? And I'm like, yeah, just kind of go in, you add layer after layer until you get it where you want to get it.
Okay, we have a question. So DTH 1971, who's been with us the previous 2 days, and hello to you, asks for MJ, or David can also answer. I don't know if this is his realm, but how can colors be dynamic?
Well, color kind of it expresses emotion and tone really well. And when you look at Black Ball, I actually have some finished pages over here that I'm about to scan. So like in these pages, we have brighter, more intense colors. I bring in more reds and yellows, and that's kind of showing that this is an action scene. There's like stuff happening. It's exciting. It's, your blood is racing. Whereas some other scenes, particularly scenes that happen in the daytime where, say, Emily's in her house, or, just kind of going around, I tend to use like grays and blues because that's the really boring part of her life. It's the part where she's really kind of like downtrodden and not doing anything exciting. So you can kind of use colors and the emotions and the feelings that they can bring up to really aid in your storytelling and to help your audience take these cues of, oh, this is what I should be feeling. These are what the characters are feeling.
That actually, so when I think of color, I think of how audio is mixed in a movie to like add tone and like cinematography too, but specifically like a ton of that emotion that is brought with color is also brought with audio. And David, God, that was a clunky transition. Please forgive me. It's been 13 hours. I've been doing this weekend.
No worries.
I would love. Do you agree? Like, do you ever think David's an audio technician in his life, in his like day life, like his like whatever life,
You can
and
say day job. That's okay.
yeah, his day job, his non-comics life. And
Yes.
Do you think about like color that way, or like story that way, or like how do you develop mood for your own pieces? Because your stuff is very different from each other.
Yeah. Well, I guess my stuff is at first glance different from, Tinseltown is in some ways very different than The Brigade. Although I would argue that both of the books are kind of about people that are trying to find their place in the world, in a world that is at times openly hostile to their existence. So maybe underneath the surface, they're not that different. I think, my day job, I'm the recordist at Fox. So I help record dialogue for TV and movies and things like that. I've been working on, say, The Simpsons for 20 plus years, and happy to talk about any of that if anybody's interested. But I think the thing that the relevance that my job has had towards my work in comics is really more. I spend all day listening to writers and directors and actors try to improve lines of dialogue in television and film. And, it's really taught me that Mark Twain was right when he said the difference between the right word and almost the right word is the difference between lightning and a lightning bug. So I like to think that listening to dialogue in TV and film and, trying different things over the years, for the past 20 plus years, has given me a fairly sharp ear for writing good dialogue.
Yes, I love. I started in movies and TV and writing scripts, and like that really trains you on dialogue, because when you're writing a TV script or a movie script, or listening to you close your eyes, like all you have is the dialogue to drive you. Like it's very starkly dialogue driven in like a movie or TV script. So it really sort of teaches you like how to laser focus yourself on that dialogue, because if it's not good, people aren't going to engage with the characters, right?
For sure. And just off the top of my head, working with a guy like Al Pacino, who's arguably one of the world's greatest living actors, he is a guy who can take a throwaway line like "keep the change" and read it 15, 20 different ways. And each way is different, but each way works, just depending on how he adjusts his inflection.
Absolutely. says, "Nice drawing, Melissa," and also asks you to can you say again what you've worked on?
I worked on a bunch of stuff over the years. Some notable things, aside from The Simpsons, I've worked a bit on a lot of the Marvel movies. Oh, that's my cat, Leela. Hello. But I worked on, let's see, Iron Man 2, The Avengers. I did a little bit of work on Batman Begins. Not so much working on the Marvel stuff right now, but I've worked on certainly all the Fox Marvel stuff, all of the X-Men movies. Some of my favorite stuff I worked on, though, would be Fight Club, Moulin Rouge, Greatest Showman. Those are some of the projects that I kind of feel like are feathers in the cap.
Yeah, you're saying speaking my wife's language, because that's her favorite movie is Moulin Rouge. In fact, it's coming to the Pantages this winter time.
Nice.
And trying to figure out a way to score me some tickets without buying season tickets, because it's not the cheapest place to watch something.
That's true.
So both of you have day jobs. And I know a lot of people that are listening have day jobs, and they're hoping to be able to create their stuff in their spare time. So I'd love for each of you to sort of talk about how you carve out time, David as a writer and creator, and MJ as an artist, for your vocation for the creating what you're creating. While you are spending most of your day in a day job. And I'll let you decide whether you want to start, David, or MJ starts.
MJ, you can start.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I just started a new job, so this has been something I've been kind of tinkering with. I'm a UX strategist at a marketing agency, so I basically plan out how the internet works, if you will. So it's longer hours, and I had to shift around my schedule because there are things in my day that need to get done. So, for example, I'm a really big proponent of artists working out and kind of getting that physical action. So, I do that every morning now. I used to work out after work. Now I just, first thing when I get up, feed the cat, because of course, the cat's not going to let you do anything else. And then, get to it. And then, it's, get ready in this amount of time, get to the office, work, and then come home. And then by then I'm really jazzed to get working, because this is the thing. This is what I live for. I'm at my happiest when I'm making comics and creating. So to look forward to it all day. And even if I'm tired when I get home, I still have that now I get to do what I'm meant to do. Now I get to do the thing. So it's a lot of self-discipline also. Because like I said, there's days where I'm just tired, and especially at my previous job, I had a lot of emotionally draining days. And, if it was cardio day, I just want to lay on the couch. I just got my butt kicked. And, but it's, it's got to get done. And if you don't do it, no one else is going to do it. So, if you want to make it happen, you just got to make it happen. So I just tell myself, come on, let's do this. If I have to trick myself into getting started, I'll just be we'll just ink one panel, or, we'll just pencil this one thing, or we'll just color this. And then once I kind of start getting in that rhythm, that's yes, okay. And then I can just kind of keep going with it.
Yeah. What do you think, David?
Yeah, so for me, one of the things about my day job is I never know how much I'm going to be working. And even I find out if I'm working the day before, the amount that I'm working can actually change the day of, because a session could be book in later on in the day while I've started working on something else. So I live with a large degree of uncertainty in my life, and I really don't have a regular schedule. I've literally, with my job at Fox, worked around the clock. There's not an hour that I haven't worked. So given that, I I can't afford to sit around and wait for inspiration or schedule a time that I'm going to write. So what I do is I just, whenever I have time, even if it's just, 15 minutes in between actors at Fox, I will try to do something. And if, I give myself the freedom to fail in that. If I'm not feeling inspired, I say, okay, well, I'm going to stare at this blank screen for 15 minutes. And if literally nothing occurs to me, that's okay because I'm putting in the time.
Do you have any tips and tricks to get like yourself into the mindset? So if you're having a blah day, or do you just punt it if you're not?
Usually I think there's something that if you're telling the story, you may know where the story is going, but you may not know how to get there. So you have to give yourself the freedom to skip the current scene and, go forward to the scene that you know how it's going to be and write that scene. And then that might inform what you're doing chronologically in the book earlier.
Right. For my part, I remember when I was working. It was many years ago now. But I guess, I feel like I technically have a day job because I help authors with their book marketing. And that's like the thing that I do to like half of my time. So it might as well be like the day job part of like how I think about my brain. But it's not in like the day job where I'm going somewhere and paying and somebody is paying me. But when I had that, I would spend all day and my entire ride home thinking about the thing I was going to write that day. And I did have a standard job, and I tried to work as early as possible. So I got a job that worked like 8 to 4, I think or hours, 7:30 to 4, something around that time. And so I would be home by 5:30, and from 5:30 to 7 every night I would write. Which meant I had to write a lot of words in those small hours. So I would make sure I very tightly knew what I was going to do that day, even though I had an outline or I had like some idea of where I was going. I wanted to make sure by the time I got home and butt to seat, I would absolutely know where I was going that day. But it's hard because, when you have 10 hours or 24 hours to do the thing, it's a lot different than having 15 minutes here or an hour there or...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And of course, there's sometimes when you're just in the moment and you sit down and you work for hour after hour and it just flows. And really, there's nothing better than that.
Absolutely. Keep moving my seat around because it keeps slipping down. So MJ, you talked before about covers, and I am kind of obsessed with covers. If you can see the Cthulhu is hard, the Monsters Not a Scary Shit cover, and I feel that people do not spend nearly enough time thinking about covers, and I would like you to talk about what makes a good cover. And David, you also have input here, I know, because I very much like your covers. I like the Children's Vampire. I liked the Children's Vampire Honey Brigade, but the Tinseltown cover is really eye-catching. So I would love for both or either of you to talk about what goes into a good cover. And remember, we are here to answer your questions. So if you have questions, please let me know.
Yeah, sure. The thing that draws me into a cover, or really into any illustration, but particularly covers, is it's got to tell some kind of story from the outset. Like, I want to look at this cover and I want to understand something about the story. Whether it's the aesthetic of the story or maybe like the relationships between characters that are involved in the story or with the plot, definitely like having good composition also is of course key. Like with the Cthulhu covers and with the monster anthology cover, I mean, you look at that and you instantly know right away, like, oh, I get what this is, but it's also like, oh, but it's intriguing still. It's not giving away everything, but you can tell, like, oh, I can look at the Cthulhu anthology and like, oh, this is about Lovecraft. This is about, worlds being taken over and like destruction happening and chaos. But, I want to see all that. I want to dive in and get more into it. When I was a kid, I had this book called Animalia. It's just a picture book, but each image has so much going on in it. And I would spend hours just staring at the pages in this book because any of these pages could have been a cover. Each one told a story. There were so many things happening. And that's where I drew a lot of inspiration from in my current work.
And David, you have books on the direct market. So how do you think about designing a cover or approving a cover that's going to be on the direct market compared to one that is going to be like for you to sell at shows or on Kickstarter?
I don't know that I think of them any differently, but I guess Tinseltown is distributed through Diamond and is available in comic book stores. So, for instance, this cover was actually. And this is essentially the first cover of the first issue of the book too. It's been modified very slightly, but this was our third attempt. Originally, we had a different cover, and Peter, the publisher, didn't like that. We redrew that. That became an internal pinup. And then finally, with Peter's input, we settled on this. We changed the title of the book. So, I guess the difference is if I'm doing something like The Brigade, I only really have to please myself at the end of the day. But, if I'm doing something that's published by another publisher, like Peter, who has a pretty good sense of what's going to catch people's eye, then the first person that I have to sell the cover to is him, and then then the retailer, and then the reader. So it is a slightly more complicated process, I guess.
Can you show what that second cover was? Is it in the Tinseltown book?
Yeah. Let me find that real quick for you.
Awesome. Meanwhile, Travis does have a question. Thank you, Travis. I'll while you're looking for that, I'll just watch MJ draw for a little while because so these are the two main characters in Black Ball, right?
Yeah, we have Chester and we have Emily, and then this nasty lady shows up in this, I guess what you could call issue 3. And awesome. She's like kind of causing some trouble,
Awesome. All right, David, you found it?
I did. So if you can see there,
yep,
that was kind of the first cover attempt. And, it's a great image. It's a little bit more of kind of a movie style image in some ways, but it doesn't necessarily tell the entire story and sum it up in the same kind of way that this image does.
Sure. So, yeah. This is like the main character is very active in this one. And it clearly she is the star of the piece, and the all the lines draw your eye to her around the cover. So yeah, I can see how that is a much more effective image than the one inside, at least for a bookstore or a comic book store, because you have to draw your eye from one of the hundreds of other covers that are up there to yours.
Right. And actually one other point is that sometimes leads to sort of over melodramatic cover copy, right? Because you're on the shelf with all these guys in tights that are dealing with the end of the world, and you've got to compete with that in terms of what's going to catch somebody's eye. It's just one of those things. Here, I'll show you something really quick. Speaking of covers, because can I do the share screen thing here? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Add to Chrome. Okay. Maybe I have to add the extension first. Hang on. Okay. This is more complicated than I thought. Never mind. Okay. Well, if you go to alternaallaccess.com, alternaaccess.com, and you look at Tinseltown Losing the Light, you can see the cover for that book, and it's similar in some ways to this cover, but it's also kind of the next generation of a Tinseltown cover, and I think in some ways it's more sophisticated and probably equally as powerful.
All right, here I'm gonna do it for you. I got your
Thank you,
back,
sir.
buddy.
I appreciate it.
David, the other thing I like about that cover you have on the book, like it is kind of you have the red and then you have the blue and the rest is black and white, and having those two really powerful colors draws the eye in.
Yeah, I got to give props to my artist Henry Ponciano and Peter Cimetti because they both had a hand in designing that, and really, I think that helped the book sell well. I guess I should answer Travis's question. Alterna did announce that they are not going to be doing standard trade paperbacks of miniseries. They are instead going to be doing essentially giant floppy collections of the miniseries for $5 or $6, I believe. I don't think, however, that is necessarily the case for all of the titles. Some of the better selling titles they're still going to do trades for, and I am hopeful that Tinseltown is one of those titles. But failing that, if Peter decides it doesn't make economic sense for him to do that, I will still do a Kickstarter and publish a trade paperback of Tinseltown 2. One of the great things about Alterna is we do own the rights to the material and the characters, so we have the freedom to do that.
Yes, it's they have a definitely an interesting model, and you can't say that Peter is not trying new things, at least over there with the newsstand and all the other stuff that he's doing.
Yeah, he is constantly thinking about ways to get comics in places where they normally aren't, or get them in the hands of people who normally don't see them. And he's very innovative when it comes to that. And as a creator, I appreciate that.
So MJ, can we talk about a difficult subject with you?
Sure. Yeah.
So you just did a Kickstarter.
Yeah.
For your book that failed.
Yeah.
And I know you. What I liked about what you said when we talked, because I messaged you after it was not successful, and I was like, "How are you feeling?" And you were like, "I feel great. 54 people believed in the project. How could I not feel great about that?"
Oh yeah.
How were you able to maintain that mentality? Because it's so easy to fall the other way when you have a setback like that.
Yeah, and I mean, I could have fallen into the pit hole of, oh, my project's failing, this is a disaster, I should quit, I should never make comics again. But the more I looked at things and I saw numbers coming in and I saw certain trends, I was like, wow, this is a great opportunity because I have all this data that I have never had before in my audience. I know exactly where they came from. I have a way to message them directly through the Kickstarter messaging system. I know what tiers worked well and what tiers maybe didn't work well. And it gave me so many ideas. It was actually almost 2/3 of the way through, I was starting to get ideas let's relaunch this sucker. Let's do this. When you messaged me, I actually totally didn't think that's what you were messaging me about. So I'm like, oh, Russell's messaging me. How nice. We're going to be friends. And I was all friends. We are friends. But it was I didn't even connect it. And I was like, oh, it's starter, he thinks I'm sad. But I was like, I'm going to start a new job tomorrow. I'm feeling great. It's all a matter of perspective, right? Because I have this saying that life is going to barrel on with or without you, so you might as well grab it by the balls and get on for the ride. So it's,
I like that.
yeah. So it's I might as well look at this and take the opportunity to learn from it. I have a lot of great information. I actually put together a whole analysis like I would for a client of mine at work. And I went through everything and I put all my data together. I'm like, now I know what I have to do to be successful.
And what do you have to do? What is the thing that you found, or a couple of things that you found in the first campaign maybe that didn't work? And then obviously I would love to hear a couple of things that really, really, really worked.
Sure. I think definitely my goal was too high. I don't think I have the audience to support that kind of goal. I panicked a little bit with shipping costs, and I went way too up and beyond, and that's okay. So I just had to lower my budget. There's a couple of tiers I want to combine together. I did a variant cover, and I hadn't done that before. So I'm like kind of wondering if I should still offer that because that tier wasn't very popular, or if I should just combine that with another tier to kind of boost up, like convince people who may have just gone for the lower tier to maybe go up a step. And definitely it's got to be better pre-launch marketing because I kind of rushed into things. It was not an ideal time to be doing a Kickstarter. I really should have pulled back because I had a lot of stuff going on with my day job at work, and things were happening around here. So I think picking a calmer time where I can really focus on it and where I can really take the time to do that pre-launch marketing in a better way that's not so rushed and like, I'm doing a Kickstarter, please come and support it, where I can take the time to really build up the hype around it. I'm going to try to do some content marketing around it as well. Just kind of start building myself as, oh, that's the girl she posts a lot of things about architecture and like historical stuff, and now she's doing this comic that's related to that or has that aesthetic. Oh yeah, I'll check it out. Building that kind of pathway to get people in, I think is going to be key.
How much were you trying to raise for the Kickstarter?
I went 4,000, and I had like I'm not 100% sure how I got there, but I had a budgeting worksheet that kind of spat out those numbers, but I probably didn't do it right because like we're artists, like we don't number very well. So yeah, it was a little high, but I got close to 1,500. So I think I'm going to aim for there. Like I could easily just like aim for 1,000. I know I'll get it, but part of me is like, let's go and see if we can get, all the way up to 1,500. Let's see if we can do this,
Sure.
Well, David has done several successful Kickstarters, and for different series as well. So, have you been successful every campaign? I've known you a long time, but not since you began. But I think you've been successful every time.
I have. I did essentially 3 Kickstarters for the 3 graphic novels in the Brigade series, and then one for the trade paperback of Tinseltown. And they've all been successful. They've all been increasingly successful. So I count myself lucky there. But I also doing a Kickstarter is like working a full-time job. And so during the month or whatever that I'm running the Kickstarter, I'm definitely losing sleep every day, coming up with new ways to promote it and new podcasts to be on. And we should probably mention. Okay, now I'm drawing a blank here, but who's the fellow that has the Kickstarter course aside from you, Russell, that you can subscribe to? Tyler James.
Tyler James.
Yeah, Tyler.
I definitely have taken some of his classes and learned some stuff from that. I actually took an in-person class from Madeline
Holly
Rosen, who does the steampunk book, and I bought and read her book as well, and I've read your book, Russell. So I've learned a lot of things from a lot of people along the way, and I think every project is different, and what works for one project doesn't necessarily work for others. And Kickstarter is an ever-changing, ever-evolving ecosystem. But as much as I love Kickstarter, I'm very glad that I only have to run one maybe once every 2 years.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I know I'm crazy, but like, I actually really enjoy the process of running a Kickstarter. Like,
yeah,
I know this is my full-time thing, so I don't have to like have a second full-time thing on top of this full-time thing. But it's just such a great way to like market. Like, you can try so many things with the Kickstarter that you can't fathom trying otherwise. You could get like hundreds of new people on your email list, and like it's your chance to like go out and like do press and like contain it to that 1 month. And like as a marketing mechanic, it's so wonderful because it's a novel and I don't mean novel as like it's new, but like it's a novel way to connect with people, being as like it's something that you can use to like build hype for like you and the thing you're doing and you as a creator overall. And when I used to think of the campaigns as just like I'm funding this thing, right? This like thing that we're doing, and like we're making this Cthulhu is Hard to Spell book, and like we want the funds for it. But I don't think about it like that anymore. I think of it as like, how can I use this to leverage the whole brand and get more people into the ecosystem so that the entirety of Wannabe Press is like grows the next time and grows this time. It's also a great mechanic to be like, hey, how many of these people in my audience actually care about these things? Not the people that like actually reply or like comment, but like who actually cares about this thing to like lay down the money. And it's always a different group than the people that engage. And like, it's a great way to just like to have a month where you can captivate people, or a week you can captivate people and like turn the attention to a thing you're doing legitimately, because we're all trying to figure out how to like make like how to make people notice and make us relevant, right? Like I've found like most of my life is like, am I relevant? Like, how do I be relevant? Like, how can I be relevant this week? What do I have to do? I feel like a bad cliche of an actress, like a washed up actress or an actor that you see in a movie. So that Kickstarter is my way to be like, okay, like this is how I can show relevancy at least twice a year.
It is the time that you can feel good about selling yourself without, hearing your voice sounding like a used car salesman in the back of your head, for sure. Like people, definitely give you a lot more leeway in terms of your own self-promotion, because it's a fixed thing that they know is eventually coming to an end than they would otherwise, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it gives me like I don't know if either of you are still on my email list. I know MJ was on there at one point, but like I send an email like once a day during campaign. I know it's an email once a day, like regularly. It's just like I increase my frequency, and I feel like people will like at least put up with it for that month because they understand like what I'm trying to do. And so I feel like the things I can't do all of the time, which is like, I would like to send an email every day. If I could, I would send an email literally every day of the year. But like, I know that's too much, but I can do it during a campaign because there's always something new to talk about. And I can do it once a week. Otherwise, because there's always enough to talk about in a week that I can like make it memorable.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
But I think that's come with time. The first, I don't know, probably first 7 campaigns I ran, it was very much like thinking about the product as the product. But now I think of it more like a movie opening. You work in movies, so you probably it's like you at least we can connect on this part of like when a movie comes out, like that's the time where the actors are like on every radio show and like they're doing tours around the country and they're on late night, and all of these things are like contained in this moment in time, which helps their brand, helps the product, gets more eyes on it, and all of these things kind of beautifully coalesce at once. And when I started thinking about Kickstarter in that respect, it made me understand that first that 30-day or 24-day or 50-day chunk, however long, is not just about funding that book. It's the best possible way to get more engagement for you and grow your audience in a finite short amount of time.
Yes, you definitely are exposed to lots of people who would not be aware of you and what you do otherwise. So, that in and of itself is gold.
And there's a tangible product at the end of it. Like I put out a new comic page each week, but that's not something that someone could hold or really kind of comprehend outside of a digital space. But when you do a book and particularly for people who get the print book, they get this thing in the mail that comes to them and is something they can interact with and touch and feel and understand the value of better, I think.
Well, and the value of you as a creator better, because it's your way to always prove to your audience that you're relevant, right? It's like every time I send out a Kickstarter and they get the rewards, they're like, oh yeah, this is tangible proof that Russell Nolte does the thing that I like.
Right.
And so I should keep following him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
exactly.
It also affords you the opportunity, to produce things that you might not otherwise even be able to produce for, like for instance, when we did the Tinseltown Kickstarter, we did these pins here, a 3-pin set. And, without the funding from the Kickstarter, it probably really wouldn't have made economic sense to do them, but it turned out to be good. And now I can sell them at cons and stuff, and people seem to like them.
Yeah, people love their pens, and like I totally support all of those things because and especially what MJ was talking about the marketing plan and developing the marketing plan and coming back and seeing all the data behind it and all the backers that came in and like seeing exactly all of that stuff from this is post running a business for 5 years, Russell, talking to like pre-running a business for 5 years, Russell, who had just failed 4 businesses, and saying that like firsthand data is the absolute most valuable thing you will ever get in your company.
Absolutely.
So getting that firsthand data, even if it fails, is like worth its weight in gold.
Sure.
MJ, I've been asking a lot of the people who work in marketing about this, but what do you think creators miss when it comes to marketing that companies don't miss? Or what do you wish creators did more of that you see in bigger companies that work?
I guess, a lot of the time people are like, oh, I'm on this, I'm on this, I'm on this. And, I don't know what to do because I'm not getting any traction. And it was something I had to learn myself is that, when you look at a campaign that a big brand does, they have a full team of people. I've been in meetings that maybe cost close to $1 million because there's so many people in the room, like collaborating on this thing. So when you have all those people, you can be on many platforms. You can do a lot of things. As an individual creator, you need to find focus, and you need to really understand each platform available to you, whichever one you pick to focus on, and really understand how it works. I see a lot of people, and sometimes I'm even guilty of this myself, trying to take shortcuts of, they use Twitter the same way they would use Facebook, the same way they would use Instagram. And they're very different beasts, just by the nature of how they operate. Twitter is more for those quick hits in real time, whereas Facebook, you can kind of push more evergreen content or less immediate content out onto it and longer form, because that's how the nature of it is. Like Twitter is very fast. Your news feed scrolls fast. They introduced that algorithm on Twitter and no one uses it. Everyone's like, I want to see my latest tweets and that's it. Or on Facebook, it's like, I don't really care about, seeing the latest things because people post things that are more relevant for a longer time. And I think creators really need to understand those nuances. And it's the same with email. Like you can't talk in an email the same way you would on social. It's a much different channel. And how do you make those differentiations between your different channels?
Awesome. Now, David, you're coming in from another angle because you've been doing the creator thing for a long time now, like at least as long as I have. And I feel like I've been doing this like for 20 lifetimes.
Yeah, well, we met about 6 years ago at Comic Book Sunday.
I think so. I don't know. It was a long time ago, and we were both making stuff for a while before then. So, what do you think, looking back, that has worked consistently that you've done, and relatively every time you've done it, marketing wise, or like building an audience wise, or convention wise, that like it's just good old like bread and butter advice, but it always works.
Okay, so my primary focus, being that I'm a writer and not an artist, has been Facebook, and at times that's included Facebook ads. um, making Facebook pages for each of my projects. And then I didn't really start to get into understanding how to work Twitter until Tinseltown came out. And that was largely because Alterna has a fairly heavy Twitter presence and kind of encourages creators. So, I definitely got some tricks of the trade for maximizing that from both you and from Peter. And that, I think, has been really an invaluable way to connect with the fans. And I've gotten so much positive and encouraging feedback from fans on Twitter that, making comics is hard. And you're usually doing it alone in a room by yourself. And, when I can log into Twitter and I get compliments on the latest book from lots of people that I don't know, that goes a long way to inspiring me to keep going and making more. I have an Instagram account. I got to say that's not been my main focus, maybe because I'm not an artist. So I don't feel like I really understand the best way to utilize Instagram at all. But, I've been doing cons for about 6-7 years now. WonderCon was my very first con. And I feel like I've mastered the art of the 15-20 second elevator pitch. I'm a big believer in bookmarks. They've worked for me. I know you don't necessarily use that, but for me,
whoa. I didn't use them before, but I was wrong, because done correctly, a bookmark is an amazing tool, especially at a slow convention, to pump up people's getting people to the table, especially if you're active about it. Yeah. But more so, bookmarks are the only marketing that I found that people actually keep and use. So in that way, it is good. I don't like just having them on the table for people to take willy-nilly. I do like to use them as conversation enders when I know it's not going anywhere. Okay. But I definitely like using them as conversation starters when I say, do you like books, or are you a reader, or whatever it is, and then I can hand them a bookmark, and that starts a conversation with them. So in those two ways, I like it. I don't like any postcards or anything, because most people use them as just like I don't have to actually do marketing to you. You can just go now, and there's a bookmark you can take, or a postcard you can take. I think that it's very easy to fall back lazily on that. But if you can actually do it actively, I actually have changed my mind on bookmarks.
Okay, well, welcome to the club.
Well, Madeline really showed me how you could use bookmarks very effectively. And when I was sitting next to her a couple of years ago at Silicon Valley, and the way she used the bookmarks, I was like, oh my God, that's brilliant. And then I still held out for a couple of years, maybe a year or two, until I had really well-selling books that are worth you could find easily, and would clearly draw people's eye. Cthulhu is hard to spell. People would just remember that title, but it is definitely incredibly effective at a slow show. When things are slow, you can pick up a thing of bookmarks, and when people pass, you can start conversations you never would have dreamed of, especially with novel readers, because they're quite a bit more skittish than comic readers. Okay. But it's a great way. Yeah, when I started doing novels, I definitely got more into bookmarks, because I just didn't think you can read a comic in one sitting. I very rarely need a bookmark for a comic, but I always need one for books.
Sure. And I would actually argue that they're good if the con is busy too, because at a certain point, it's like cattle is herding through the aisles very quickly, and anything that you can have that in an instant you can hand to somebody that they might glance at and go, oh, what's this, buys you 1 second where they're looking at you, and you can say, well, let me tell you what it is.
Right. Absolutely. So there's one question for Melissa. Asks, do you write your comic?
Yes, and I pay terribly. So yeah, so I do everything, the writing, the art, my own IT support, which is, hit and miss. I'm just out here soloing it up.
Awesome. Well, we are about to reach the end of our hour with the two of you. I can't believe it's gone so quickly.
Yeah.
But I would love if both of you could give me your best piece of advice, where we can find you online, and then we can say goodbye. I will, before we do that, I'll put up your chirons on the bottom. I have melissajmassey.com for Melissa, and Abacab Studios for David, but feel free to pitch anything else. Both of these creators are in the Cthulhu is Hard to Spell line, David in Volume 2 and Melissa in Volume 1. So you can help support also by going to CthulhuIsHardToSpell.com and picking up either Volume 1 or Volume 2, because a percentage goes back to the creators of every sale. And we'll start with you, David, and then we'll go to Melissa last.
Okay. So best piece of advice, I would say, if you want to work in comics, the barrier of entry is very low. And although it is not easy to get distributed by Diamond and get published by a publisher that has Diamond distribution to get you into the comic book shops, unlike, say, the book industry, which still has feelings in some ways where they look down on self-publishing, the comic book industry is not like that. In one of the truisms of Hollywood is that nobody knows you can do anything until you've already done it, right? So there's a big reason to simply make your own book, either put it online digitally or print up 50 copies of the book and book yourself a table at a con. Because once you get past the raw capitalism of it, which is a little intimidating, you run it up the flagpole, you see who salutes, and chances are it's going to resonate with some people. And other companies see that. They see that you take that initiative. They see that you know how to tell stories, and they are much more likely to take a chance with you in the future based upon your own initiative.
Absolutely. And where can we find you?
So abacabstudios.com is kind of the main hub for all of my creative projects. You'll find you can order, there's a link there where you can order Children's Vampire Hunting Brigade on Etsy. You get a signed edition with a limited edition book slipcase. And you can also find Winter Horror Days there, which is a horror anthology I edited, prose book, and also have a story in. And links to Tinseltown. Tinseltown Losing the Light, the first issue of the new miniseries, is going to be coming out in comic book shops in April. And also, don't forget to back Cthulhu is Hard to Spell, The Terrible Twos. I have a story in there called The Old Gods Ain't What They Used to Be, also illustrated by Tinseltown and Brigade artist Henry Ponciano. We're really proud of it. We're really excited to be a part of that book.
I'm very excited to have you as a part of that book as well. I will say that if you want to check out Children's Vampire Hunting Brigade, a couple of issues before you nibble on the whole thing, we are our quarantine bundle ends today. The first two issues of Children's Vampire Hunting Brigade are inside of the quarantine bundle, which is free for everybody who backs by tonight. So if you want to check that out, you can go to Cthulhu is Hard to Spell, back the book, get the first two issues when you love it, which you will love it, I'm sure. Go and back the rest of it, or go and buy the rest of it, and back it.
If you want to look for me on Twitter, I'm at David Lucarelli. On Facebook, David Blake Lucarelli, and that's about it.
Awesome. How about you? MJ?
Yeah, I think the best piece of advice I have is just do the thing and keep doing the thing. This is not easy, but it's worth doing, even though it's hard. And there is a lot of reward to it if you stick with it, for sure. I don't think I started producing good art until 2016. So it just goes to show when you stick with it, you get there.
Awesome. And then where can we find you?
MelissaJMassey.com will get you to everywhere. There's links to all my comics. I'm doing a thing right now where there's a form right on the homepage. You can sign up if you want updates specifically about the relaunch of The Alchemist of Aurelia. You get a free preview of the comic, and I'll only send you messages about that comic specifically. So if you want to get in on the ground floor when we come back, definitely get on that. You can get to Black Ball. There's a new page every Thursday. And if you join my Patreon, which is patreon.com/MJMassey, you can get a page ahead. So you'll be able to lord it over all your friends that you know the next twist in the mystery.
Awesome. So we've heard just do it pretty much consistently this weekend. So I keep asking the question, but truly, if you want to do it, it seems like the best answer is to just do it.
Comics especially, you learn as you do.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so don't go away. We have a bonus hour today with Henri Compin and Christian Gossett. I'm going to say goodbye to David and MJ. I'll go black for a couple of seconds, and then I'll be back with them. Thank you guys so much. Bye.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Take care.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the bonus hour. I am quite tired right now. I promise myself I will never do more than 4 hours in one day again. But I am super excited. So Henri Compin was supposed to be our first interview on Friday at noon, and he had to reschedule. And then my friend Christian Gossett, who is a new friend of mine from the Cthulhu is Hard to Spell Terrible Twos anthology, messaged me about being on this thing. And it just so happened that Henri was available. And so it all worked out. All of it just is going to work out and give us an awesome bonus hour. So I'm going to bring them both on now. First, Henri. Hi, Henri.
Bro, thank you so much for me. This is such a bullshit, man. Should not be here.
Whoa, what is your audio is breaking up.
Oh, it's excuse me.
It's like going at third speed or something like that.
Oh, is it? I'll do that.
Cool. While you're doing that, I'm gonna bring on Christian. Hi, Christian.
Hey.
How are you doing today?
Great, thanks.
So we spent 2 days having no audio issues at all with this thing. It was like a breeze. And every hour there's been some audio issue today to make up for the fact that the first 2 days were like flawless.
That's
Yeah, I've never actually encountered this issue before. Maybe if you cancel out and then come back in, Henri, it will fix itself. That happened this morning. Meanwhile, though, Christian, I'd love for you to introduce yourself and for people that don't know who you are.
Yeah, absolutely, Russell. Thank you. I'm Christian Gossett. I'm currently directing television for the CW network on the show Pandora. But that is as a result of my many years working in the comic book industry, starting at the age of 19, my first professional work on a book called Tales of the Ninja Warriors. I went from there to working on Tales of the Jedi for Dark Horse back when Star Wars was a Dark Horse property as far as comics. Went from there to video games. I worked on the PlayStation 1, several games there, and several other platforms after that. But I started back in the PS1 days. And then took what I learned from video games and brought it back to comics to do the Red Star. 4 graphic novels of the Red Star. Did that from June of 2000 until 2008. And then started working more in film and television after that.
I'm going to be honest. I thought that I knew everyone was going to flip out about Paul Jenkins being in the anthology, but I had no idea that like the Red Star was this huge, because like the number one reaction that people give me is to be working with you and being in an anthology with you, and then
That's so
second,
cool.
it's Paul Jenkins.
Wow, well, thank you. That's great to hear that.
Okay.
It's wonderful to hear that. I've had a lot of really good reactions. I started going to cons again last year, starting with Long Beach, and then WonderCon up in Oakland, and then a couple others. Of course, Big Lick Comic Con out in Roanoke, Virginia. And the goodwill toward the book, the nostalgia toward the book, has been really a really pleasant surprise.
It's lovely to see something that endured so long. So I will. I'm going to try Henri again. Keep your fingers crossed. All right, Henri.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yay!
Awesome.
Perfect.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Awesome.
Dude, I'm so sorry. The other Christian, it was great hearing what you worked on and stuff. That's welcome to the show. It's an honor to be here with you, man. Yeah.
Thanks, Henri. Likewise, man. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, man.
And Henri, how about you introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Well, Russell, I have to be completely and utterly honest with you. I have been so underprepared for this, and shame on me, because usually when I do conventions, there's so much preparation. But I managed to find a couple of my books here, so I'm not as set as Christian is here, but I have a few of my comics here. And I just worked on a virtual pitch yesterday, and I'd be happy to send the link. But in the meantime, I'll just tell you what my book's about. So my comic's about a Korean admiral. I don't know if you guys can see it. He was a Korean admiral, and he fought the Japanese in the 1500s. And he was outnumbered against them 10-1, and he beat them 23 times in a row and never lost a single battle. It's all based on a true story. And I've been at this now for about 10 years. I go to conventions, and we recently broke 100,000 sales just from going to shows and hand selling to customers. And we've built a really loyal fan base, just really wonderful people out in the comic convention world. I'm so excited about getting back out there and getting through this period here, and hopefully it'll all be over soon. And yeah, so
hopefully,
yeah.
But so I got to dig deeper on this, Henri, because
Sure.
you have one of the most bananas origin stories in all of comics that I've ever heard. So I'm gonna try and tell it, and then you can correct me. So Henri made a book, the first issue of his comic, and he tried to pitch it around, decided to do it himself, ordered 10,000 units. 10,000 units showed up. He realized how much it is, and he goes, I guess I'm going to go to conventions forever and just pitch this book around. And he went from that to like what would have been, I don't know, a huge mistake to 99.9% of humans to order 10,000 of an unproven book. And he went out there and he like pounded the pavement until like that book didn't only sell through that run, but more runs and sell over 100,000 units of this one book that was like, that started with just like placing an order for way too many books, right?
You said it exactly right. You got it. I don't need to, thank you. That I appreciate that. Basically the thing is you never know when you get into comics, the amount of things that you learn outside of comics. Like, Christian, you're a writer, right? Like, how much shit do you learn about other things outside of comics when you're actually working on comics, like when you're researching, right?
Isn't it amazing? It's the best way. Artists don't get enough training to like I tell artists since doing the Red Star, man, do exactly what Henri did. Like, just jump out there, jump in, learn about it. And it's like this incredible art business school that comes your way as a result.
Absolutely. And, no one could have told me when I first started in comics that I would absolutely love going to these conventions and, hand selling books. I mean, I'm truly passionate about it. And it's, I'll be honest, it's not the most lucrative business at this point. It's something you have to kind of build to. And Russell, I mean, you're also at it, I think between the two of us, our ability to get on the floor and hit the pavement, like you said, is, just kind of second to none. And it really comes down to a sense of just wanting to see what you have brought together in the hands of other people and doing whatever it takes and not letting anybody say no to you, because, there's no reason to be discouraged by those kinds of things. Like, look at what's happening in the world right now. Like, it's a point in time when we have to really rely on ourselves and take care of ourselves and really have hope in what we've got, what we've been invested in, and really push forward to see that stuff happen. Because if we stop believing, then our fans stop believing, and it lives and breathes through us.
Absolutely. So we do have a question. Could you show up your book again? They want it.
Absolutely. I'm so sorry. I'm so underprepared today. And I know this is all backwards, so I'll just. God.
No, it's fine. It's you. It's you, Soon Shin.
Yeah, Easton Shin.
Yeah, he is the, I don't know, one of the most famous historical figures in all of Korean history. Yes.
Yes. Well, he is one of their greatest heroes, because what happened was when Japan invaded in the 1500s, and this is what's really great. I didn't make it. I didn't make any of this stuff up. This all actually happened. In the 1500s, Japan became really strong because they were united after being at war with each other for 100 years. So they were just kicking the crap out of each other for 100 years. All these samurai clans, they're all like united finally. And their warlord is like this ambitious dude. He wants to take over the entire world. And he's like got the firepower to do it and the manpower. So he sends his samurai to Korea, not even to just like fight out there, but to just basically like plow through the country and go to China. Like, China's their main target. And basically, like, as soon as they landed in Korea, they basically just like dismantled the Korean military within like a couple battles. And within 3 weeks, they were already like marching towards the capital, and they had taken the capital. The king had to flee his throne. So imagine if like our president had to like leave the White House right now. I know many of us would be really distraught about this, but just when you really think about it, leadership falling, it weighs down very heavily on people. And, we're especially in this period we're in right now, it's quite frightening. It can be quite frightening. And the reason why Yi Sun-shin has continued to inspire me, and why I continue to be inspired by him, and why I think that South Korea managed everything so well with the coronavirus, is because they have such a strong figurehead in him. There's over 100 monuments built to commemorate him throughout the country. And I'll wrap up very soon, because I know Christian, has a lot of stuff he wants to talk about, and I want to hear it. but Yi Sun-shin, he was outnumbered so badly against the Japanese. It'd be like, the one person who would know how to solve everything, and just not getting any of the aid he would need in order to help the people, and making it work, and being outnumbered 10-1, and every single time going up against the Japanese, the strongest warriors in all of Asian history, and just beating the living crap out of them because they stepped in his backyard. That's the kind of mentality I think that we all need to take on, is the sense of coming together. You have a small group of people. He had a small group of people. He had to manage them and bring them together because there was no leadership. The king had abandoned his throne. He had to be the guy who was, basically commanding all of Korea's military, and he saved his country. And I find that to be extraordinarily inspiring. And yes, I have dedicated my life to sharing his story with the world. So yeah, I don't care if I have to stand and sell this book for the rest of my life, then God damn it, that's what I'll do.
Right on.
There was I was watching Parasite this year,
Great movie. Yeah.
Whenever, and that's probably earlier this year. Whatever, it does not matter. And she's at the end of the movie. They're like setting up for a party, and the woman goes, "Make it like a condor formation." I was like, "Oh my god, that's from his book." Like I know that. I know exactly what that is. So
Russell, you have no idea how that made me feel. It's like, it's so cool to see that. And then the movie wins, Best Picture at the Oscars. It was really great. And I appreciated you pointing that out, because that's what actually triggered me to go see the movie. If it wasn't for Russell mentioning it, I would probably still wouldn't have seen it.
Yeah. So Christian, I'd love to loop you back in, because you talked about doing comics and then doing other stuff, and then bringing what you learned back into doing comics and sort of cross-pollinating. So I'd love for you to talk a little bit about that. Like, what kind of stuff did you learn from outside of comics that you brought back into comics?
Primarily, it was the use of CG, the use of 3D. That was really the big one. And then there was also the way of promoting. The utter attack that video games and movies and television see as a part of their daily work is something that we just don't do enough of in comics. Comics we just don't promote. When we were doing Red Star, when we were full on with Image Comics and really doing our thing, going to a lot of shows, we saw marketing as incredibly important. I mean, and people say to us, no one wants to see marketing for comics, which I completely disagree about. I think that's just an unfortunate mindset that needs to go away. If milk needs to advertise, then comics need to advertise. And so that was really the big one. That sense of promotion, as well as just storytelling methods as well. The Red Star. Here's the most recent book.
Yep. The Red Star.
Yeah, this is the one digitally painted by my friends at Weta Workshop. Really super proud of this one. And there are 3 others than that. The storytelling. I really wanted to bring back a lot of I loved the cutscenes in video games. That's primarily what I did in video games. I did some concept design, but mainly content design, meaning the stories in between the game, and storyboards, directing voice actors, writing scripts, a lot of that stuff. And the cinematic tools you had, we've seen them take hold in the last 20 years. We've seen since PlayStation 1 this incredible, wonderful, like, cinematic power come to video games. You'll sit there for hours just to get to the next moment of exposition and see what this is all about. Last of Us is now going to be on HBO. So it really has. So we try to bring that to it. A lot of the time, I admit, I did a lot of probably bigger panels than I needed to do, but it was the first time I ever had a chance to do my own art and to my own writing. Normally I'd drawn for other writers, and writers don't necessarily know that 10 panels on a page is just a nightmarish thing for an artist. So I was like, damn it, it was like this full art revolution. I'm just going to do double page spreads and huge panels everywhere. But yeah, it was a blast. In subsequent Red Star stories, when they come, there will be a kind of nice balanced attack as far as panel count, and it'll be more of a balanced visual sense to them, but without losing that kind of big sense that I brought from the video games and the movies.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I was talking with my friend Eric, who's an artist that I work with a lot and collaborate a lot, and we were talking about how a lot of times I will send him pages, and he will say, "Can I just make like 5 of these one panel? Like these are 5 things." And he has a similar I think aesthetic, because he'd rather have one big like sweeping panel when you open it up than have like a bunch of smaller panels breaking things up. And I feel the same way. Like I would rather like write 3 words of dialogue and have just all of it be art, because not because like the words are less important than the art, but just like it allows you to have these sweeping vistas in your book, and to some degree Henri's book has it too, because like it's these big sweeping battles that like they're like it brings you into the world.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know, I've been looking at Henri, and yes, it's kind of cool. This bonus hour is really historical fiction, or fiction based on fact. I'm sure your story is I love historical. It's right. That's correct, Henri. Right? It's fiction based on fact, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, like,
Yeah,
look,
totally.
I wasn't fucking there. I don't know what happened back then, you know, but you know, it's just sort of like, you know,
Right. Biopic.
it's like 300 meets Last Samurai, you know, like, because I think that there's another aspect to this too, and it's that you don't want to like shoehorn yourself into like one genre, like, you know, like video games, for example. Like, I like all, like, it's funny you were talking about video games and how you worked on like PlayStation 1 stuff and how you actually like the cutscenes, because that's what I like. And I'm replaying Final Fantasy 7 right now because I'm like getting ready for that remake to come out, and I am so fucking excited about it. The demo was great. Oh man, it was so good. But that game, that was the game that I remember when it came out, nobody was at the movie theaters on Friday, and that was like fantasy, you know, like that was, and I wouldn't even say that Final Fantasy 7 was just fantasy. It was science fiction. It was so many things brought into this like grand like presentation, and it really is fantastic. And that's really, I try and liken Yisun Shin as much as I can to Star Wars, because you know it's a trilogy. I mean, granted, Star Wars has a lot of expanded universe stuff, and you know we've tried to really contain it with Yisun Shin as a trilogy, and we have other characters that we can do spin-offs with and all kinds of stuff. So there's definitely like room for doing all that, but you know, like I think the content is absolutely king. And the one thing I will say when it comes to selling it, I find that what makes for a better sale is when the creator really has a belief in what they're doing. And when I look at like what Russell has done, not just at conventions, but even more so on Kickstarter, I'm just like completely blown away by what you do on these campaigns. You know, and I've seen your books. I mean, I've purchased stuff from you. And the books are just such like pristine like presentation, and I think that has so much that says so much about the product. And it's like I would say that's 90% of what it takes to actually get people to buy it is the actual like finished book. You know, it's how does it feel in people's hands, and it's the same thing with with video games, with movies, or anything. Like, how good is the acting? How strong are these cutscenes? How convinced am I that how invested am I into these characters, and why should I you know spend 30 hours like leveling them up and shit, you know? It's stuff like that that brings the whole experience together. And you know, comics is one platform to do it. And to be honest with you, I think that if you want the results of, you know, something that you can be really proud of, you really need to stay on top of how the creative team is managed. You know, you need to keep your people motivated, and you know, you need to give them an idea that you're not just the guy who's going to be putting this together with them, but you're going to be the guy that's pushing it right alongside them, you know, shoulder to shoulder. It can't just be one person. And you know, there's whole teams at bigger companies that are devoted to, you know, simply selling this stuff, but they also are, you know, talking with the production teams. They have good relationships with them. They want to understand what they're doing so that they can get out there and push it, and the creators can keep on creating.
Agreed.
Christian, you seem like you had something to add about a little bit earlier.
Honestly, I just wanted to know how the Final Fantasy VII PS4 demo was.
Oh, it's so good, dude! It's so awesome. Oh man,
I was like, tell me about the demo.
You know, and honestly, it's such a faithful adaptation to the game itself, to the original game, and
awesome.
it feels like basically like however you saw it in your head. You know, like you see these little pixeled characters, and you know that in the game they're like, you know, these miniature little cute figures, but in your head you see them as like, you know, full figures as you do when you're in battle scenes. Well, imagine now you're doing that, but you can switch between the characters. They've expanded the story, which I think is great. This is an opportunity in terms of storytelling, and I know you'll appreciate this, Christian, where they've taken like some of those base characters that didn't have like, you know, their faces pop up when, you know, you'd see their dialogue, and they've really turned them into characters. Like the other rebels, like they've voice cast them. Like I think the dude who did he was on Breaking Bad, Badger. He's doing the voice of Wedge, who is like the more rotund guy who was in the Avalanche group before, you know, everything happened. Yeah, so like, you know, it's kind of cool, and like, you know, you got Barrett in there, and he's just like a total badass, and you could take control of him and start shooting shit. It's so cool. It's such fun, and you can download it now on PS4.
I'm doing that right after this. I'm going right down and downloading that demo.
You should enjoy yourself. We got a lot of time on our hands now. We got to use it, right?
Exactly. You know, Andre brings up a good point, and I'd like to say it's not just it's really easy for people that don't get it, people that are out of touch with today's content creation. They can see us playing games and they're like, oh, you just play games, or they don't get what video games are for us, or comics or movies. For us, it's input. It's very, very important. And this has become more clear as time has gone on, how important input is to the machine of creativity, right? If we aren't reminded of that kind of just childlike, not childish, but childlike enthusiasm that Henri just demonstrated, and that we all just kind of felt at the idea of another inspiring thing. Inspiration is what we deliver. That's what we should be doing. Our work should be inspiring people. Well, you know what? You got to fill the tank before you can filter that inspiration into your own work and get it out to people. So what is inspiring you? What does make you happy and make you just want to create so much more that you can't do anything else?
Absolutely. I always say that writing is breathing out, but reading is breathing in. So you have to do both. And often I find that pretty much always I find that when I'm blocked or unable to come up with an idea or something, it's because the tank is on empty, and like the minute I fill it up, like suddenly 1,000 ideas come again.
You know, it's interesting that you guys say that, because my co-writer on Easton Shin is David Anthony Kraft, and he has a really prominent portfolio at Marvel. He worked on pretty much every character. He edited the first appearance of Wolverine. He had a very memorable Defenders run, and he was telling me about this one arc that he did that's like very well known. It's called the Scorpio Saga, and it was his finest work. He did it with Keith Giffen. And I see people posting about this arc every week on Facebook. And every time I talk to Dak about this, he always tells me that he created that during one of the most traumatic periods of his life. He was depressed. He was going through a lot of shit, but he created his best work. I say that right now, given everything that we're going through worldwide, that this is global effect on creativity in general, and the kind of stuff that we're going to see coming out from creators once things get back to normal, because they will get back to normal, is just going to be outstanding. I think the best is yet to come across the board, and I just can't wait. You know, this has been, I've used this period as a creative renaissance, and I've gotten so distracted that I honestly have to admit that I brought my laptop here thinking it was fully charged, and it's not, and I left my parents' house. So I'm going to try and figure something out here, because I'm like at 8% battery life, and I really don't want to get kicked off of here. But if you guys could give me just like a couple minutes.
Sure. I'll remove you from the stream. Me and Christian will talk.
Yeah.
You'll be right back.
I'm so sorry, guys. I will be right back.
Worries,
it's all right.
Oh, good.
So he was talking about how like traumatic events are often important to like creating your best work. But I don't disagree, but I also do disagree, because it's hard. Like when you talk to other people, it's about it feels almost like you're linking like trauma with success, and so people start being like, well, I'm in a happy place, I can't make things, or like I'm in a good place, I can't make things.
Right. They're definitely not mutually exclusive. They're really not. You can be in a fine place and do great work, but it is also there's something interesting about. I think you'll find a lot of stories about when how to use trauma and how to write what you know. And if what you know is great, write about that. If what's going on with you is fantastic, then yeah, use that wonderful occurrence, all too rare in life, and work from it. There's going to be something quality and valuable from it. But I also there's so many wonderful stories about people taking adversity and turning it into their best work. But I agree with you. It's like, don't just make it like, oh, well, everything's great for me, I have no trauma to work from. It's like, no, you can still work. Don't use that as an excuse.
Yeah, it's especially hard when you're like, okay, so for 40 years I have to have trauma. Like I'm going to be doing this for every project. I actually think you can borrow other people's trauma. I think one of the reasons why people make such great stuff when they're trauma is like they're out there searching for like anything to hold on to. So they're reading stuff and they're inputting so much stuff into them, and like they're mixing it with their own personal experience that like I don't know if it's the trauma itself or the actions that people are taking in that trauma of inputting so much more stuff than they would otherwise do. Because I find that like I borrow other people's trauma all the time because I read books and I like watch movies and I watch videos and I lose myself in the characters. And I do that so much that I feel like, I don't know if I'm creating my best work of my life now. I think that I'm definitely writing the best novels of my life now. And I'm definitely in the best headspace of my life right now. So I don't know. I'm not saying that you don't create your best work when you're in trauma, but I definitely think that you can do, you can sort of still work and create really great work in all mental states.
Yes, I think it's not a prerequisite to do your best work. It's like, oh, well, this is it, trauma. Now I can finally do my masterpiece. It's not like that.
I actually had a really big problem on. I'm going to bring Henri back in. Hi again, Henri.
Hi, I found a charger, so I'm good.
Awesome.
I heard everything you guys said too, so I'm up to date with you guys. But go ahead,
awesome.
Russell. You were speaking.
So I had a problem with my most traumatic work because my most traumatic work was Ichabod Jones' Monster Hunter, the book that I'm now making the second volume for, and I made it in like the most traumatic time in my life. And it was really hard for me to go back and read it and like to bring any value to like the value was in making it. And I made it and then it kind of was done. And I was like, I can't look at this book. I can't do it. It took me almost a decade to be able to come back. And it took me reconceptualizing what Ichabod was so that I could do it in a better mind space. Because I couldn't get back into that place as a creator. Like I did, not that I couldn't, I didn't want to. Like it was scary. Like I was too scared of what I would do if I like went back into that mindset.
Yeah, and everybody works in different places,
Absolutely.
It's the whole range.
Yeah, I would. Oh, we lost Henri, huh? So hopefully he'll be back. Hopefully his computer didn't shut down. But I would love to talk about your story for this anthology while Henri is doing this, because it is fucking horrifying. Like it is bright, and it is poppy, and it is like very Generation Z, and it is like of all the stories in that anthology, that's the one I'm like, that one could actually happen like tomorrow.
Thanks. Yeah, Marcus, as soon as he showed me the script, I was in. It's so fun. I don't do a lot of horror. I don't do a lot of grotesque. I'm known for kind of just heroic, very kind of French horns and Star Wars and, really positive kind of stuff. But so it was really fun to do something that was as shiny on the outside, but as kind of horrifyingly scary on the inside.
Yeah, if you want to see, so I like to. The thing I love about anthologies is that you can kind of see like the range of what someone can do, right? Like it's 70 people, but I certainly think that one pushes the bounds of what horror is in a way that I had not even thought of before.
Thank you. Well, that was another reason why I was so excited. I do love anthology too, and I think you've done a great job of, Cthulhu should be an anthology story. I think it's just so the appeal of it is so really, really nicely manifested as an anthology. And when I heard that it was happening, when they told me about you and the first one, I was like, this is so cool. I'm so happy to be a part of this because I've been wanting to do a Cthulhu story for a really long time. And I'm since then I am working on another one of my own. I talked to Marcus about it recently. I want to do it as a short film, but I might do it as a comic book first, just to get it out there. It does take so long to get something done, unless you're in filmed entertainment. It can be a really long, hard road. Even I love to tell the story about how it took Spielberg 9 years to get the money for Lincoln. Spielberg doing Lincoln 9 years. Okay, so what the hell's chance do you have? But you do have a shot. The persistence is always there. Any project can happen. But it does take time. The wonderful thing about comics is you can get it out there. You can even do a webtoon these days. My daughter's got me on webtoons now. I'm looking at that as a platform because it's nice to get it out there, to let people know what you're thinking, and to have that how it is when you get to a point where you haven't released something in a while, and you were saying earlier about relevance and about having a body of work and maintaining that body of work. We get nuts when we don't work that out. When we don't have work released, it does kind of get to us.
Yeah, I started in movies and TV a long time ago, and it was specifically the draw of having something done, like having a credit, like being able to put it out, and especially because I was failed at this like writer thing. Like I wasn't like selling anything, so people would be like, well, "What have you done? What have you done? Like, what do you do? Like, what do I say?" Like my mother would be like, what do I tell people you do? Like I can't point them to anything. And so part of that allure of comics or novels also was like, here it is. Like I did this thing. Like, I don't know if it's great. Like I think it's pretty good, but like it's done and I have a credit now.
That's right. Yeah, totally. And so short stories for that are great as well. And it was great also because, the particular old one in the story that I did with Marcus for the anthology, you can always find all these wonderful interpretations online for the creature, what it looks like. I definitely, you take liberties, as every artist does, because who the heck knows? Lovecraft was not an artist, so he just kind of described them, and there's always an incredible amount of adaptation possible. So yeah, I'm really hooked on this whole Cthulhu thing. Thank you again, Russell, for doing this whole thing. I know it's a lot of work to do a crowdfund. I've done a few really successful crowdfunds, and I know how much work they are. So on behalf of all of us, thanks again.
You're welcome. I mean, I wanna set the pace, and I just want to tell everybody about this book because it's so good. But to go back to what I want to talk for a second about the thing you said about Lovecraft, because one of the things I think that makes Lovecraft endurable is he was so sparse in his explanation of everything. Like he would say, the best example I think is Horror Out of Space. The Color Out of Space. He would just say things like an undescribable, horrific color, and it was like to everybody else to like put it in their brain. And he did that with the gods and the monsters, and he never settled on like spellings or pronunciations, which is like, I think we would call it sloppy now. If he was an author today, we'd be like, what a sloppy author. Like he never uses the same name. He never explains himself. But there's also something about that left everybody who read it open to interpretation.
Yes, and I'm all about sloppy. I think that we work so hard on that these days. You go back to the Akira comic books. And the creator of the Akira books said, listen, I have to confess something. That Kaneda's motorcycle, he said, I don't think I drew it the same way twice ever. And you're talking about how many thousands of pages?
Right.
It's okay to be a little sloppy. I think it lends it character because, again, the people in the Cthulhu stories they're going to be different individuals dealing with these. I think there's lots of justification for that. I think it's fine. And again, let's be real. He was writing these short stories, getting them out, had to get paid. There's realities there that make it really difficult to have lore be consistent. Canon is great when it's a really fascinating question. Without kind of making any statements about it, I would like to raise the question again of I am fascinated currently at the world of fandom, and I think anthologies are great because it really does kind of give everybody a chance to be like, look, here's my take on it. And it's not some one big overlord saying, this is it, this is canon. You guys all have to love it, even though we're just people too. And we're the ones that have the company telling us to make it. So ours is canon. But, fan created anthologies, even professional created anthologies, it's a wonderful way to look into any fandom and get fresh takes on it. When I was, it's funny, speaking of trauma, if I may go on a little bit longer, it wasn't really traumatic, but it was definitely disturbing when I worked for Lucasfilm Licensing back in the Tales of the Jedi Star Wars days. You could say that one of my most famous works is the double-bladed lightsaber, and which I did originally for the Tales of the Jedi books back in the early 90s. And this was a design, when I presented it to them, first of all, that was just one of the lightsabers. There was the double-bladed one, there was a curved-handled one, there was a polearm lightsaber, the lightsaber blade on the end of a polearm. There were others that were really, really fun and awesome. And the Lucasfilm Licensing told me no. They said, no, you cannot use any of these odd, weird lightsabers of yours. And that was traumatic for me. I was like, you guys are crazy. This is really cool stuff. Tell you what, show one to George and we'll see what he thinks. If George agrees with you, then you win. And George liked them. I did a design, sent it to George. He liked it. It was approved. After that, it was like, oh, well, okay, cool. You were right, 20-year-old dude. Like, and okay, he was like, okay, boomer. I told you they were right because they were boomers. And so that was a bit traumatic. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go work on, that was when the Red Star happened. I'm like, I need to work on my own thing. I need to own this. I don't want to have some corporation telling me that they think it's cool, even though I know damn well that what I'm working on is legitimately a part of this fandom. So they got in the books. I'm really excited about that. And obviously every new Star Wars show now has to have its weird lightsaber as a result. I'm very proud of that. But it was great I would urge creators, do your own thing, like Ron did, and like everybody's doing out there. If you don't, even George Lucas, he wanted to make Flash Gordon. They wouldn't let him make Flash Gordon. They're like, what? Sorry, dude, we're not going to hand you over Flash Gordon, you weird hippie. And he's like, okay, I'll just go make my own thing. So make your own thing,
Yeah, I've been on. I feel like I've been online for like 70 years straight now, like with this screen. But I've asked every single person the same question, and I've asked it for 150, 200 episodes of my podcast, The Complete Creative. What is the one piece of advice that you would give creators who are just starting out? And the overwhelming amount of people, especially today, but the whole time, have said, just do it. And the overwhelming amount of people that are on the podcast say, just do it, or be persistent, or if you love something, keep going at it. And I mean, I can't think of a better piece of singular advice because I have a story about Richard Starkings. You know Richard Starking? He does the letter on. My first signing ever was at San Diego Comic-Con in 2011, and I had 75 copies of Ichabod Jones #1. And I brought one over to Richard Starking, and I was like, Richard, I made this. I made, and like he's like huge. He had a booth on the, like back then. I was like, you've got a booth on the floor, like you're like a god. He was like, he looks at it and he's like, you drew this? And I was like, no, I wrote it. He goes, give up now. There's no room in comics for writers. And so like, it literally fueled me for
good for you
a decade. And I went to him at 2018 or 17 at Long Beach Comic-Con, right before he moved out of Southern California. And by that time I had like a stack of maybe like this high of stuff that I've done. It wasn't as big as it is now, but it was like 4 or 5 hardcover books. And he's cleaning up. He's like, just finish this table. And I slammed the books down. And it's like, I just want you to know like what you said to me. And I told him, and he said, well, of course I said that. If you were dumb enough to take my advice and give up, then like you weren't strong enough to do it. And so like it immediately deflated me because I couldn't be mad at him ever again.
The old tough love play. That's like, what was that movie, Whiplash? Well, Charlie Parker wouldn't give up, right?
Right. Yeah, but I think it's true. You know, like if Honoré had looked at those 10,000 books and just been like, I'm just burning this down and I can't do it, like he would never be here. And like if you hadn't made stuff, like you wouldn't be here. And the stuff never starts get well, and oftentimes it ends horribly. But just doing it and having that process and like creating a world where like you're a guy who writes stuff or draws stuff or makes stuff or goes to conventions, like making yourself that person, you suddenly become that person.
That's exactly right. Being is becoming.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Christian. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Do it. No,
go
for it, man.
It feels so good to be back. But what I was going to say is to go off of what Russell is saying. It is absolutely 100% true. You know, most of the time when you see situations fail, they're a result of a number of variables that are there from the get-go. Like there are a lot of people who say like, you know, I want to have my own business. I want to be my own boss. They look at what I do and they're like, oh, it's so cool. You got so much freedom. But they don't understand that you really have to be your own boss, and you have to not only manage yourself through stress and difficult situations, but you have to manage the people that work with you and for you. And it's important to keep their expectations high, even when you're not feeling like you want to do that. And you know, when it comes to, you know, like businesses that have failed, and I've partaken in my fair share of businesses that have failed outside of comics. I think I had like 3 failed businesses outside of comics, and the main reason why is because the people that I was partnered with did not have a very good vision. Like I had a thing I did back in 2013 called Freedable Comics, and what we wanted to do was we wanted to put a site online. My good friend and I. We wanted to have a site where people could go online and read free comics and basically support independent creators. Like it wouldn't just be like you read all their comics for free. There's just like some content to kind of what people's appetites. Well, we burned through a lot of capital and on top of that, like it took a really long time to get the site developed. And then as soon as my partner who was in charge of designing the site was done, he was like, okay, it's your problem now. And I couldn't just take on this like everything by myself. I needed a partner, but his vision was I'm going to design the site and then that's it. I'm going to walk away. That right there is a reason why the business failed, is because when one partner doesn't, you know, see eye to eye with the other, you got an issue. And, you know, I had another situation. I had a motorcycle shop where my partner, he just wanted the idea of saying like, I own a motorcycle shop. But when it came down to the actual business and the actual like going through that shit period, because like the first like 3 to 5 years fucking suck, you know, like you're not making any money. Everybody's questioning what you're doing and whether or not it's ever going to lead to anything. You have to fight through all that shit. You have to push through all of that, and you have to still be fully committed because it's your job. And that's it. You want to make this your living, make it your living. And it took me 6 years before I started paying myself anything. And I found a way to kind of, you know, get it to a point where I can actually make a normal income. And, you know, hopefully that'll still be the case in a couple of weeks. But, you know, the point is that if you're not really willing to do the work, if you're not willing to see how the sausage gets made, you know, you're just, it's going to fail because of that. However, if you come in with the intention of this is my dream, I'm going to put everything into this and nothing is going to stop me, your likelihood of success doesn't just increase like tenfold. It creates opportunity, because what you do is when you come across challenges, you're not coming up with a different mindset. You're now in survival mode. What do I need to do to get to this next step? And what do I need to do to prove to myself, to prove to others that like I belong in this game? You know, it's figuring those things out. And, you know, people respond to that in a very different way. I have a very holistic approach to encouraging other creators in the sense that I think a lot of the times there's not a lot of guidance. There's a lot of like, kicking people while they're down. And I don't necessarily agree with that in most cases, but like, you know, what Russell was just saying with Richard Starkings, it's like, you know, that story kind of proved itself. And I've had situations like that before. I remember Dan Votto with Slave Labor Graphics rejected my book. And, a couple years later, I came up to him and I told him, like, you rejected my book, but I took your criticism very seriously because you were the only publisher who actually gave a shit. I knew you read my book, and what you didn't like about it, you told me. And that led me to hiring an editor, and that brought me to where I am now. So if we don't hear this from time to time, that tough love, you can't proceed to the next level. You have to deal with the reality of either get with it or get out.
I would like to talk about something specifically with Christian that I found, and I would love to know if you found it too, because you did this book Red Star, right? And then you went away from it for 12 years. It's been 12 years, right? It's like 2008 to...
Yeah. I mean, we've done some short stories, but yes. We were... Yes, I'm sorry. Ask your question. I'll go on after.
So I have this weird thing where, like, I had my first book, and it did okay, and people like seemed to like it but not love it, and then to come back to it after 10 years, and people are like now rapidly into it, like, and like you're like, wait, this book, like, nobody, like, just a few people liked back then, and now, like, you're telling me it's this your most beloved book that I've ever made. I don't get it, and I'd love to know like your experience kind of doing coming back to something, or like having this experience coming back to shows and seeing the reaction to these books now after 12 years away from them.
And first of all, congratulations to you for that too. And I think it is my reaction is I'm elated. It's so great to have to know that the work you did, I'm telling you what you already know, the work you did have an effect on people, that they want to see more of it. And so I am working, I'm getting back. The stories have been written all this time. That's the thing for Red Star readers that may be listening, that I know the end of the story. It's outlined, it's written. I often weep to myself of thinking about how beautiful it is. I'm so into getting it out there. But recapitalization has always been a thing, like when we started Red Star, we funded in 1999, and that was all just my friends' money. It was me convincing them. I had to deal with Dark Horse, but then I didn't want to do it the Dark Horse way, so I went to Image, but then I would need my own money. It was Richard Starkings that recommended Image, actually, back in the day. Thank you again, Richard. And so we had this wonderful ride, and having walked away from it for so long, I need to recapitalize. And so it's been this crazy road of wanting to get back. I didn't mean it to be 12 years. I said, oh, well, we had a movie option in 2006. And I thought, okay, cool. Well, as soon as the movie gets greenlit, I'll recapitalize and we'll do comics. And then that feature didn't get made. And then we had another feature option deal with another major studio for another 3 years. And then that one didn't happen. And then we had a television option. So we've been sitting there while Red Star has not been coming out. There's been all this work behind the scenes. We had a PlayStation 2 game come out of keeping the Red Star going. So it is really as Henri said, it is, and you yourself said, it's this, you fight to stay in. It is a lot like being a kind of wandering Ronin. You stay in the fight. You keep your sword sharp, looking for opportunities, looking for battles to be a part of, knowing that any one of them can give you a status that you previously enjoyed or is unprecedented.
If only there were a place that was meant to recapitalize creative projects. If only there was some sort of platform that you could use to recapitalize creative projects.
If only there was a place I could go online. Well, yeah, no, it is. That's being discussed. And actually, Russell, I should talk to you about this after. We should sidebar about this after.
Sure. I'm happy to. One of the things I love about anthologies is sometimes, actually often, it like sparks people's like desire to keep going, to like do the thing again, and I know Ray Anthony Height was in the anthology, and he said that when the book came out, and it was like his first creator-owned thing that he had done in like a decade, and it was so nice to hear, like, people taking the books and like doing more Cthulhu stories and doing all this stuff, and like this really is just, I want to get this out here before the thing ends, and it ends in like 10 minutes. So I want to just talk about my favorite part of anthologies for a second, which is seeing people who may not be doing comics, or may have been out of comics, or maybe doing comics but not the comics that they necessarily want to do, be able to test and try things, and like and make these things, and suddenly they make these connections that that allow them to like spark something. And I'm not saying that this is what sparks the thing for you. I just wanted to talk about my favorite part about anthologies is like a year later being like, I wrote that extra Cthulhu story, and like it was partially because like I did a one Cthulhu story, and now we have this one shot comic, and like you had a very, 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 very small part in that. And it is why, besides the camaraderie, it's really the reason why I keep coming back to doing it, because there's something about like seeing my friend Eddie Headington had a story in the last Lovecraft book, and he went and he made a comic about it. Like he turned this like 6-page thing into like a series, and I was like choked up when like I would see it, and he sent me like the thing. So make anthologies, I guess, is my statement. That is prescient of nothing. I just really wanted to talk about being a, and now I want to talk about now I want to bring it back to being a Ronin warrior and bring it back on topic, because Honoré literally has a sword when he goes to things, and his pictures are always
so
swords.
It's so dull I can't even slash my prices with it, but it literally is.
Is it a Korean sword?
Yeah, well, it's a replica. What was really cool was
Sure.
I got invited to this convention in 2016 in South Korea. It was like the only convention I've ever been invited to in South Korea. Probably like, I think the only other convention I got invited to was like Comic-Con. Everywhere else I've had to pay my way. And I don't mind. It's okay. It's the business. You got to pay to play, kind of a thing. And so I went out to South Korea, and they welcomed me with like, the red carpet and everything. And this cosplayers came and they presented me with this like replica sword of like Yi Sun-shin. So I was like, cool. And they're like, we want you to keep this. And I'm like, all right, now I got to figure out how to travel with this thing. So then I traveled back to Chicago with it. And then I didn't bring it with me anywhere because there was no way for me to like bring it with me. And finally I got this like big golf bag where I throw all my retractable displays in there. And I'm like, I need to get one that's big enough to fit the sword. So I throw it in there, and the sword is literally, it's really dull. So it's like a cosplaying sword. So I just brought it with me. It's the theatrics that count, and it makes it more fun and allows me to kind of pound my chest a little bit, because you got to do it. It's like, that's the whole point of being like what you were saying, Christian, being a Ronin warrior, and Russell, what you're talking about with Lovecraft. It's funny because after Emerald City got canceled, I was up $500 because I had shipped books out to Seattle. And I had to pay $250 to send them out, and now I got to pay $250 to have them brought back to Chicago. And last week I was like, all right, you know what? This is gonna be my job for the week. It's gonna be to figure out how to recoup that loss. Like I got to make $500 somehow, and I don't know where it'll come from or whatever, but something will happen. Oddly enough, I got hit up by this gentleman who I've been working with, who's doing a Lovecraft book. I've edited his second graphic novel, which is fantastic. It's called Lovecraft PI, and the second book is about the Reanimator, and Cthulhu shows up and everything, and it's really cool. And the creator of this book, D.W. Can, he's now working on the next steps for his project, and he gave me some work, and that work basically covered those lessons. And this is the second time this year that he saved my ass. And it's really cool that, like, you kind of, what Christian was saying about adapting other people's goals and, joining them to make their goals come true is a very important part of what we do. I mean, that's what the freelance life is. And, now that we're kind of like in this period where, like we can't do conventions for the moment, you have to kind of like have that sense of, where else can I be of use? What else can I do aside from what I'm doing right now? And sometimes there's not much you can do at all, but you definitely don't want to throw in the towel and say, well, I can't go and sell comics now, so that's it. Like you need to still maintain the same amount of passion and, enjoyment for what you're doing, because the moment if you can't go through periods like this, you're not going to last at all, because even when things get back to normal, there's going to be an adjustment period. There's going to be all kinds of stuff that we just can't anticipate. And you have to have a really strong mindset. You have to have very thick skin, iron skin, I call it. And, you just need to be able to kind of like deal with the hardships of whatever it is that comes at in your way and find a way to persevere.
That's a great place to end. We are about done with our
is.
hour. I can't believe it.
Yes.
But I do want to ask you the question that I ask everybody to end this show, which is your best piece of advice. Like, you could have said it, but just restate it, and then where we can find each of you. I forgot to make a banner graphic for these because it came up at the last minute. So please let everyone know where we can find each of you. We'll start with Christian, and we'll end with Honoree because he was gone for half of the time.
Sounds good. First of all, my best place to be contacted is Instagram. That's where I am the most. That's what I check the most. That's where I post the most. And that's at Gossett Pictures, Gossett_Pictures. So Instagram, Gossett_Pictures is me. And I look forward to seeing you guys there. And I'm answering the question, right? The advice question?
Yeah, best piece of advice.
Best piece of advice. Listen, this is a great one, and this goes all the way back thousands and thousands of years, and it has changed the game. Changed the game for anybody. It's not artistic. It's financial. 10% of all you earn is yours to keep. I don't know if you guys have ever heard this one, but 10%, a dime off every dollar you put away and forget about it. A dime off every dollar you make goes away. You don't buy anything with it. You keep it. You like a dragon hoard. 10%, a dime off every dollar. That's all it takes. I know a lot of us have a problem saving. I did as well. I'm telling you, that's a great place to start, is a dime off every dollar. For those of you that have no savings at all, it's a great place to start.
Awesome. And how about you, Honoree?
I can't top that. That's really good advice. I think I got to take that. I never really thought about it.
Teaches us.
Nobody does. Yeah,
so if you want to know more about this, you should read a book called Profit First. It actually talks about this exact concept of taking, instead of the profit being what you have left, the profit is what you, what you take is taken off the top, and you have to basically run your company with everything else.
Oh, okay, right on.
It's quite the book.
Yeah, I got to. It's Profit First. You said.
Yes.
All right, cool. Yeah, I got to check that out.
So you don't have you got to at least try and top it, Honoree. Come on.
Yes, I will. I will do my very best, but I don't know if I'd like to at least come out, at the same level. So I got a lot to live up to, Christian. So folks who are interested in picking up Yisunshin, come to our website. I'll say it really slowly: www.yisunshin.com. That's YISOONSHIN.com. You can follow me on Twitter at okompen. That's OKOM as in Mary, P as in Peter, AN as in Nancy. Find me on Facebook, Honoree Kompen. And I'm on Instagram as well. I believe it's O Kompen as well, or OL Kompen. And that's pretty much where you guys can find me. I've already spoken about my projects and such. So as far as the best advice I would like to give to other people is what I'm going to just quote Jack Kirby: do it your way. And, I really feel like that's what brought me here. It's not that I had anybody telling me how to do it. It's that I found my own way. I trusted my gut instincts. I kept moving forward. And that's what has brought me to this point and will hopefully allow me to stay in business going forward.
Well, the way that you put it together is your unique gift, right? The way you put it together, and like everyone puts it together differently. And if you rely on doing it someone else's way, then you've now made a copy instead of an original, and people do not really care about copies of things. Just look at most reboots that have come and go. So thank you so much, Christian and Honoree. I'm going to say goodbye to you both, and then I will stay on and answer a couple of the questions that are specific to Wannacon and WonderCon and such. But thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Christian, a pleasure. Take care.
Yeah, you too.
I look forward to seeing you on the other side, sir.
Sometime, man.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Bye.
sir.
Take care, guys.
All right. So there were a couple of questions that came in. It's done. We did it. We did a show. First, before I give the last couple of things, I just have to say thank you guys so much for staying with us and being here. and being supportive. I know it didn't always go perfect, especially today, but I'm very, very proud of how Wannacon came together. A couple of questions about it. A comment from DTH 1971. You did a good job at this virtual Wannacon for these 3 days. Thank you so much. I bet this will warm you for the rescheduled Emerald City in August. I am going to be there August 21st to 23rd. And I look forward to seeing you guys there. I will be at WonderCon, I hope, when it reschedules. I will be at LA Festival of Books when it reschedules. I look forward to, in the next couple of months, hopefully getting back on track. And I hope the same for you guys too. It cannot be easy to have weeks off, to be to not know when your next shift is going to be. So please, I know there's a lot of rule changes for California education, California unemployment insurance to help people. So if you are having a struggle, look for your state, look at your unemployment office, see what they're doing to help you in this trying time. Also, if you're an artist or author or business owner, please do look at your the websites. Look for websites of like emergency funds. I know there's a lot of artist emergency funds that friends have been sharing around. So we'll all have to get through this together. The last question was, do I plan to do another Wannacon to fill the loss of WonderCon in April? I do not know. I am planning with a friend of mine to do a writer-centric event potentially next month. But you guys will be the first to know, especially if you go to wannacon.com and join the mailing list. You will know what is happening. So this is novel right now. This is like a novel thing. And we had a great turnaround. I don't know how people will respond to a second one so soon. I just have no idea. But if there's an interest there, I know what I will do differently next time. The one thing that I will do differently next time is I will have an actual schedule and like a path. Right now, I felt like I was scrambling, so I just took whatever I could get at that time, and I didn't make it feel cohesive. So while there's a ton of great content, I don't think there's like a really flow order. So I certainly next time would make a flow order, but I would like to know what you guys think. You can go to Twitter at Russell Nolte or email me, russell@wannabepress.com, or message me on any of the other platforms. You want to see more of me doing these live streams with people. At the very least, I think I probably will continue to do some live streams at some point. This particular program is quite expensive, but I do think that it had a great value there. Finally, before I thank you guys, I want to please go to CthulhuIsHardToSpell.com. And look at the anthology. There are tons of things. If you don't like Cthulhu, there are pins, there are novels, there are all sorts of things that you can use to support to support us at Wannabe Press. Or go on over to Amazon.com and look me up, buy a book. Even picking up a book for free is at least a morale boost. Go to WannabePress.com. We have tons of merch and t-shirts and merchandise of our Monsters and Other Scary Shit book. We have skirts and leggings and all sorts of cool stuff. So head on over to wannabepress.com and finally, and thank you, MJ, for the nice words. MJ has been with us all weekend pretty much. She was a guest today, and she said, Russell, this was amazing. You brought together the most amazing group of indie creators this side of comics. I can confidently tell everyone that Wannacon is the best virtual con there is. I'm not saying all of that just because I was on it. I will thank you so much. And it was my great pleasure to bring this show to you. Thank you for making it successful. Thank you for believing in me and believing in Wannabe Press and believing in the vision that we have. This is all because of you. I'm able to pursue my crazy visions for things and do things like this because you guys are supporting it. So thank you so much and have a blessed week. And I hope to see you on the interwebs soon and at a show in the near future.